Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Mtembei TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. A show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. I trust all is well with you, wherever you are and the world. Thank you so much for picking Mtembei TV and making it your faithful partner in getting you the right political analysis and political discussion that you will wish to interact with, even as time ticks for Kenya Kwanza. Their 100 days are quick running out, and excuse after excuse, blame after blame. And to add salt to injury, now there is a storm in UDA brewing so strong. I believe Dr. William Ruto, the president, is about to feel the heat he was placing on his master, his former boss, President Uhuru Kenyatta. There is Atu Pangwingwi among the UDA MPs coming exactly from Mount Kenya. And there seems to be a pull and push within the party that is threatening the unity of the ruling party. I don't know what you feel about the same, but it looks to me that it's not just Azmio that have issues. Even UDA has their own troubles to take care of. Of course, the president also is out denying claims of term limit extension. He says he's committed to serve only his term and he will be free to go. Do you trust him? Has he ever said anything that can be trusted? That is my personal opinion. You're free to judge and look at it keenly by yourself. But many of the promises by the president have never come to pass. So we have every reason to question whether he's telling us the truth or he's just buying time as his usual game works out. Well, there is also another alarming report about insecurity that is being experienced in Nairobi, or has been experienced in Nairobi, is now devolved to the villages, and the boys are wreaking havoc in the villages as well, in making life unbearable, what is already difficult for the Kenyan people. So I trust as you join into the discourse, utanisaidia kuchambua mambo haya mahala popote ulipo. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. You click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio. You will be in this space for us to get talking. Is Kenya Kwanza up to the job? The storm is already brewing. First-timer MPs are resisting the leadership of Kenya Kwanza in parliament and otherwise. Haya mambo unaonaje? Na kuna vuta ni vute katikati ya Mount Kenya members of parliament and the Rift Valley members of parliament. Remember, they are the ones that took the lion's share of the Kenya Kwanza government, and now the tug of war is on. Is this the beginning of trouble, or what do you read in all this? Karibuni sana kila mmoja. Asante kwa kuchukua nafasi na kujumuika nami katika kipindi cha leo. Nashukuru tu sana kwa kuwa wewe ni mwaminifu katika kufuata matangazo yetu ya Mtembei TV na kuangazia kwa kina masuala ya Kenya na jinsi tunayoyatatua kila uchao. Asante sana. Naomba wote tukamakinike, na ukitupata tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu ili wote wakawe katika nafasi hii ya kuelewa na kuchambua siasa zetu ipasavyo. Asante sana kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Karibu tena, karibu sana. Kuna Mark Meki, karibu sana. Faiza Fadhila, hi to you and thank you so much. Kuna Kamo, hi to you, thank you so much. Gitonga, asante sana, karibu kwa show. Nani mwingine huyu? Elvopel. Nashindwa hilo ni la wapi, lakini karibu sana, asante sana. Naweza Mtembei inaweza kupataje? Kupata nini? Uliza swali lako vizuri, lakini unaweza ingia kwa studio, alafu tutachat kwa private chat. Kama una swali tutakujibu, kama una la kusema tutalielewa, lakini inategemea unachoulizia. Chaka Ndune, karibu sana kwa show ya leo. Ningependa tuanze moja kwa moja na tukaangazie masuala yetu kwa kina. Kusikue na yeyote atakayeachwa nyuma kwa mambo mengi ambayo yanatendeka katika nchi hii, na wote kama Wakenya wazalendo tuna haja ya kuona kwamba nchi yetu inaongozwa vizuri na kila Mkenya yuko salama. Sasa hivi tunaarifiwa kwamba kuna mushkili katika chama cha UDA. Viongozi wameanza kuvutana. Hii ndio mwanzo ya tupangwingwi. Kutakuwa na tangatanga baada ya hii, ama kutakuwaje na siasa hizi? Alafu insecurity, mambo ya kupokonya na kuua watu kiholela, na ipo tu Nairobi, sasa imeanza kuingia vijijini. Tuko salama? Tuko na serikali inajua inachokifanya, ama ni nini kinachoendelea? Alafu rais pia amekataa masuala ya kwamba kuna mpango wa kubadilisha katiba ili yeye awe president wa kudumu. Anasema yeye yuko tayari kuhudumia Wakenya, alafu akimaliza ang'atuke. Je, unamwamini? Mimi naona hapo ni game tu inachezwa, kwa sababu ahadi zake zote zimevunjika milele. Sijui kama ni ipi ambayo ameiweka, lakini ningependa tukaangalie pia hilo kwa kina. Asanteni sana wote mnaojumuika nasi. I'm trying to get the videos ready so that we are able to play them and execute the conversation as it ought to be carried out. All right, where is this? Thank you. Well, karibu, endelea kukaribishana tafadhali, na wale wanakuja studio, link ndio hiyo, tafadhali itumie, ingia kwa studio tuanze kujadili haya mambo kwa kina. Don't wait until it's too late. Studio ikijaa ndio unaanza kuteta, wasema umejaribu ukafungiwa nje. Nafasi bado ipo, siku bado mbichi. Karibu sana ili tukajadili kwa kina masuala haya. Samahani, ni kukujulishe tu, kukitaka hiyo link unaipata kupitia YouTube. Okay, YouTube peke yake. Ni kama Twitter imekataa masuala ya kushare link, kwa hivyo itakuwa ni shida kiasi. And then of course Facebook, unatupata kwa my Facebook profile. Bado hatujatatua masuala ya Facebook Mtembei TV Facebook page and Facebook profile, and so you can follow me on my Facebook profile and you will be able to get the broadcast via Facebook. But for you to get the link, please join using the what is it called, YouTube channel. That is where the link is, and with that you will be able to get in this space for us to get talking. There are interesting developments right now that I trust are of great interest to you, and so you need to be on the cutting edge of information. And so jitahidi tu ukaingie katika studio, alafu tukajadili kwa kina. Asante kwa wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Samahani tumeanza kuchelewa kiasi. Jana sijui kulikuwaje, lakini bado tupo na tunahakikisha kwamba tunaendelea kumakinika ili kila Mkenya asipotee, bali aelewe mambo jinsi yalivyo na ajue msimamo atakaochukua ili usidanganywe na yeyote yule. So wale wanatufuata kwa Facebook, najaribu kupata hiyo feed ile, yes, niweke kwa comment wale wanataka kujiunga na studio, bas link ndio hiyo kwa Facebook. Make good use of it. Click on it, allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and then you will be in this space for us to get talking. A lot is happening, and Kenyans are concerned, others are worried, many are confused, but at the end of the day, we must get a solution to what is bedeviling this country and be able to chart the way forward accurately. So karibu sana, jitahidi kwa kina, fanya yote ambayo unaweza, fika hapa ili tukaongee vizuri. Say, where is the video of Monday? Looked for it. Monday. Oh, the Monday show. Okay, let me see. You didn't find it? It's a specific video or the show for Monday? Please clarify your question so that I'm able to understand and I'll be able to respond accurately. Gitonga anasema we are hungry and angry. Okay, basi ndio hiyo, si amko peke yenu. Wakenya wengi wana njaa na wako worried mambo yatakuwa vipi, kwa sababu siku njema huonekana asubuhi, na asubuhi inapeana wasiwasi kiasi kwa jinsi mambo yanavyofanya na mambo yanavyoendelea. Kwa hivyo karibuni kila mmoja, tukamakinike na tukafuate mjadala wa leo ipasavyo, na kusikwe na yeyote ambaye atasalia nyuma. Lakini mambo yanavyoendelea hayaonyeshi dalili nzuri. Okay, let's get this as we proceed with a discussion. Right, where are we? Here we go.
Alliance after a section of coalition's first-time MPs protested against National Assembly Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wa, accusing him of high-handedness and arrogance. The protest, which began after the allocation of House Committee leadership slots, has attracted the attention of President William Ruto, who prevailed upon first-time MPs to be patient and learn the ropes from old members serving their second and even third terms.
A Kenya Kwanza parliamentary group meeting at State House gave President William Ruto the perfect chance to tame disquiet in the alliance when he prevailed upon his restless first-time MPs, unhappy with the just concluded allocation of leadership slots in the National Assembly and the Senate. The first-time MPs have trained their guns on Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wa over his leadership style. The new MPs from the Rift Valley, specifically Bomet and Nandi counties, and another section from the Mount Kenya region, allege Ichung'wa is high-handed and arrogant.
What the President was advising the first-time members of Parliament is to allow and accept to be nurtured. If you don't allow and accept to be nurtured, then we'll have most of the first-time members of Parliament going home as just first-time members of Parliament. That is God. Allow yourself to be nurtured, learn, so that tomorrow when you will be a second-termer, you will be the one who will be given that responsibility now of nurturing the new bonds who will be coming.
Divisions have since emerged, with old MPs throwing their support behind Ichung'wa's leadership. This ahead of a protest Kamukunji, organized by the dissenting MPs from the Rift Valley on Monday next week. A section of the Rift Valley MPs are also aggrieved by the party leadership failure to cede one of the two slots awarded to the Mount Kenya region in the Parliamentary Service Commission to Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei. Sources say former governor and Uasin Gishu Senator Jackson Mandago is leading the dissenting camp in the Senate. The clamour for House committees and to avert a fallout, especially in Kenya Kwanza, forced the House leadership to change the standing orders and increase the number of committees.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo katika UDA. Kuna wale ambao wanaona kwamba hawajapewa yale wanayostahili kama wabunge wa UDA, wakati mbuzi amechinjwa na kila mtu anachukua sehemu yake. Kuna wale ambao wanaona are being shortchanged and so they are protesting. I don't know what you make of this and what you feel about the whole political business of UDA. We would love to know what you feel and think about the same. Tafadhali, make use of that link, get into the studio and let us talk extensively about this and of course matters in security. Let's listen out to this.
Kitu moja tu naomba mkubwa wa polisi akifanya mipango yote asisahau mpaka huko vijijini. Hawa watu wasifukuze huko Nairobi wakuje huku. Mambo mengine tulikuwa tunaisikia, lakini saa hii kitu imetushangaza sana. Vijana wadogo wakipotea tu hivi hivi.
Nikiwa kazini kwangu nilisikia sauti, nikadhani ni ya pikipiki. Nikitoka nje nikapata ni risasi na wamegonga neiba yangu na nikamwona akiwa chini. Alafu wakati tulianza kuscream wakapada pikipiki na wakapotea, hatukuweza kuwafikia.
As crime escalates, ndio na serikali inazidi kuleta maofisa wengine kwa ground. So we are hoping with time itakuwa controlled. Lakini wakati sasa mabarabara zimekuwa mzuri, watu wamepata pesa na mabodaboda ziko, ndio sasa mambo imebadilika. Juu tunaona mpaka wakati mwingine unasikia kule chini. Sasa mashamba sasa yameanza kununuliwa kule chini. Wana attack hao wenye wananunua mashamba na kugawa. So it is like sasa imeanza kubadilika juu ya vile inchi ya Deya imeanza kukua.
Professor Kithure Kindiki has allayed fears of a go-slow in the security forces. This despite a wave of crime across the country that has exposed the security sector. The Interior Cabinet Secretary, whilst assuring the country of its safety, said the process to review police officers' welfare is in the works so as to boost their morale as they go about securing the country. Samogina now reports.
The Interior Cabinet Secretary convened a security meeting of the top command of the National Police Service across the country. The meeting with the security bosses overshadowed by a spate of crime across the country that has exposed the vulnerability of the security sector. But the CS insisted the police force is working devoid of interruptions.
There is no go slow in the police service. The police are a disciplined force. They don't strike, they don't picket, and they don't go slow.
Criminal gangs have made a mockery of the country's security system, striking at will, running riot in broad daylight. Several people have been killed, injured and maimed in the recent spate of crime that appears to have overrun security officers. This as the IG gave criminals a 30-day amnesty period to surrender their arms.
You can neutralize criminals and you don't get the arms. So we are asking those who want to surrender arms to the IG is saying just surrender and disappear and don't look back and don't go back to crime.
In Nairobi, a security shakeup has been effected with Adamson Bungei installed as the new Nairobi Regional Commander, replacing James Mugera, who retired. Bungei was serving as the Baringo County Police Commander. The security changes meant to return sanity within the city that has experienced heightened insecurity of late.
Part of this meeting was to discuss how to make Nairobi safer in the shortest time possible, and therefore Kenyans can go about their businesses. Nairobi will remain safe. not in the short term, but in the long term, because our security forces are doing everything possible to ensure citizens are free to conduct their businesses without fearing to lose their lives or their property.
To boost the morale of police officers, the new administration is dangling welfare changes within the disciplined forces. The Interior Minister indicated the process to review pay and the general terms of police officers is in the works.
The government will be announcing the measures that we are taking to ensure that we review the terms, conditions of service of the National Police Service at all ranks through a public participatory process.
The Interior Minister asserted that he will deal with the banditry menace in the North Rift decisively. Sam Oguna, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
Meanwhile,
Okay, huyo ndio Kindiki, CS wa Interior, anasema kwamba usalama upo lakini usitarajiwe haraka hivi. Sasa mimi naelewa, naomba mnieleweshe tafadhali. Wacha tumlete ndugu Chaga nisaidie katika masuala, kwa sababu hii Kenya Kwanza inanichanganya sana. Wamepatia wahalifu siku 30 warudishe silaha, alafu watembee waende ndugu Chaga nisaidie tafadhali.
Bernard. Kwanza habari ya kushinda kaka.
Niko salama, nashukuru. Thank you. Karibu.
Okay, asante. Na mimi pia namshukuru Mungu, na pia niwasalimia wote ambao wapo kwenye comments section. Wote pia niwasalimia Gitonga, Faiza, Amon na wengine. Ukweli Bernard ni kwamba huyu mtoto ni yule walikuwa wanazungumzia pale siku ile wakati wa judgment kwamba huyu mtoto ni wa nani, lakini hakukuwa na ile wisdom ya King Solomon kwamba mtoto mzazi halisi kwamba ndio alipewa huyu mtoto. Ushaona? So uamuzi uliochukuliwa ndo haya matokeo yake tunayaona, kwa sababu the right person who won the election ndo alikosa kabisa kupata hiyo haki. So unakuta hii kitu kwamba hawa watu hawako ready, hawakujipanga, na tumezungumzia si mara moja si mara mbili. Kwa hii ni serikali ya vitimbi hivi, chekesho, sarakasi, mtindo mmoja, kwa sababu wakati wa Matiang'i hatukuwa tunaona jicho la kucheka wala la kubeza. Akisema hapa ndipo, mimi ndipo na ndipo. Sasa huyu ndugu yangu Kindiki ni kweli, lakini sauti yake pia tunatia mashaka. Kwanza pia inaka uoga fulani. Si kotini bwana hapa kwamba utajipanga. Lawyer na hii kazi ni tofauti. Kwa hivyo akabiliane na hali inayojitokeza katika nchi. Ahakikishe watu wako salama. Hayo ndio majukumu yake. Na wako salama pamoja na mipaka yetu iko salama, na kusiwe na mchezo. Kwa sababu kama uhalifu umeingia hadi vijijini, sasa ni tunaelekea kubaya. Kwa hiyo kama natuambia kwamba tusitegemee, yani usalama upo lakini tusitegemee kwa haraka, ni akina nani watakaotusaidia sisi kwa Kenya? So watoke wapange mikakati ya usalama. Swala la usalama wa nchi ni wa muhimu zaidi, na wakiona mzigo umewalemea, basi waregeshe kwa mwenye mtoto, waone kama kutakuwa kuna mchezo. Alafu swala lingine hili la rais kusema yeye hayumo na yuko tayari yeye kuhakikisha kwamba amemaliza hatamu zake kwa mujibu wa katiba, huu sidhani kama ni ukweli, kwa sababu sura mbele si roho, sura si roho. Maana kuzungumza hivyo ni hivi, huweza jaliwa roho safi na sura safi nzuri ya kuvutia, basi wewe mtu wewe kuwa na bahati hii, wewe una bahati hii. Lakini pia vile vile unaweza zaliwa na roho chafu lakini sura nzuri. Sasa kidogo unaweza mhadaa mtu kwa jicho, kwa kumchekea meno meupe, lakini haimaanishi ndani kuko usafi, kuna ubaya. Lakini sasa kibaya zaidi, uwe na roho chafu, nayo sura nayo mbovu kama ya chaka, hapo ndo kwenye mashaka Lakini zaidi, asilimia kubwa shana Mwenyezi Mungu humpa mtu sura mbaya, roho safi. Hivyo Wakenya tulitazama sura kwa maneno, kwa ucheshi, lakini hakututazama kilicho ndani ya hiyo sura. Ndipo basi tunayakuta haya, tunayaona haya. Matumaini ya Mkenya yanazidi kudidimia kila uchao. Ni baridi, tumbo zimejaa baridi kwa wale supporters wengi walioamini hii serikali kwamba yes, hapa tunakuelekea, hakika tutaifikia nchi ya maziwa na nyama. But kadri tunavyosonga, imani inazidi kushuka. Kwa hiyo asidanganya akasema labda pengine yule alikuwa anazungumza, mbunge yule, kwamba alilala akaota tu. Wacha nizungumze hili, kama halikuwa likidukuliwa miongoni, na kwa sababu Mungu anasema linalofungwa basi siku moja litekwa wazi. Katika hayo mazungumzo mwingine akataka kulifungua ili kusudi Mungu awaonye kabisa wananchi, awaonye Wakenya kwamba kule tunaelekea siko. Kwa hivyo asidanganya akasema mimi ni hivi, yatanyamazwa na kufungwa mwaka huu, kama nilivyotangulia kusema juzi katika mjadala kama huu wa kuhusiana na mambo na time limit. Lakini mwaka ujao, mwaka huo mwingine na huo mwingine, litakuja kuzuka. Shida kubwa tu ni kwanza kuingilia katiba na kwanza kuamend. Kwa hiyo sina imani, siamini kwamba anachokizungumza ni sahihi, kwa sababu ya rekodi yake. Anapotandika sipo anapolala. Hayo ndo mapungufu. Kwa kumobilize watu na mambo na politics, rais wangu ni mzuri 100%. Mimi namrudia kofia kabisa. Lakini if you come in terms of delivery na mambo na nani, hakuna. Kwa siwezi nikaamini, kwa sababu tayari kuna mambo ambayo tuliahidiwa wakati hata akiwa katika serikali iliyoisha kama makamo wa rais ama kama deputy wa rais. Vitu vingi tu alivielekeza, na ukitaka kumjua muongo Bernard, mtazame macho, hata yakotoa kabisa na kusimama kwamba hilo kitu nitafanya, hapo nitatia bilioni 10, hapo hilo jambo litakuwa kwisha. Kwa hiyo siamini anachozungumza kwamba labda ndicho kilicho, lakini naimwambia ndiye sie, na unamdania sie, sometimes anakuwa ndiye. Tuoje tuone. Hura nyamazi, baba nyamazi. Angalia mchezo utaishia wapi. Wakenya ndio watakuja kuamka. Huu moto utatengenezwa na Wakenya tu. Hizi njaa zinapozidi na mambo haya watalipuka tu. Ndipo mtu atakapokumbuka ushauri ulioekwa na Uhuru Kenyatta kabla hajaondoka mamlakani. Ndio mtu atakapokumbuka bidii na jasho lilomwaga na huyu mzee anaitwa baba. Watu watafunguka. na ndio wakati ukabila utaanza kuisha hatua baada ya hatua katika nchi yetu. Kwa hivyo masuala na limit ni uongo. Nikirudi kwa swala lingine ambalo ni la nilizungumzia intervene to calm na haya mambo na kugawanya mrengo huu wa Kenya Kwanza. Sasa kwanza ni sawa, waache tu wavutane, sisi ndivyo tunavyotaka wananchi, kwa sababu kama watavutana na sisi ndio tutakuwa tunapata nafasi ya baadhi yao kutaka kujua ubaya uliokuwa huko ndani mapema kabla hawajafika mbali. Kwa hiyo naliunga mkono 100% ili la wao kugombana, wabunge wote wa Kenya Kwanza wako sane pamoja na maseneta wako sane, ili tujue yale alikuwa yanapigwa huko chini ya meza kabisa. Wala hapo mimi sipingi kabisa Bernard, kwa sababu ndio tutakuwa kunajua leaks zitatoka hapo, ndio tutaanza kuona uchafu uko pale, kwa sababu serikali hii ya kuruwadi hata watu ambao hawajahitimu kufanya hizo kazi za either PS ama CS ama foreign secretaries ni kupeana tu, kwa sababu sisi ng'ombe ni wetu. Haya nataka yaishe, ndivyo Gachagua, naibu wa rais ndani Gachagua aone yale matumaini aliyoweka mengi kwamba yes sisi tutaweza. Yeye anasema tunaweza kwa akili zake kama mwanadamu, lakini akumbuke kuna akili ya Mwenyezi Mungu iko pale pale, na Mungu hachanganywi Bernard na uchafu. Kwa hiyo mkuu, hakuna hapa cha kujutia. Wacha wagombane watu wa Kenya Kwanza, wacha wazozane kadri wanavyo katika pande. Ndio nafasi yetu wa sisi wa kweli, na tuliona future ya hii Kenya wakati huo tukisema this is the right way, na wengi wakati ukipinga wakatuambia sasa mnatupeleka mahali hata watu wanalala kwa viti, huyo mzee analala kwa kiti. Tunahitaji nguvu mpya. Kwa hiyo tutegemea kina Dangote waingie nchini na wanabiashara, watu wafanye biashara zao, watengeze mapeni yao, mwananchi aendelee kuumia na njaa na kulipa ushuru na harama ya maisha. Hilo ndio tunalotegemea. Lingine Bernard lilonikwaza ama ni jana katika bunge, nilifuatilia kidogo pale, nikaona mambo ya kutaka kuwatoa wale wa makomishina wenyewe wanasema waasi, kwa sababu Chebukati na timu yake wanamaliza, hawa wengine pia nao waende. Kwa hiyo kuna mtu akatafuta jinsi ya kuandika mswada ukatuma jana hapo. Wengi tu wabunge Kenya Kwanza walisema ndio lazima chakachuliwe na ikiwezekana hawa watu waende. Jamani, hii ni serikali ya kulipiza visasi kwa wale waliwapinga ama ni serikali ya watu wote? Na kama ni serikali ya watu wote, mbona tunashuhudia haya mapema? Si kesi, ukisema kesi sasa wameingia katika commissioners. Kwa hiyo mimi Bernard nitafungia pale, lakini kalaiti kama utapata hiyo video ya jana bungeni kuhusiana huo mswada ulipendekezwa pale na speaker wa Kenya, angalau na pia tuzungumzie hii leo, tujue je ni haki ama si haki. Basi alafu tutamwachia Mungu, Mungu ndio mwamuzi. Kwa hivyo nitaachia tu pale kwanza Bernard, ili kusudi na wewe uzungumze mawili matatu, tukusubiri wenzetu waje ili tuweze kujadili haya masuala yanayofungamana na nchi yetu na kwa minajili ya vizazi vyetu. Asante Bernard.
Thank you Chaka, we appreciate that, na ni muhimu tuangazie haya masuala kwa kina unavyosema, kwa sababu vile yanavyoonekana ni kwamba ufahamu na ujuzi wa uongozi unahitajika sana katika Kenya Kwanza. Masuala ya commissioner inaonekana wameanza kuona kwamba hawa makomishona watawasumbua katika mikakati yao ya 2027 kama watafika huko. So wanataka kuanza kuandaa kitanda cha wizi upya ili wakadumu katika madaraka siku zote. So kuna hofu fulani ambayo ambayo wanajaribu kuizuia. So prevention is better than cure. And
mapema kabla haijatokea, maana unaambua huku kwetu huwa tuna msemo Bernard, tunasema hivi
yes.
yani hirizi ya vita huwezi itengeneza wakati vita vishafanya nini, vishachacha. Ni ile wakati kumetulia, unajua tunaelekea kwa vita. Kwa hiyo kule madamu tunaelekea kwa vita, acha tutengeneze hirizi itakayotusaidia. Yani ni zile beliefs za utamaduni na wa watu wa Mijikenda. Kwa hiyo tunasema inatengenezwa kukiwa kumetulia, si wakati vita vimechacha. Kwa hiyo it seems mpango ni huo kwamba hawa watatusumbua in future. Kwa hiyo ni lazima tujipange mapema. Lakini is this the way government should have supposed waende? So let's see, let's tuone, lakini sioni tukifika mbali katika hali kama hii.
That may not go anywhere because these are the newly vetted commissioners. Wale wa kitambo wangesema walipitishwa na ile bunge nyingine. Si imepitishwa na ile bunge imepita, and they are newly nominated. Their term is more. So kama wataondolewa mpaka walipe hiyo miaka 6. So utalipa miaka 6 mtu amefanya kazi mwaka moja. Hiyo itakuwa ngoma kali sana. But all in all, utakuwa unalipaje watu mshahara wa miaka 6 waondoke ofisini, uchague wengine na unalia kwamba hakuna hela. So kuna hela ya kulipa commissioners waende, alafu kuna hela ya kupunguza chakula na kusaidia wananchi.
Sasa kule waliwatia Bernard, kule pole mkuu kwa kukatiza. Kule waliwatia kuna viji makosa ni visabu kama 4 hivi, kwamba si walikiuka katiba, pili walijaribu kutisha nchi, amani ya nchi, of which yani kwamba misingi ya mwisho wa hii sarakasi mwisho itaisha kotini. Kotini ndio kule ambako tulikutia mkono. Je, haki itapatikana kwa hawa makomishani 4? Hiyo ndio swali langu najiuliza kutoka jana mpaka, kwa sababu kuwatoa kisheria ni ngumu. Lakini sasa kutokana hivi misingi na vijisababu hivi vinavyoletewa nani vinavyozungumziwa ni kutaka kuwasukuma mwisho wa siku wapeleke kotini kule. Tunakuelewa mimi na mwingine kwamba kulikuwa namna gani kwa muda huu katika uongozi huu. So ndo wasiwasi wangu unaingia pale. Wasiwasi wangu unaingia pale kwa sababu hawa wafanye kazi yao tu. Kile kilifanyika, hakuna mtu ambaye hana makosa. But madamu walifanya, wafanye, walete wale wengine wasaidiane, wao watu wafanye kazi zao. Si haki ya kumtoa mtu akitengeneza mshahara kwa sababu jambo dogo. Na kile kilizungumzwa kwale kwa sababu tu kilipingwa. Na kama watawapinga hawa, basi watueleze hot air ni nini? Sawa. Na ile ndio sio world good, sio world, watuambie.
Sasa hii ndio hot air yenyewe, kwa sababu history is repeating itself. Kumbuka baada ya uchaguzi wa 2017 kuna makomishona wangapi waliresign? 4 waliresign. Mmoja akatoweka kabisa, wengine wakaenda, so wakabaki 3. Okay, so IBC imeongozwa na hao 3, na hao 3 ndio walikuwa wahusika wakubwa wa dosari zile za 2022. Unaona? So inaonekana wanaona IBC unaongozwa vizuri wakiwa 3 kuliko wakiwa wote, kwa sababu wengine watasema hatupendi hii, hatuendi hivi. So wanataka tena kushinikiza hao 4 wafanye nini? Watolewe ili hao 3 wabaki, waweke mikakati ya wizi wa 2027. Wakishamaliza waleta hao wengine 4 baadaye, waingie wakiwa wapya, watengwe tena, wafanye maovu yao. So they are laying the same script of 2022 for 2027. And the sad part of this is that the members of parliament, our watchdogs in the parliament, are not able to see this, or they are enjoying it, not seeing how much they are hurting the country by destroying the systems that are supposed to function by themselves. Kuna video nimetumiwa na mama moja, one of us here kwa WhatsApp, nitakuwa naicheza hapa baadaye. Very heart soul searching video ya mama mmoja ametengeneza nzuri sana, ambayo inazungumza hali ilivyo na vile nchi inaharibika kwa sababu wale wanao nafasi ya uongozi hawajibiki kulinda nchi. Au wanafikiria kulinda nchi ni kulinda majengo na kulinda mashamba, lakini nchi inalindwa na watu. Okay, how are we guarding our education? How are we guarding our progressive thinking, our thinking tank? How well are today's children thinking better than yesterday's children? In my opinion, the millennial, their thinking capacity does not match the previous generation. And it is disturbing. And if it is that way, how are we going to be part of the players in the coming generation with the first worlds when we are working hard to go back to the fourth and fifth world? I think something needs to awake in us. Na wale ambao wako na uhasama wa kujaribu kubadilisha IBC ama kubadilisha commissions of IBC, they are not doing anything new. History is repeating itself. And when history begins to repeat itself, it simply means no lesson has been carried from the previous experience. And so we are going to suffer the same consequences of what we are complaining about. So tuache kujidanganya kwamba tukimtoa huyu, tutoe huyu, tuweke huyu, tutakuwa salama. Inji sio tu uchaguzi na kushinda uchaguzi. Inji ni uongozi, unapeleka inji wapi. Katika huo uongozi, vizazi vinavyokuja vimejiandaaje kwa hicho kisasi, kwa sababu the challenges of the coming generation are more complicated than the current generation. That's why we need to get greater brains and greater level of understanding so that we are prepared for the future. The world is talking about artificial intelligence. You are looking for the backward way to keep your Stone Age mentality and pass it on to the next generation. Something is wrong with this country, and the people at the helm of leadership are the ones cultivating, fertilizing, and protecting that kind of a line of thinking. It doesn't work. It is all traversing in all cases. We will not have competent doctors, we will not have competent engineers, we will not have competent teachers, we will not have competent parents. And what do we expect to be generating if we don't have all these people that are competent? We are going to be worse than Stone Age. And so let us accept that something is amiss and be able to fix it. Let me get that video ready so that we look at it. You can respond, sir. Bwana Chaga, una unmute.
Oh, yes, baba, yes. Nakupata,
Okay.
nakupata. Nipo brother.
Endelea nikiandaa hiyo video.
Ni sawa. Bernard, ukweli ni kwamba Kenyans ni lazima, let us wake up. Tutowe ushabiki. Tutowe mirengo. Tufikirie vizazi tunavyokuja. Saa hii tunafaa kushikana kabila zote kitu kimoja. Wote jicho letu tuangazie hii serikali. Kwa sababu tukisema hii tunavumilia kitambo tunataka kuirekebisha, it will be too late. Kwa wote tushikane mikono na tuseme hapana. Mimi ndio ombi langu tu. Tasimamishi hii hapana kwa sababu watu wapigane wala nini wala tufanye. Hapana. Lakini zipo njia, ipo mikakati ambayo hakika viongozi hawa lazima watuelewe. Lakini tukisema tunakaa kwa sababu tunasema tuipe muda, sawa, tuipe muda, lakini itakuja kuwa vigumu, na tusijiangalie sisi. Hebu tuangalie hawa ambao sasa wako wanakuja na watakao kuja, kwa sababu Kenya ilipofikia katika bara letu la Afrika ni nchi tajika, si kiusomi, si kimaendeleo. Ni nchi ambayo imebarikiwa na kuwa na watu na talanta. Hao wa Marekani wazungu wanaitambua Kenya ni nini. So hadhi yetu situje tukaishukisha tu kiholela kwa viongozi ambao ni walafi na watamaa na wasiokuwa na maono, na bado tunasema tuvumilie tu. Hapana. Sauti zetu zikiungana kwa kauli moja, hakika tunaweza fanya jambo, na simaanishi kwa sababu labda pengine napinga serikali iliyo mamlakani, lakini kila tunaliacha naipinga zaidi ni sababu sijaona matumaini. Yale tumehaidiwa sijayaona. Sasa kukicha watu wana mapya, kana kwamba wale waliokuwa uongozini wakati ule wote hawakufaa. Hawa ndo ambao ni wazuri, hawa ndo ambao wanaelewa kila kitu. Si hivyo. Uongozi ukiingia mahali, ukitaka uharibikiwe na uongozi, ni kumponda ambaye ulimpata hapo. Hapo ndo unapojitialana, kwa sababu Mungu ndo humchagua mtu kama kiongozi mahali na humweka kwa sababu zake. Na kila anaingia katika uongozi huwa ana mambo yake. Si yote mtakayofanya itakuwa pengine ni mazuri, fine, lakini pia kuna kitu ambacho anakiaka pale na Mungu amemweka pale kwa sababu zake. So mimi nikiingia nikipata maneno ulikuwa hapo, yangu ni kukusema mimi namshukuru kiongozi aliondoka kwa yale ambayo ameyafanya, kwa sababu hapo Mungu ndipo alipomwajalia napo alipomwajalia akili napo ili kutimiza haya. Mimi nami namuomba Mungu aniajalie. Sasa kama kiongozi mkomavu, napanga mambo yangu na wale wako chini yangu, kitamo ya kiiva nikiyasukuma kwa mwananchi. Ni kweli sipeleki pale kwamba naweka ahadi ya kusubiri, hapana. Naweka kweli kwamba kwa muda mimi nimeamua yani tuna plani ya kutengeneza jambo hili, na baada ya siku mbili kweli hilo jambo linakaa. Si kila siku makanisani mtu usimchanganye Mungu. Mungu si kitu cha kuchezea jamani, si cha kutaja tu hivi cha kuchezea siasa. Hiki si chombo cha siasa. Kwa tunapozungumza uungu haswa, lazima tuwe hakika tunachokizungumza ndani ya moyo wetu ndicho kilichopo, lakini kama ni tofauti, ndio haya tunayaona sasa. Kwa hiyo mimi kile nawaombea ni kwamba kama kuna machafu yamepangika kwa minajili ya kutulemaza na kutunyanyasa kama Wakenya wanyonge, hebu wafanye kama ule waliokuwa wakijenga mnara wa Babeli. Kila mtu ampe lugha yake, alafu tuone nani atakayejenga huo mnara. Hilo tu ndio ombi la chaka na ndio ombi langu, na namuomba Mungu anisikie kabisa kilio hichi. Kama hakika hali ni hii tunayotazama na kuna mengine mabaya yako mbele yetu zaidi, atusifikishe huko. Hawa wajengi wa huu mnara wa Babeli, kila mtu ataonyeshwa na lugha yake. Ndio haya tunashuhudia sasa. Wabunge wanamenyana huku, mara kumetokea hili, mara kuna lile. Hakuna ule mfumo kuonyesha kwamba yes, hii serikali hakika iko serious. Gachagua kitoka na yake, na usishangae kuona Mudavadi na Gachagua end time kila mtu ana 50 zake. Na hili jambo nilizungumzia Bernard hapa. Mbona naona huu mwingiliano wa majukumu? Vipi atakuwa Gachagua atafune Mudavadi ajue kumeza? So tunapoelekea usishangae Bernard kuja kuona kuna kila mtu ana 50 zake. Kwa hiyo Wakenya wenzangu, ni kusimama kwa magoti, kumuomba Mungu atuelekeze katika kweli, na iwe kweli, ili kama kunayo mazuri atuajalie nayo, kama kuna machafu ambayo yako mbele yetu hakika tuondolee, na kutuonelea ni sisi, maana sisi ndio tunaharibu nchi ama tutakaojenga nchi. Kushirikiana kwetu kwa umoja wetu, tutofautishe makabila, ngome, mirengo, si mimi ngome ya Eastern, hizi ni ngome ya Western, hizi ni ngome ya siwa wapi. Hizi ngome hizi ndizo zimetuacha mpaka hata kazi zinatoka, nafasi za kazi unatazama wewe ulitoka upande gani. Inatokea jambo zuri, unatazama huyu alitoka wapi. Huu ndo wakati wa kujikomboa. Azima na ndoto ya wanaazimio itimie. Azima ya Uhuru Kenyatta kuunganisha na pamoja na baba, kuunganisha kabila zote kuwa kitu kimoja. Hiyo ndio ilikuwa azima kubwa kuu. Ikaambwa handshake brothers ndio wameharibu uchumi, wakati walikuwa hapo hapo. Kwa kila jambo lilizuka kwa ajili yao. Wanyamaze. Baba nyamaze, Ura nyamaze. Sisi wananchi ndio tutakao simama kuweza kuikomboa kama tutashikana kwa pamoja na kuchambua magugu na mbegu. Siri tu ni kushikana, hakuna kingine. Siri ni kushikana tu kabisa. Mkikuyu, Kalenjin, Mbaluya, Mteso, Mjikenda, everybody tushikane kwa pamoja. Sisi wananchi haswa tuachane na hivi mambo na uongozi kabisa, kwa sababu kiongozi atakuja lakini atatengeza mshahara wake. Mimi na wewe kama nilivyozungumza juzi, kama ni mchungaji, wewe nenda ukachunge. Kama ni mkataji mkaa, fanya kazi yako, ulishe watoto wako, usisubiri serikali itakuletea chakula kwa meza. Hiyo sahau. Kukicha kila mtu ana wazimu wake unampanda kwa kicha kutokana na hali alionao nyumbani. Lakini ikija katika masuala ya kujenga nchi, umoja wetu unahitajika pakubwa. Ndugu zangu, mimi na warai, tuondoeni ukabila. Hiyo ndo silaha tu itakotupeleka mahali. Na tukishaondoa ukabila, tukishirikiana kwa pamoja, tukisema hapana, nguvu ya katiba yetu, maana kuilinda hii katiba ni sisi. Tukiachia tu wanasiasa washaiharibu kwa manufaa yao, kwa manufaa ya plani za chaguzi zinazokuja. Kwa hivyo kabla hawajaichakachua tunakataa nayo, kwa sababu haijatutimizia yale mazuri yako pale ndani. Hata theluthi moja haijamaliza. Yale mazuri yako pale kwa katiba. Tukatae na katiba yetu. Walinzi wa katiba ni sisi, si wanasiasa. Juu sisi ndiso kusema. Sisi ndio waajiri wao na ndio tunawalipa mshahara. Kwa hiyo tuwe na kitu kimoja, tuachane haya mambo mengine haya. Turudi kitu kimoja, tutengeneze hii Kenya yetu upya, ili vizazi vinavyokuja hakika historia hujirejelea. Hakuna haja tupigane. Hakuna haja kusukumana hapa. Ni maneno tu. Kama ambavyo uchaguzi ulikuwa wa huru na haki, si wa huru na haki, but uliopigwa na hakukuwa na umwagikaji damu. Hakika hata hili tunaweza lifanya kwa kushikana tu mikono, kwa kushirikiana wote, na tuseme jamani, hapana, rais usipeleke hapa, governor usipeleke hivi, MC wangu usipeleke hivi. Haya sio ambayo tulitegemea tulikutuma nao bungeni. Na katiba hatutaki nayo, hatutaki iguswe. Hadi tuone kweli haka kile ambacho kinatolewa pale, je, ni kwa manufaa yetu na vizazi vinavyokuja, ama ni kwa manufaa ya sasa kwa wachache wafaidi kutoka na hapa. Kwa Bernard, mimi sitaki niwe mrefu, but for real, napenda nchi yangu. Napenda nchi yangu kuliko kitu kingine, kwa sababu na imani Mungu ana kusudi na lengo katika hii Kenya. Ndiposa katika mataifa yote ya Afrika, lakini Kenya ni tishio. Na si tishio kwa sababu ya hati nini, ni tishio kwa sababu ya vichwa ambavyo viko hapa Kenya. So tukishirikiana hakika na kujenga Kenya yetu, it will be the most beautiful country in the whole African continent. But kuifikisha hapo ni lazima tushirikiane wote kwa kauli moja. Tusiongozwe tu na siasa mbaya, siasa ambazo hazina msingi, siasa za propaganda, za unafiki, za kuchafuliana sifa ambazo hazitusaidii kabisa. Asante baba, asante baba, asante bana Bernard.
Okay, thank you Bwana Chaga, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, wasia wako kwa Wakenya na ushauri mzuri. Tunaendelea mbele. Naomba tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu, usitazame peke yako, ili nao pia wapate uhondo kwa yale yanayoendelea. Ndugu Chaga, utarekebisha audio yako ama mic yako, inaonekana aidha inapigwa na upepo ama inatoa sauti kivingine. Kuna mtu alisema hapa, sijui kuna mtu analia kando yako. Sasa naomba ukaangalie kisha tutaendelea. Asante. Lakini I want to appreciate every Kenyan and every one that wishes Kenya good in participating in our debate. We just want to urge you, please let us work towards making Kenya better. Don't support what makes Kenya worse. Don't support what drags Kenya into the backward instead of it being propelled to go forward. There is no way we are going to compete with the world today by retaining the old system and the old way of doing things. There must be an adding to our understanding in order for us to be viable for the future. Don't be deceived. As long as our education is substandard, our graduates are substandard, we will forever remain behind no matter how much we push to get forward. So the best place to introduce great changes and enforce a better Kenya is in ensuring that our learning systems are generating people who are first world, people who have values, who love their country, who believe in their country, and are able to safeguard the future. Kitu moja ambacho kinashangaza kizazi hiki ni vile wazazi wa kizazi hiki wanataka kula watoto wao. Okay? Wanakula watoto wao. Na namaanisha kukula watoto wao inamaanisha ni the like in the 2 Kings chapter 6, there's a famine in Samaria, and the famine is fierce until people are boiling their children to eat. That's what I mean. Boiling their children to eat. Now, to eat your children simply means you are eating your future. Okay? Eating your future. Na ukiangalia tu budget ya Kenya na vile inji nafanya kazi, tushakula miaka hiyo imepita 100 tayari. Okay? Hatujafikia, lakini madeni yamefika huko. We have already eaten the future. And then after eating the future, we have finished it, we are still looking for how to eat it further. So we have eaten 2 generations ahead. We want to add the 3rd generation to it. And all of it, we are taking it to the grave. What's going to happen to the children and the children's children that we're going to bear? What will they find? A great country and a great nation is built by safeguarding the future. What is the government doing in safeguarding the future? Is it by eating it and destroying it, by giving us substandard education, substandard everything, and then they want us to take it sitting down? That is not going to work. And so if you are part of this debate and you are in support of the status quo, that is, let us eat for tomorrow we die, you are in the wrong place. Secondly, if you're not for the betterment of Kenya, improve Kenya, make Kenya great, you are in the wrong place. We really want people here to share ideas and bring up some spirited effort to secure the future by insisting that the government, the current government, performs rightly, and not this laziness and these excuses they keep giving us every day. That doesn't encourage anybody. And so everybody must style up. We must get what is rightfully ours constitutionally, or the people who are running the affairs to be kicked out of office. That is it, because we can't take this sitting down anymore, and things are not looking good. Things are not looking good. Let's not deceive ourselves. Well, I'll play this video. My Redeemer, inaonekana una shida na mitambo. Naomba hivi, kama unatumia simu, anzisha simu vizuri, ikaingiane vizuri na StreamYard. Kama imekuwa connected for a long time, kuna vile connection haikui stable, so stabilize it before you join so that you will be stable even to contribute. Don't insist on joining and rejoining. Restart your phone. My Redeemer, if you're able to get me, restart your gadget so that it stabilizes. If it keeps jumping in and out, it will not be stable enough for you to contribute. And also, you may need to check your what is it called, your VPN, kwa sababu kuna hapa mahackers wamekuja leo, nimeona wawili watatu wako hapa wala ambao wanataka kufrustrate show ili the fierce contributors not to be able to contribute. And so also watch out on the same. But I thank you everybody for inviting 1, 2, 3 people to join into the discourse. Don't relent. This is a struggle that we will win, and we will only win by insisting on what is right and what ought to be. Anything that twists what ought to be and wants us to believe that that is the right thing, that should be that should cause us to hold hands together and fight. I don't see any form of tribalism when we are faced with the same serpent or same cobra that wants to swallow us in an estate. The moment we are faced with an outbreak of a particular common disease or common problem, we will all be victims if we don't fight together to see to it that we arrest the situation. And that's exactly where we are as a nation. We cannot afford to sit back and watch our country go the south. We must ensure that everything is done well. So before we bring in another person, I want us to get this video, and I pray that you listen to it keenly just to hear what this mama puts across. I was sent this video by Mrs. Mbea. Mrs. Mbea is one of us here, one of our ardent followers, and I just want you to listen out to this, and then we'll get into other things. It's a bit lengthy, but I'm sure you will be able to get it. It's not too much. It's just 4 minutes or so. So please pay attention and invite somebody to listen out with you, because when right things are being said, we must all ensure that we hear and do rightly.
Hi, Mr. Mutembei.
Speaking about how much potential we are wasting for our children and for our Kenyan citizens, yet we end up importing brains from other nations. And this I am directing mostly to men, because they were the only ones that were created by soil as far as God is concerned, and therefore they own the nation. I am kindly asking the men of Kenya, with all due respect, why have you sold your birthright for soup through corruption? What is embezzled wealth compared to a genuine life? Kindly get us out of this menace. It is the right of every child to have quality education, to gather his own wealth and build his own nation. If only you can take a firm possession, own and guard this nation jealously, the government can achieve the health of its citizens and other pillars before 5 years are over. The government can manage to build enough schools and reduce the congestion, especially in secondary schools, bring the number down to a maximum of 40 in a class. This will enable a teacher to help all students in that class realize their potential and aspirations. This will help us as a nation to realize all professions required in every field. Once we achieve that, our people will no longer ask what the government can do for them, but what they can do for the government. Our people will prefer to live and build their own nation. They will not prefer to live in a foreign land. A certain scholar said that destruction of any nation does not require the use of atomic bombs or the use of long-range missiles, It only requires lowering the quality of education and failing to reach the full potential of a student. Patients die in the hands of such doctors. Buildings collapse in the hands of such engineers. Money is lost in the hands of such economists and leaders. And justice is lost in the hands of such lawyers and judges. These are the experiences that we are going through today in our nation, not tomorrow. People that are supposed to protect us are the ones that are running away from integrity, suppressing us, and destroying the nation. The collapse of education is the collapse of the nation. Our nation will never develop until we have a productive citizenry. It is the input of individuals within a nation that results in the overall development of that nation. We were not meant to take possession for possession or accumulation of wealth through corruption, but a disposition to service. If you take possession of leadership with an intention to consume, you will end up being consumed. And I want to repeat Job chapter 20 verse 15, the wicked vomits up that which they stole from the righteous. If they do not vomit, God will get it from their stomachs. Brethren, true greatness is a product of genuine service. It is your degree of commitment to service that determines your ultimate height in the race of life. We do not have to wait for another generation to salvage what is remaining. We can make a decision, own our problems, and purpose to correct our mistakes. If we have a genuine desire for the well-being of others, we will win the war against corruption, illiteracy, poverty, insecurity, and poor health. May God by his grace, and I pray again, may God by his grace help every individual citizen of Kenya. You stop stealing, stop exaggerating the prices or the cost of something. Stop receiving bribes. Stop it, and I declare, stop it completely. Men, if you stop it, a woman will not steal, I can assure you. If you start making Kenya, I can assure you, a woman will perfect Kenya. God bless you.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I believe you get the heart of that presentation, and it's something that needs to give us some soul-searching realization and appreciation, so that we don't just drift in life. We must ensure that we are taking responsibility, choosing where we are coming from and where we are going. If we don't do that, things will fall apart on our watch. So that's a very strong warning to us as Kenyans. And I don't know how set you are about the future of this great country, but it's something that we cannot wish away anymore. If we don't do anything about it, we will be in a bad state in the near future. So I urge everybody, let us participate. Now, there seem to have an issue with people joining the debate. I don't understand what's going on. Passionate, I have said, please, you need to restart your name, your gadget, so that it stabilizes before you join. Because if you don't, it will keep jumping in and out, and you will never be able to make the contribution. Somebody's asking who are the hackers. I will not name them, but I will deal with them in the moment I notice they are up to something. And then on the other hand, we want to have a debate that works out in the betterment of all Kenyans. Ningependa tuangazie hiyo video umeona ya huyo mama Mrs. Mugambi anapo angazia masuala yetu na kile ambacho kimeenda mrama na nchi yetu na uongozi wetu. Hakuna vile tutabadilisha goalpost na tusucceed. Kama tutaki kufuata mkondo wa mambo, basi hapo itashindikana. So naomba tu tuwe makini na tuangalie mambo jinsi yalivyo. You know, you can look at things from the perspective of what you want them to be until you lose sight of what they are. And the moment you cannot tell what they are, wanting them to be otherwise becomes impossible, because you may be changing what doesn't need to change and replacing what doesn't need to be replaced. And in the process, you end up destroying both. What needs to be retained gets replaced. What needs to be replaced gets destroyed in the process. So I believe ni lazima tuangalie mambo haya vizuri kabisa. And so I'll play another video, but narudi kuangazia hiyo video huyo mama na kile ambacho anazungumzia na vile wewe unaona Kenya. Unajua kuna wale ambao waona makosa na Kenya kabisa, na wenye ambao ni kama sijui kama umerogwa, sijui wana nini, kwa sababu mambo yanaharibika, lakini hawa waoni makosa yote, hawa wanaona tu mambo yako vile yanapaswa kuwa. And it's very sad that some of those things, some of those people are very elderly and they know what is right, but still they support what is evil, what is wrong, oblivious of the consequences of what they are trying to lay and what they are trying to put across. We must understand that if we start wrongly, work wrongly, we will end up wrongly. It doesn't matter what we meet along the way or what we do along the way. And so as a people, we must all wake up and realize that ni kubaya na lazima tumakinike kurekebisha kile ambacho kimeenda mrama. Tusicheze kana kwamba mambo yatajisoti yenyewe. What requires us to participate in making happen needs to make happen. One of the disheartening things that I see in this country is the caliber of leaders that we elect. Give them all the powers to reign and guide the nation, but their performance on the floor of the house and otherwise leaves a lot to be desired. I just want to play a video. It is not anything against anyone. It is just to give you a picture of what could be going wrong with this country. And we seem not to be awake to the same, or we want to push everything under the carpet. Let's watch this.
Or any notice to the public on the buying the subsidy fertilizer, nor any report the effectiveness and progress of the program. Arising from the foregoing, I seek that the chairperson of agriculture the chair has not realized any communication or any notice to the public on the buying the subsidy fertilizer, nor any report the effectiveness and progress of the program. Arising from the foregoing, I seek that the chairperson of agriculture the chair.
I reserve my comments, but if that is how the head looks, I don't know how the other side looks, but this is our country, and we must own up our problems in order to solve them. And if those are the people we are expecting to sort out our mess, we should be prepared to remain in that mess as long as it lasts. We must appreciate that competence is necessary. In leadership, we must appreciate that we must first of all become the best before we become fast. This aspect of being fast and then look on how to become the best is a major, major problem in this country. We must first of all become the best, then we can be fast. Not the other way around, that we become fast and look on how to become the best. Kenya needs help right now. We have put incompetence in office. Incompetence will give us incompetent outcomes in all spheres. Let's understand, we will not lay the bed this way and lie on it that way. So as a country, who are we giving authority to lead us? Who are we electing? After we have elected, then let's be prepared to live by those consequences, or be wise enough to change what's happening. Because hapa kujidanganya. Passionate is asking what is going on with the studio. Nothing wrong with the studio. Just get your gadget right. If you're joining into the discourse, use YouTube. Log in using YouTube, because our logging system using Facebook has a problem. I keep announcing that. That is why we are not streaming live on Facebook with Mtembei TV and Mtembei TV channel and Mtembei TV profile, because there are issues with Facebook. That needs to be sorted out. So when you're joining, use the link that is on YouTube, then log in using your YouTube channel, utaingia moja kwa moja. Na kama hujawahi kuwa kwa studio, wakati una join mara ya kwanza, lazima usign in. There is a signing in process that will lead you into the studio. So I don't think there is anything wrong with the studio. I have checked, my back office is fine. So stabilize your gadget. When you stabilize your gadget, it will be able to do that. Reboot your gadget with wherever active StreamYard. If you're using phone, probably you may need to download the StreamYard app from the Google Play Store or whatever, and then that may stabilize your connections. But from my end, everything is fine. So passionate love for Christ, organize your gadget and come. But I saw the same thing happening with you and my Redeemer. It has something to do with your gadgets and not the studio generally. Kulingana na sehemu nilipo, naona kila kitu iko shwari. So unless otherwise. So jaribu karibuni, ili tukajadili haya kwa kina. Ni muhimu kuambiana ukweli. Hatuwezi kuwa na dereva mbaya na safari ikuwe salama. It is not possible. So lazima turekebishe masuala kuanzia juu mpaka chini. Lakini hii masuala mnadanganyana kwamba time will heal, time will take care of everything. Time does not take care of anything. Time only helps you when you by what you put in that time, not by it passing, by what you put in that time. So if you have 7 hours and you do nothing in 7 hours, 7 hours will not help you. It is what you put in the 7 hours that determines whether the 7 hours will improve you or repeat you where you are, or push you backward. So this business of us waiting and hoping and praying, it will not change anything. Hatuwezi kubadilisha nchi tukichagua ama tukisaidia wale wako na nini, tunaachilia wale ambao wako na akili ndogo, okay, watawale wenye akili kubwa. It will not work. Any civilization is led by the sharp, okay? It is not led by the dumb. Wacha nisiongee sana. Ndugu Chaga amekuja kunisaidia. Tutaendelea na hii debate. Karibuni wale mko kwa nini? Kuna Maria Kacha anasema rejesha hiyo video. Video ipi? God help me. Okay, tulia hapo nitaicheza hivi karibuni, subiri tu hapo. Naona Maridima amekuja basi. Si unaona mambo imekuwa stable. So kwa vile hiyo video ni fupi, nitaicheza tu sasa hivi. Okay.
Notice to the public on the buying the subsidy fertilizer, no any report, the effectiveness and progress of the program. Arising from the foregoing, I seek that the chairperson of agriculture the chair.
Okay, Eli Omondi anasema the English language is not the problem. There are actually people speaking without polishing their mother accent. I think it means mother tongue. Accent, very good thing. She needs to understand what she's saying, and that is the problem. I agree with you. She's been given a paper to read, and she has reading problem. And the reading problem is as a result of her not being able to internalize what she's supposed to table. And now she's just reading because she's been given a paper to read. Now, even as a newscaster, you don't just get news and read. You rehearse, you check out. There are some names that are complicated in pronunciation. You make your exercise so that when you go to finally make the presentation, you will not be seeing that thing for the first time. So if she has a problem in pronouncing subsidy, okay, or subsidized fertilizer, she should have done that kwacho. Nyuma ya curtain. Samahani. Nyuma ya curtain afanye mazoezi kabla aje kwa floor of the house. So kama haya ndio tunapeleka mbele na tunasema hao ndio viongozi, hao ndio waheshimiwa, basi heshima hii nchi iko mbali sana. So it is about time we began telling each other the truth, na tuache kudanganyana hivi tukifikiria kwamba sisi ndio wenyewe, kumbe sisi ndio tumepatikana. Ati tumepata, kumbe tumepatikana. Inji hii tusipochunga tumepatikana. Asante lakini. So let's Chaga, kama unala kusema dakika moja tu, tuleta hao wengine ambao hawajasema chochote. Karibu.
Asante. Mimi yangu leo nitazungumzia, nimeingia tu wakati nikiwa nimetoka, nimeingia tu mahali nikaona hustler fund imezungumziwa upya, kwamba sasa utakuwa unaweza access kama vile freezer. So instead ya kulipa 365% kama vile wamedaisha kwamba kwa freezer sasa hivi kwa mwaka unalipia at a rate of 65%. But hii hustler sasa utakuwa unalipa 8% kwa mwaka. Kwa siku itakuwa ni kama 0.00 something. Kwa utakuwa unaweza access kwa mama mboga na bodaboda. Nadhani hizi habari ni njema, watakuwa ni kuingia tu kwa simu yako, hakuna mambo mengi, na kuweza kuaccess hii kama vile freezer. lakini uhakikishe kwa kila 1000 unayoiomba ni lazima usave shilingi 20. Yaani bila kusave hapo mtagombana, na mambo na hasla lazima ungie kwa kusave. So najaribu tafuta hivi kwa sababu siwezi nikakurushia hapo, maana sijajua huo mfumo, maana mimi na ule wa Nyandarua wa county mwenye ndio anazungumza tuko pamoja, maana wote ndio hivyo vizungu vilitupita pita huko. But ningewish kama ningekuwa na uwezo ningekutumia hiyo video ya sasa hivi ya mheshimiwa rais wetu mheshimiwa Ruto yenye ameizungumzia hapo sasa hivi. Ninafikiri iko kwa Citizen. Nafikiri habari hii ya saa 3 akidescribe ataanza kwa awamu ya mahasilas kwanza, mambo mamboga wa access, alafu aingie kwa awamu ya pili ya 3 ya wale ambao wana vikundi, hadi mwisho wa siku wafikie ambao ni hao wenye cooperative banks. Kwa hivyo hilo tu ndio litaka kulizungumzia, alafu kama utapata hii video tuweze kujadili na wenzetu kwa pamoja, tuangalie ya 8% inaozungumziwa is it really ama ni kitu ambacho pengine pia nacho ni cha kutuhadaa. Asante.
Thank you for that. Let me see if this is the video that is talking about that. Just a moment. Here we go.
Walagai wengi na kuwapora fedha zao, huku waliolagaiwa ndani ya mtego huo wakidai kuporwa kima cha takriban shilingi 300,000. Kadhalika imebainika kwamba kando na soko la Kikuyu, maeneo mengine ambapo watu wamehangaishwa na walagai ni soko la Udhiru, Kangemi, Kinoo na soko la Wangige katika eneo bunge la Kabete. Tayari uchunguzi umeanzishwa, huku wachuuzi wakiomba serikali kuwa macho na kuwalinda wananchi walio hatarini ya kupoteza fedha zao mikononi mwa walagai wanaotaka kujinufaisha na ahadi ya Rais William Ruto ya kutoa mikopo ya riba ya chini kwa watu wa chini ya mpango wa Hustlers Fund.
Na kwa kweli kama ulikuwa unapata kama umequalify, kulikuwa na form walikuwa nazo, unajaza zile form ndio unaweza kuqualify hiyo loan. Akaniambia wanapeana loan na ile loan yao interest ni 3.5% na wanapeana kulingana na statement ya M-Pesa, na waliweza kunifungulia app yangu ya M-Pesa na wakaona nimequalify 295.8 na wakaniambia wanaweza nipatia 7,000 na hiyo pesa nitapata siku ya Monday muda wa saa 3 ya usiku. Hii soko yetu ni kubwa, iko na idadi ya watu, na kulingana na ile pesa ambayo mimi nasikia malalamishi kwa watu ni 1,300.
Nilikuwa nalipwa na coach. Sasa nikaona immediately nikaona nime-withdraw 80,800. Nikaona nika-withdraw. Sasa nikukaa nikaona nimetumia mtu 15,900. Kukaa nikaona wamefulisha. Kukaa nikaona wamejitumia hiyo 270. Sasa nikashindwa nani nimetumia pesa na mimi sija withdraw, sijafanya nini. Nikawauliza pesa bila garanta, bila saving, inakuaje hii pesa? Wakaniambia ni bottom up ile ya Ruto. Kwa hivyo tunaanza na bottom up, na Ruto amesema Safaricom ipeane pesa kwa mwananchi. Kwa hivyo sisi tukisikia ni president wetu ametumana, tulifurahia, tukafikiri anajua shida zetu. Sasa kusikia sio Ruto, tukachangana, tukaambiwa hakuna kitu kama hivyo.
Okay, there are people cashing in on Hustler Fund before even the fund is launched. So everybody be on the lookout. Kenyans a very interesting lot. Itonga nasema Bernard Kizungu, tuachie ndugu zetu akina Obama, Onyango, Owino. Huku kwetu ni ukabila na uroho na mbesha. No. You are great people, and we just need to get our act together. Unajua, ikifika kwa masuala ya uongozi ni muhimu tuweke mbele kiongozi, tusiweke mbele shabiki, tuweke mbele kiongozi. Even in school, au kukuwa tu class monitor kwa sababu we ni monitor or you have monitoring spirit. Ulikuwa class monitor based on your ability to lead others, and your ability to lead others by being the right example. That's what made you qualified as a prefect or qualified as a class monitor. Mbona tukifika katika maisha ya kawaida tunasukuma mbele wa ambao hawafai, huku tukisema eti tunafanya nini? Tunataka huyu ndio anapendwa na watu, ama huyu ndio anasupport ya watu wengi. Why can't we put competence as a consideration as we elect and choose leaders, and not just electing leaders? Let it be on the selection process. How watu kabla waende nomination, are they qualified? Why is it a requirement that they should be at least Form 4 leavers? I mean, qualified, we have done fourth form, or they have gotten a degree, or they have gotten some college training. Why are those conditions are there by IEBC, and IBC gives us a list of incompetent people for us to choose among them? We should just stop them at the initial stage, not even for them to make to the ballot, so that there is no excuse of saying ni wananchi walichagua. Kabla hao watu wa make to the ballot, are they qualified? Are they capable? Because after the ballot, anything can happen. People can be, swayed, and they will be able to vote in anyone. So if we prevent it before it gets to the ballot, it's better. Other than us, even after ballot, look at the nominations. Look at the people we are putting in the cabinet. Look at the kind of cabinet we are putting forth to help progress Kenya. They are not encouraging, and so tuchague. Kama walisema hata degree takikani, uongozi unaweza kuwa kiongozi hata kama hujasoma na okay. Utu uzima ni what is this? Ama busara? Movie, unamaanisha movie ama umuvi? What is umuvi? Utu uzima, huwezi kuwa kwa nini ukiwa nyuma ya kamera? Show your face. Roda, vipi lakini? Pole Roda, we can't get your audio is not working. We can't get what you're saying. Work on your audio first. Thank you. Utu uzima upo aupo? Okay, thank you very much. So it is important that we blame ourselves for having incompetence in high office. And the Bible says, woe unto you if thy king be a child, or thy prince be a child, and that they eat in the morning. The land is at a risk when the people charged with the highest responsibility are incompetent, and their children. That means they are inexperienced. They have no idea what is happening. Say, if you give, it's just like giving your toddler the key for your car and sit in the back seat, and you want your toddler to drive. If he's able to start the car, you must be able to end your life. That is it. So it is important that we all understand that if we will have a country that is reliable, a country that is progressive, then we must choose competence. We must choose excellence. We must choose the best among us to lead us. We don't put the worst among us ahead and expect to get the best out of the country. It doesn't work that way. So we angalia bunge, yule mtu ulituma bunge anaweza anatosha mboga ama atoshi mboga? Kabla tuanze kulalamika nini kinachoendelea. ona FCS wa interior vile anaongea. Okay? Ni kama hata yeye mwenyewe amepotea. So kama hawa ndio wanalinda usalama wetu, sasa usalama utatoka wapi? Wewe unafikiria wezi wajinga? The thieves are not stupid. They know how to go about their business. And so you must be wiser 10 times better than them for you to catch them. Kenya is in serious problem. Tukubali, tuanze kurekebisha mara moja. Karibu Roda, vipi lakini?
Poa sana. Leo kuna baridi huku, baridi imekuja mingi sana, lakini baridi imbariki. You know,
Sawa.
I'm so...
Nairobi kunanyesha pia, baridi pia iko.
Okay, huku najua ni kwa winter, ni vile, si unajua. Tunagoja saa hii snow ikuje, inakuja hii mwezi before Christmas. Tunakuanga na white Christmas. Without snow, no Christmas. That is a culture. So we are expecting we have a snow. Anyway, I see what is going on in our country. It's, you know, I'm always get sad when I see the news every day. Anyway, I don't know. Kenya yetu si ile tulikuwa tunajua. Siku ya Jubilee tulikuwa na watu very very intelligent, watu very smart, watu wako na a lot of integrity. Wagavana wote wanafanya kaunti zima ni watu wako smart, ni watu wako na knowledge, ni watu wamesoma university, ni watu wamekuwa politician, maybe wamekuwa member of parliament, maybe wamekuwa DO, something like that. At least they have knowledge. Lakini hii serikali naona wanachukua watu hawajasoma, watu hawana knowledge. Sijui kama walikuwa wanachukua watu, unaona kama uko side za central. Nikisema central nasema everywhere, even Nyandarua County. Wanasemanga Mlima Kenya. That's the way I had when I came here. I didn't know about. I know all. Sasa wakasema ati ni UDA. Na walikuwa nachukua watu wengine hata wajaenda shule. People they don't know. They don't have knowledge to work for the government. It's really sad. Yani unachukua mtu unasikia alikuwa ana drive huko motorcycle huko na ajai soma, ajui knowledge. Na watu wale walikuwa MCA belani, watu wamesoma, ni watu wako na knowledge, wanaokota watu huko. Ingia chama cha UDA na ni pesa zetu tunalipa skat, ni pesa zetu wanawalipa mishahara, na ni watu wajasoma, ni watu hawana integrity, si watu very ni watu smart, kwa sababu we want at least people who have knowledge, people who have finished high school, they have a certificate for high school, maybe degree D or C. At least MC needed to have an education for high school, at least C+. Somebody have at least good English, somebody have a lot of knowledge, because akigia county government ni mtu atakuwa kumanage your county. What can we do in our hospital? What can we do in our agriculture? But if people they always think to work in the government is you can wake up in the morning, you can be the governor. No, it doesn't work like that. You need to have knowledge. You need to study university, the law. Unaona, what is the law about Kenya? What is the law ukiwa president? There are things you cannot do. What is the law to be the member of parliament? But nowadays, naona kila mtu anatolewa huko. They don't know who they are. Wanaokota juu chama tu. We care about the party, but we don't care about people. We don't care about our country. Our country is better than anybody else. Hata watu wale kama naona leo Bill Gates alikuwa Kenya. Bill Gates is very educated. That's why he's a billionaire. He didn't wake up in the morning to be a billionaire. No. To be a billionaire, you must be very smart. To know how to make money, you must be very smart. You must be very, very, very. So, our country, unajua, Kenya is a country we need to be very example like United States of America. We need to follow them because we have to go the same katiba. Unaona, kama tukiona kama nini Barack Obama ni former president. Unaona vile Barack Obama he get a good retirement, akajengewa na serikali nyumba huko White House with good environment, fantastic house. Naona kama mtu kama Uhuru akienda huko Congo akifanya kulete peace, I feel ashamed. Actually I was crying today when I saw video mtu alikuwa president of the state anaenda place kama Congo ku bring peace, anaenda kwa studio na uliza maswali. Mtu alikuwa mtu need to bring the peace whole, mtu alijulikana whole world, alikuwa na represent Kenya. Kuna siku aliongea hii nini United Nations, aliongea baka nikasikia wow, I'm proud to be a Kenya. Unajua saa zingine tunaangalia kabila, lakini tuangalia wewe mtu vile jina yetu anatutengenezea. Let me tell you, if you're waiting for great to come to make your country, you'll be lost. You'll be lost. If you're waiting, hey, let me tell you, we must fight. We must fight our country. If we are waiting anybody to build for our country. Now watu nataka kuchukua vile mali tumejenga. What we have done our country, what we have development, they feel jealous for us. Unajua watu wengine wanasikilia Africa very jealous because they know Africa, we are very smart. Africa will be the future. People, they always say Africa is the country of the, is a continent of the or the revival. Is a country will bring the revival whole world. Whole world, we always look Africa. If there is a peace in Kenya, even we get peace in London. But if there is no peace in Kenya, London cannot get peace. But we always take things for granted. People, they know black people. We have a lot of blood, hot blood when they come about the Spirit of God. But we always put us down. We put our country. We don't love our country. Kama hivyo tunaharibia jina, tunapeleka mtu kama Uhuru huko Kongo kufanya peace. Instead of tumpatie kazi mzuri, ana represent Kenya. Yani tunaonekana, Kenya wana treat their vice president. Kwa nini huko Amerika wakutiti Obama vibaya na tuko the same constitutions? Na Obama amejengwa manyumba mingi sana na akajengwa nyumba mzuri na retired. Sasa hii Obama, what is doing in America? He bring together his community, black community together. Anaenda Chicago, anawatengeneza nini? Anawatengeneza what they need to do. Anawaleta akona organization ku bring young people, you know? Lakini instead of we could give like Uhuru Kenyatta, go every county, do something. County government, you can visit every county, every school. Tunampatia kazi ya kuendelea na nini. Somebody, you know how Uhuru have been fighting for that guy for 10 years. Naona vile amejenga mabarabara huko nini. Everywhere. Wa mabilo gidi wanakuja wanalikia hiyo Nairobi. Kwa sababu Uhuru ameshajenga. Kwa nini hawakukuja siku ya Moi, siku ya Kenyatta, they are coming? Because they know that we have something beautiful. Na hii vitu Ruto, you know, let me tell you, I've never recognized Ruto as a president, and I'll never recognize it because you have to respect yourself, and I respect you. I don't recognize you like a president because you don't respect our president, Uhuru Kenyatta. You have never seen him like a president. You have never seen him like, he didn't value him. They didn't treat him in ceremony. Do you think I recognize him? I'll never recognize. I don't respect him. Miss him respect. I don't value him. If you want people to respect you, you have, if you could follow constitution and our democracy, what we did in Mzee Moi when he retired, I could respect all what did we do Kibaki. Unafanya mtoto wenyewe kumtesa, unampeleka huko villages Congo. Unajua vile anafikiri sisi tunafurahi. We are not happy. Kenyans are not happy, but we don't say here. We are not happy. A man who have been represented, a man who have been fighting for our country, a man who have been built our country beautiful. More centers, every Nairobi with a good and fantastic. We all esruko musakanio. Hafu Mungu watu naleta huko wazuku tuharibia. I'm not happy at all what they are doing in our country. Na mimi na watu wengine, pray for my president. What do you atina unamwombea? Unamwombea nini? Mtu hana akili. Ruto hana adabu na hana akili. That's what I want. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. You are starting up a storm on the comment section. But we look forward to engaging further. Let's get to working. Let me see. This my redeemer. I don't know what's up. Okay. One moment, we play this video and then we can proceed with the conversation.
Too late. Or you can wake up one morning and it is 5 years and you have not even cleared your throat in parliament. Bado hujasema anything. So let us, I want to encourage every member of parliament. The most important aspect of a member of parliament is to speak on all the issues, legislation, to ensure that there is oversight and to represent your people, the people who elected you. And while I encourage everybody to enjoy and to use that democratic space, while we believe in democracy and everybody is free to say everything they want to say, but I also want to say that while enjoying that freedom, and I will not ask anybody not to say whatever they want to say, but on matters changing the constitution, I want to tell you that the discussion on changing the constitution for parochial, selfish, personal matters is no space to go. I want to be very clear that as president, I will not participate in mutilating the constitution for purposes of serving selfish, personal, parochial interests. The same way we opposed BBI because it was meant to achieve selfish, parochial, personal interests. We will oppose any move to change the constitution. I will be at the front to say no to any change of the constitution, to change term limit, to change things that benefit individuals. Here, that is unnecessary, that is uncalled for, and it is an exercise in futility because it will not happen under my watch.
Okay. Utu uzima, sema. Maredima anajaribu kuja, sijui nini kimefanyika kwake.
Utu uzima ni umvi ama ni busara? Haya, jibu nalo Roda. Alafu haya mambo yanaongelewa kiutamu kana kwamba okay, sawa, kama anavyozungumzia kwamba hakubadilishwi chochote kwa katiba, that's good. Kwamba yeye hana biashara na time limit kabisa, atakaa mstari wa mbele, ndivyo tunavyoomba. Lakini yasiwe maneno matupu, yao ni maneno yanayoambatana na vitendo. Sasa tunachonitia wasiwasi Bernard ni kwamba si mara ya kwanza kuambiwa haya yanayotufurahisha kwa kulamiswa asali kwa mdomo, kisha baadaye igeuke shubiri huko ndani, kwa sababu si mara ya kwanza kulambishwa hii asali. Kwa hiyo wasi walifanya haraka tayari mipango kuitoa mapema, sasa ikawa ni mambo na kufunika, mwisho wa siku tena kurejelea pale. Kwa hiyo kama kakiri kwamba yeye katiba haibadilishwi na hana biashara na time limit, let it be, na hakisha ameongea na Mungu wake na anakizungumza ni kweli. Sivyo, tupo Wakenya, wapo wenye nia nzuri wanaofikiria kesho, na si kesho tu bali kesho ya watoto wao na wanaokuja, hasa vitukuu vyao, waishi katika hali ya nchi ambayo itakuwa ni ya kupendeza. nchi ambayo hakika itakuwa ni ya kumjali Mungu, nchi ambayo hakika itakuwa kila mtu anajivunia. So katika peruzi zako Bernard, hiyo video hiyo tai cha Mlecho Leonard Mambo, koti hilo hapo ingia ukiperuzi utapata hiyo ya Hustler Fund iliyozungumziwa. Ningependa sana hiyo video tuichambue pamoja kama utaipata mkuu. Kwa hivyo katika hivyo unaweza ipata hapo. Ukishaipata yenye amezungumzia, tuangalie hii Hustler Fund, maana iko karibu sana, mwezi wa 12 si mbali, na nimesikia pia ataanza ku launch on 30th ndio atakuwa na launch hiyo ya kwanza. So kama utaweza kuipata hiyo, I hope tutaweza kuichambua vizuri, but for now let's await and see. Kama nalo lizungumza litakuwa sahihi, basi litakuwa zuri. Mimi sipingi wala simpingi rais wangu, lakini nitampinga kama yatakuwa mambo yanaendelea kuanzia mwanzo waingie katika uongozi mpaka muda huu ni haya, nitapinga. But kama kutakuwa kuna mambo ambayo ni ya kutujenga, haina haja ya mtu kumponda. Kwa hivyo ya Ngoso apewe Ngoso, na ya Kaisari naye apewe Kaisari. Kwa hiyo hatuwezi mlaumu kwamba labda tuko kulaumu zaidi, but tuko katika hali ya kuweka usawa. Kile tunaona hapana, hiki kitatukandamiza, lazima tuzungumze kama Wakenya, na ni jukumu la kuzungumza, na yeye mwenyewe pia kakiri kwamba litizungumzwe. Kwa hiyo tumwambie Mungu edha mbadilishe, atuelekeze mahali ambapo kutakuwa ni kwa matumaini. Kwa hiyo nitaachia pale Bernard kidogo, nitaachia pale, but siondoki leo. Tuko hapo sasa, kuingia wengine kusingia mpaka utakapofunga studio. Tupo. Thanks Bernard.
Okay, thank you very much. Anasema is the master of double speak. I don't trust any of that claims, but hii ndio Kenya. Mambo huenda yakakanganja, lakini baadaye ukweli utajulikana. Nobody is wanasema only a fool does not change his mind, and so you will hear that not many days from now if that sails through. But all in all, it is our duty to safeguard the gains that we have made as a country, especially in the new constitution. There is a reason why there is term limit, and the term limit is required because it gives the citizenry the opportunity to change their leaders, especially when they are not performing the way they ought to perform. It is an opportunity to safeguard purpose, to safeguard the country and the country's resources, especially when they are being mismanaged by a bad regime. And so any person thinking that he wants life presidency, he will need to think again, especially everything being done for selfish gains is not for the profiting of the country, then it becomes very dangerous. Well, karibu sana. Nasema nini huyu? I'm still looking for the video for the Hustler Fund, but umeona unafiki ule upo na wa vijana. Nafikiria ni wale wezi, wale wezi wa van. Wale wezi wa van, wale wanasimama town, alafu anakuambia umeshinda t-shirt, then they come and get your secret pin and then use it to fuliza, to take loan and all that. Ni hao wamegraduate, okay? Sasa wanaenda soko kwa soko wakisema hao ni maafisa wa Hustler Fund na umetumwa na rais kuchukua details, watu wajaze form ili wafanye nini? Wapate Hustler Fund. So jihadhari, usikote kikundi cha watu wanaanza kuchukua form alafu unajipeleka huko. Utalipa yale ambayo hujanunua. It is important that
Very true. Yani wanasema pavunwapo ndipo paliwapo. Yani hata kabla mtoto hajafikia watu washaanza kula. Kenya bwana, achana na Kenya. Kenya si mchezo. Na hao watu washakula tayari pesa, Bernard, si uongo. Washakula pesa tayari. Unaona, so nitue macho tu kwa sababu
umekula pesa nyingi. Umesikia yule mama anateta, anasema yeye
kabisa.
alipeana details after a few minutes akaona ametoa 8,000, tena amefuliza 20,000 tena ni hivyo. These people are out to fleece the rest of the little money you have left, and you will go into poverty. Because kama wewe ni mfanya biashara na unatumia labda mshwari ama Tala ama Fuliza kununua stock yako, so uko na hiyo chance, au umenunua stock unapaswa kuuza ndio urejeshe ndio ufanye nini, then wewe ukwenda huko sasa ushafuliza na hiyo Fuliza hujaingiza stock imeingia kwingine kwa mfuko ya mwingine. Umechukua Tala na imeingia kwa mfuko mwingine, hutaiona tena. Umechukua ingine, so you are whatever you are circulating capital that was, let's say 50,000 that you would depend on as credit to run business, it's now inaccessible because you have to pay this 50,000 before you are able to borrow again. Now, if that happens to 5, 10, 20 people, it is businesses that we are closing. It is poverty we are enhancing. And so as we talk about this, it's a very serious matter. Na vijana wanachukua hizi hela hawatumii kwa njia nzuri ambayo pia itasaidia economy. Wanaenda kulewa nazo kwa sababu watakuja kesho tena kuiba. So ni kitu ambacho it has security perspective of it, iko na ujinga mwingine, lakini cha muhimu hapa ni kila Mkenya akuwe makini. Na hawa watu wako kila sehemu, wanatumia namba zozote kuibia watu njia tofauti. Niko na namba za Safaricom line 2. So kuna line moja huwa napokea, ambia dadi, niko shuleni nimefukuzwa, nataka geometrical set, tuma namba kwa
tuma pesa kwa hii namba.
Kwa hii namba ni ya
hao jamaa
usipige. So mimi watoto wangu wako boarding school.
Hilo la kwanza.
Bado napokea hizo SMS. So let's be vigilant to see jingize babaya. The country doesn't look good and it's not a good time to lose money. Let's just watch out and see to it that we stop this menace. Now we're going to play a video that is a bit disturbing. I want everybody to be on the lookout, and then thereafter I'll make an appeal to my group, and then we move forward. My Redeemer, itabidi nafikiria ubadilishe jina lako, ndio ukiingia studio inaonekana you have been cookies, wamekuku wewe, labda usiongezwe kitu kama hicho. Kwa hivyo you will need either change your identity, change your IP address and be able to communicate, because hakuna kutulia, unatulia kwa studio, ukiingia unatupwa nje, na sielewi kwa nini, but in case there is any other communication I will get. Otherwise, let's watch out, let's be able to keep be our brother's keeper. It's very, very, very important. Okay, let's watch this. You watch this keenly to get what is happening. It's very brief but very telling.
Angalia bwana. Boda hii ni boda, si ni usiku kwa corridor. Ni boda. Nimeleta mtu, ameleta customer wapi? Ndio. Come on. Ananyang'anywa pikipiki. Unaona? Na utaona kitu watafanya bwana. Si hata wakunyang'anya na wasiku wale huwa wiki jana bwana. Nataka kusimamisha bwana. Aenda achukue panga huko. Yeah. Unasema nini? Na panga alikuwa wapi? Alikuwa ameficha hapo, unaona? Ndio. Namtoa helmet basi. anatupa huko, anagonga, anakata kichwa.
What are you saying?
Kata kichwa.
What are you saying?
Ona bwana. Anakata kichwa.
Hiyo ni chuma.
Kata kichwa. Anagonga kichwa mpaka ikabondeka yote. Ndio anachukua na rudi.
Si amewaja huyu?
Anagonga kichwa. Ameua mtu bwana. Akaenda na boda.
Now that is happening, and the Interior CS says tusitarajie usalama hivi karibuni. Mipango yake ni a long run. It's in the long run. If you can pray for this country. If there is what you can do, please don't wait. This is not how to live in a country. No. Tuambiane ukweli tafadhali. Tuache ujinga. Ni muhimu tujieleze ukweli. Tujieleze mambo jinsi yalivyo na tutafute tatizo. This is so sad. And what are we turning into? Hata kama unataka kuibia watu, just don't maim people. Scare them, take whatever you want to take, but leave them alive. That's the son of somebody, that's a father to someone, that is a breadwinner. Unaweza chukua mali yake, lakini leave him with both hands. Ukienda kuiba matunda, chukua matunda lakini acha mti. Ili kutanyesha tena, itachanua maua, matunda mengine yataota, utapita hapo tena upate. Tuache hii story ya kumaliza kila kitu, unavuruta kila kitu, unang'oa mpaka mizizi. It is evil. We must have the sanctity of life. Value life. There is nothing like life. When you have taken somebody's life, you have ended that person. And so that's why I'm very angry with the Kenya Kwanza government, with the way they are talking. And that is the oh God. That's the best news the criminals want to hear, okay? That the government doesn't know what to do, and they are still planning themselves, and they are not in a hurry. We should give them like 30 days. Wachipange, ndio wakuje. That's what the criminals want to hear. So I don't know exactly how this is going to work out, but something urgently has to be done. And if we have a caring government, it needs to recall. Hii ndio wakati wa kurecall the retired police officers, kwa sababu wanajua jinsi ya kudili maneno. Wale polisi wote wako kwa leave, hii ni wakati wao kuwa recalled, kwa sababu the security situation is threatening. But if they are taking their sweet time, talking in soprano and hoping that things will sort themselves out, hii ni mchezo wanacheza. This cannot be happening. And then the government is talking as if hawana habari. This is bad. This is bad. And so combining this with the woman that died in Baringo, okay, of hunger and all that, please, as Kenyans, let's rally together. Get this government to do what they are supposed to do, or kick them out of office. Hakuna alternative. Hakuna alternative kwa haya mambo. Tuambiane ukweli, tuache kudanganyana hapa. Ati tuko na serikali ya vijana, sijui serikali ya nini na nini. Desperate moments call for desperate measures. Mambo yalipokuwa yameharibika security wise wakati wa Uhuru Kenyatta, okay? Ngaiseri alikuwa mbunge wa ODM, lakini alikuwa retired general wa army. Okay? So kulingana na records zake akawa anaelewa maneno ya security vizuri. Nini kilifanyika? Uhuru Kenyatta had to reach out to Ngaiseri. Ngaiseri had to reach out to Raila. Wanasema wamelemewa, wanaomba niwasaidie. Raila akasema kwa sababu ya inji enda. Okay? And when Ngaiseri came in after Olelengu, mambo yakanyooka, security kapangwa. Maneno ya bomb boo 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 everywhere every week ikaisha. William Ruto was deputy president then. Si eti ajui cha kufanya, lakini ni makosa kubadilisha kila kitu kwa masuala ya security. It doesn't work that way. It is bit by bit. Borrowing from my biblical understanding, Mungu anaambia wana wa Israeli, mnapoingia katika nchi ya ahadi, msiue kila mtu na kila kabila. Okay? Hakikisha kwamba mnajiongezea mashamba na makao kulingana na population yenu. Kwa sababu mkiua kila mtu, mkiua kila kitu, wanyama wa porini wataongezeka na watawameza. Because you are not enough. Everything is done bit by bit. You don't come in and overhaul everything. Kibaki took over from Kanu. Kanu was the worst government that ever. But he did not disturb the arrangement until he had settled down. That's what wisdom calls for. Hiki kinachoendelea ni mchezo tunacheza. Tunacheza na moto. Na utatuchoma if we don't take care. Crime escalating. And then the CS for Interior is talking like a choir master somewhere for Sunday school. Hapana, tuache mchezo. Hii is your Sunday school choir. You are dealing with people who can do anything. And then you show them your weakness. You show them your incompetence. May God help us. Nani huyu? Okay, inaonekana kuna shida kweli. Probably is my redeemer. Could it be with your location? I don't know, because everybody's coming in and stable. I don't know why your area is problematic. So kama inawezekana watafute Matiang'i mara moja, kwa sababu hapa sioni wakitoboa. Sioni wakitoboa. Kama mambo ni hivi, it's becoming very dangerous. And at times I use border transport because it's faster and more convenient. Now it's becoming very risky. Okay? Unaweza kuwa unasafirishwa, unaenda kwa ibada, umetoka kwa hii dini, unaenda kwa hiyo dini nyingine. Unamiminiwa marisasi bure, etu wana suspect we ni criminal. So the nini is becoming very risky. When it was the safest means of transport, especially kwenda kwa kona, places that are not that the vehicles cannot get to. But now it's becoming very, very risky. Wakati umebebwa, you are a suspect. Ukibeba, you are a suspect. And in the process, with our trigger-hungry police, you may just lose your life like that. So please, let something be done. DCI irudi mahali ilikuwa. Maneno ya kusikiliza Kashagwa anasema DCI itolewe kwa ofisi sijui ende wapi. Let the DCI go back where they're supposed to be. Let them have their reporters everywhere, kwa baraza, kwa nyumba 10, kila mahali. Ili security ikuwe stable. You can't have security from the top. You can only manage security from top to bottom. That is at every checkpoint. There is your point passing. Hata shuleni, mimi nilikuanga prefect wa chini ya maji. Okay? Prefect bila tie. And it was part and parcel of how to keep everything secure. So mtu akianza wizi, atakuja kuelezea story vile alikuja usiku akavunja loka nini akifikiria ana confess, kumbe anajistaki. So you must have your security apparatus in place, not this kind of wherever child play that we are being treated to. Okay. Okay, it's passionate love of Christ. Okay, Paul, I don't know what's happening, but we'll try tomorrow. Fine. Before I give to Dunia Ina Mambo, I think I'll play one more video. That this is very sad. Wacha tujitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba we do what is right. We do what is right. Tuache hii game ya kufikiria kwamba mambo yatajitatua, hayawezi kujitatua. Okay. Oh my God. Let's listen to your CS first.
Criminal activity within the city of Nairobi. A small group of criminals armed with knives and other weapons is terrorizing the citizens of this city, as well as a few other urban centers. Those boys who have dared the government and want to tell us that they can take over the city and make it a city of crime, we have also heard you, and therefore we are coming, effective immediately.
And I did not know. I'm sorry, man, I didn't do it.
Okay, thank you everyone. Let's listen. Dunia Ina Mambo, vipi?
Poa sana Bernard.
Karibu.
Asante sana na wasalimia wote. Na hope kila mtu iko salama. Tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu kwa afya ametupea bure. Na kila kitu ametupea bure, tunashukuru Mwenyezi Mungu. Hapa mimi leo niko na machache sana. Kwa sababu nimeona hiyo video ya security hapo ni worst bana, iko baya sana. So sijui wataongoza aje kama security iko baya hivi. Kwa sababu kazi yao, angalia security kazi yao ni bado na campaign. Kila mahali wakienda wanalalamika, wana blame. So sijui watafanya aje. Na hii security, njia yoyote unaweza maliza nao security ni vile walikuwa wanauliwa wale waizi. Unajua hapa Isili tulikuwa tunaijua mchana. Saa 6 unapigwa ngeta na watu hakuna kitu wanafanya. So sasa hii kirudi tena hivyo, sioni kama mambo itakuwa mzuri. Ataikana watu wauliwe. Wawizi wauliwe kwa sababu kama wanaua watu sasa na bembelezo nini? Na pia wawizi wadogo ndio wanauliwa, wale wakubwa unajua wanapewa security. Wale wabilionea wanapewa security. Wale wanaiba makuku, mafoni, pesa kama 500, pikipiki, hao ndio taumia. Sasa Bernard, nimesikia ukisema kila mtu asimame, nchi ni yetu, situngoje nchi haribiki. Hakuna mtu anasimama, hao watu wametuzoea Bernard. Masemeji gabi ndio unasimamanga. So ndio wacha tulale hata sisi pia. Wacha sisi pia tukue waoga. Kwa sababu fujo yetu kuna wengine wana benefit nayo. Ukua ngumu kwetu kuna wale wengine wana benefit nao. Sasa hata sisi pia tukue wapole. Tukue watu wa kanisa. Hata pia raundi tumeokoka. So raundi hata sisi pia tutumii nyasore wala tutumii bangi, tumetulia raundi. So hakuna mtu anaenda kwa barabara afanye maandamano. Hakuna mtu anaenda kwa parliament afanye maandamano. Kila kitu tutaangalia hivyo. Wacha jamaa walipewa kazi, walichaguliwa au ma PS na au ma minister watu wafanye kazi. Kwa sababu hata vetting ulikuwa unaona bila unavetiwa.
unaona huyu hafai kazi, lakini sisi wamewapea kazi, so utawasaidia aje? Kama fela anafundishwa na fela, result itatoka ni mjinga anafundishwa na mjinga, result itatoka ni sitatoka kumbavu. So wacha tu result itoke hiyo, kwa sababu hao ndio wameleta hizo result. So serikali ni bottom up, pesa mfukoni. Mimi najua sasa hakuna mtu hana pesa, kwa sababu bottom up, pesa mfukoni. Watu wa boda boda na watu wa mboga sasa ni wadosi. So Bernard, nimeangalia hiyo pande security ikanikumbusha kama video moja pia nimeona sasa, lakini nimekutumia pia ya France, ambayo hata nikisikia vile Winnie jana aliongea jana akisema ama western country si kitu ya kusaidia Afrika, au unajua unakuja kunyonya Afrika, ni kama kupe wanakula, wakisha shiba wanaenda. Siku umekosana nao wanaharibu kila kitu, hakuna anga kitu wanawacha. China ukikosana nao watawacha vitu, wataenda. Lakini ukosee Europe, ukosee America, ukosee UK, wakitoka kwa nchi yenu wana make sure kila kitu yao umeharibu. Example, angalia vile sasa France wanafanya Burkina Faso sasa hivi. Gari ambayo iko kwa ad wamepeleka tingatinga ukanyanga yote. So value gani unapata? Angalia USA bila alifanya Afghanistan wakati vita umeshindwa 20 years. Walifanya nini? Mandege, magari zote wameharibu. So lengo yao ni nini kukuja? Na Afrika wana benefit, Afrika wanaona hao ni wazuri sana. Robert Mugabe aliwaambia fuateni China ambao wako tu colonize, lakini hao wanatusaidia kuliko wale makolonize wetu. Kwa sababu kitu gani Afrika na benefit kwa Europe? Au kwa America? Au kwa UK? Hakuna, ni language tu, English na French. Hakuna kitu kingine una benefit kwao. Hakuna biashara unafanya nao unauza. Hao ndio unakuja kuuza. Sasa kuiona kumbe kuna mgeni juzi alitutembelea nani? Bill Gates. Unajua lengo yake kuja Kenya ni nini? Sikuangalia kama ile chakula yao itapitishwa. Sio ndio biashara zao. Kwani kitu kingine umeletea watu? Unadanganya hapa umekuja kuangalia mambo ya health na nini? Hakuna. So simameni kama wa Kenya, tusimameni kana Afrika. Lakini mambo ya security sana sana hii sasa bila imekuwa worst. Hii mambo ya security imekuwa worst. Kwa sababu hujui next ni nani. Inaweza kuwa sister yako, ndugu yako, mama yako, bibi yako, mtoto wako. So mambo ya security lazima tukue serious. Hata kama mtu naenda mahali usikue mtu mmoja, kwani kama watu wawili watatu for security, kwa sababu kama serikali hawezi toa security, polisi wenyewe wamewatisha polisi watafanya kazi gani? So umesema polisi walikuwa wanaua watu ovyo ovyo. So hapo pia umetulia. Na polisi unajua hawezi kuwa bure. Na polisi hawezi toka huko nowhere akuja asike Bernard hapa bila kukuwa na makosa yake. Lazima uwe na makosa ndio anakufuatilia paka hapo. So kama hizo security weakness security bila pia weakness court. So unaona paka leo nimeona lawyer anachapa mteja wake mangumi hapo left right. Sio wamekosana juu ya biashara, sio wamekosana juu ya nini? Wamekosana kulipwa. Court mwenyewe pia imekaa kama security. Court mwenyewe pia malawyer pia siku hizo wamechukua law kwa mkono yao. Na hao ndio malawyer. Sasa wamechukua law kwa mkono yao. Lipa au kula ngumi kwa corridor. So angalia. So next itakuwa nani? Lakini mambo ya security tukue serious. Tukue serious na mambo ya security. Kwa sababu bila sasa jamaa bila wanafanya imepita mpaka sasa. Hata kama wanawabembelezwa sasa kushikwa, wataka kuliwa, lakini ni mbaya sana. Kama Mr. President angalia hizo vitu, kwa sababu yeye ndio ako kwa cheo. Sasa asiangalie mambo mengine. Asiangalie mambo ya game, kublame watu, isaidi. So ni hiyo tu naweza sema Bernard, mambo ya security watu angalie sana. Kwa sababu bila imefika ni mbaya. Hakuna pale watu, hakuna nchi inaweza endelea bila security. Angalia hii nchi nyingine ndogo iko karibu na US, hii president yao ilikufa juzi umetoa maandamano. Inaita hayati siyo nini ya. Angalia vile sasa iko kwa sababu security hakuna. Watu wataanza sasa kuchukua silaha sheria kwa mkono yao na itakuwa aje? So mambo ya security, Mr. President akae chini angalie vizuri. Kama hao wale wamechaguliwa hawezi fanya kazi, wavutwe kazi walete wengine. Lakini mimi sitaki president awache kazi. Amalize 5 years, angeze hiyo 5 years nyingine kwa sababu hii misitu kwa hii Kenya ni government yao ndio ilileta. Jubilee na sasa yeye ndio mirudi ndani. So afix kila kitu. Akitoka awachie watu kama iko sawa. Mimi sitaki give up. Nataka endelee hivyo hivyo. Ni hayo tu Bernard.
Haya, dunia ina mambo. Maoni yako hayo, tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele katika mjadala wa leo. Nashukuru wote ambao mnajiunga nasi. Tafadhali endelea kukaribisha wawili watatu ili kila mmoja amakinike katika siasa zetu na mambo yanayoendelea katika nchi hii. Okay, swala ambalo tunaangazia kwa kina ni kwamba President Dr. William Ruto intervenes to calm the brewing storm in UDA. There are dissenting voices from the Mountain and Rift Valley who are saying they are being shortchanged and so they don't want to follow the said leadership. Dr. Ruto also denies the term limit claims and says he's committed to sustain and keep the constitution intact by serving his term and then he goes. I don't know how true that is. Our president seems not to have the habit of keeping his word, and so whatever he says must always be taken with caution. From where I sit, I'm entitled to that because I have assessed his politics since time immemorial, and sijaona ahadi ambayo amehifadhi haswa kama ameiweka kwa ajili ya mtu mwingine. Maybe he keeps promises for himself, by himself, for his benefit. But when it benefits other people, he's not in the habit of doing that. He's not in the habit of promising to keep his promise to the people, for the people, and with no personal benefit. But all in all, we are here to see what is going to emerge from this, because we have known our president to be a person that will look for anything to use to jump from where he is to where he would want to appear to be, including misquoting Bible verses just to get away with what he promised. And so it is important that we be on the lookout of all this. Cha muhimu, kila Mkenya awe makini. Please stay safe, keep away from trouble, ensure that you know your environment vizuri. Hii sio wakati wa kwenda kutembelea watu usiku. Hii sio wakati wa wewe kwenda safari mahala ambapo upajui and then be carried by everybody. I have my guys that carry me around, so I have to use them because I know them. Usibebwe na bike ya wale watu uelewi. Especially you can use the app, okay, to get those that are registered so that anything going wrong will be able to trace and find the information rightly. It is important that we just watch our own security so that we don't fall victim of these bad people. But if you're watching this and you're part of the bad group that is making life unbearable for Kenyans, please get back to your senses. Crime never pays. Crime may give you what will destroy you. Just work with your own hands. Build yourself up. You will be respected. Hii story ya kuwa tajiri kwa sababu umeiba, hakuna heshima hapo. Na maisha bila heshima hayawezekani. Hayawezekani. The worst thing is for you to be known as a thief. Or to be known, it says, it's a proverb, West African proverb that says, a thief is never as ashamed as his father. Okay? You will bring shame not just to yourself, but to your father and to your entire community by being a thief. There is nothing in crime. Keep away from crime. Work hard. You are a young person. You have energy. You have all your brain cells. Engage them. Money can be made anywhere, online and otherwise. Lakini, usiue watu, usiibie watu. It is bad. It's unacceptable. And anybody in their right senses cannot support that. Hata kama serikali ni inafanya makosa, tusitumie hiyo kama kijisababu cha kuendeleza maovu. Sawa sawa. Okay, there is this video I played later. I want to play it again, and then from there I will bring Duke to make his submission. I want us to listen to this very keenly, and just listen to what this mama is saying. It has touched me very, very deeply, and it touches exactly where our problem is as a country.
About how much potential we are wasting for our children and for our Kenyan citizens, yet we end up importing brains from other nations. And this I am directing mostly to men because they were the only ones that were created by soil as far as God is concerned, and therefore they own the nation. I am kindly asking the men of Kenya, with all due respect, why have you sold your birthright for soup through corruption? What is embezzled wealth compared to a genuine life? Kindly get us out of this menace. It is the right of every child to have quality education, to gather his own wealth and build his own nation. If only you can take a firm possession, own and guard this nation jealously, the government can achieve the health of its citizens and other pillars before 5 years are over. The government can manage to build enough schools and reduce the congestion, especially in secondary schools, bring the number down to a maximum of 40 in a class. This will enable a teacher to help all students in that class realize their potential and aspirations. This will help us as a nation to realize all professions required in every field. Once we achieve that, our people will no longer ask what the government can do for them, but what they can do for the government. Our people will prefer to live and build their own nation. They will not prefer to live in a foreign land. A certain scholar said that destruction of any nation does not require the use of atomic bombs or the use of long-range missiles. It only requires lowering the quality of education and failing to reach the full potential of a student. Patients die in the hands of such doctors. Buildings collapse in the hands of such engineers. Money is lost in the hands of such economists and leaders. And justice is lost in the hands of such lawyers and judges. These are the experiences that we are going through today in our nation, not tomorrow. People that are supposed to protect us are the ones that are running away from integrity, suppressing us, and destroying the nation. The collapse of education is the collapse of the nation. Our nation will never develop until we have a productive citizenry. It is the input of individuals within a nation that results in the overall development of that nation. We were not meant to take possession for possession or accumulation of wealth through corruption, but a disposition to service. If you take possession of leadership with an intention to consume, you will end up being consumed. And I want to repeat Job chapter 20 verse 15, the wicked vomits up the which they ambitious. If they do not vomit, God will get it from their stomachs. Brethren, true greatness is a product of genuine service. It is your degree of commitment to service that determines your ultimate height in the race of life. We do not have to wait for another generation to salvage what is remaining. We can make a decision, own our problems, and purpose to correct our mistakes. If we have a genuine desire for the well-being of others, we will win the war against corruption, illiteracy, poverty, insecurity, and poor health. May God by his grace, and I pray again, may God by his grace help every individual citizen of Kenya. You stop stealing, stop exaggerating the prices or the cost of something. Stop receiving bribes. Stop it, and I declare, stop it completely. Men, if you stop it, a woman will not steal, I can assure you. If you start making Kenya, I can assure you, a woman will perfect Kenya. God bless you.
Bwana Duke, karibu, vipi?
Poa. I agree with her that if we get education wrong, everything will be wrong. That's a fact, because if you see the current crisis we have, whether it's security, whether it is healthcare, whether it's the construction industry, it's because we have quacks or unqualified individuals in many sectors, especially the healthcare sector, which is a very critical sector. So if you go to an hospital in Kenya and you go to consultation, you find even somebody you are consulting is not a doctor, but he's pretending to be one. So we should have specific guidelines which strictly manages the education system and the qualification when it comes to professional practice, especially in the critical sectors like education, like healthcare, like security. That's why when there was a debate about changing the education system, the CPC, even right now, there is a discussion on how to change that, to adjust that. I've actually written a memorandum to the authorities giving the proposal that I feel that what needs to be transformed in Kenya is the professional education. When you are talking about technical training institutes, university education, we are okay when it comes to basic education, primary, secondary. There is nothing there. You have to have basic information. But when it comes to professional practice, that's the tertiary education. That's where changes must be done, fundamental changes, whereby students must be exposed to more practical experience, and so that they can be used to the actual implementation of specific skills which they have acquired, or what they are supposed to execute in the working industry. That's why, for example, you find in China, engineers are trained like 2 to 3 years, and they spend like 60% of their training doing practical work. In Kenya, engineers are trained 5 to 6 years, and they don't come out as extremely qualified. So something must be done in the tertiary education system. Coming away from that, I want also to give my opinion about the current security situation in Kenya. We are witnessing many insecurity instances, and the response of the government or the mandated institutions and authorities are not satisfying. However, there are critical things which we have to assess. One, you have to talk about the infrastructure. For example, if you have to know how many, the ratio of one policeman in Kenya serves how many Kenyans. If you go to some rural areas, you find a police station without even a vehicle. So, for example, if you call an emergency, those police officers have to walk. In some countries, in civilized nations, if you call that emergency line, you can have like 20 cars of policemen coming to that situation. But now, yes, we need an immediate solution, immediate act to manage the situation, but still we have to come up with long-term strategies to ensure that those who are responding, they are enough in number. Number two, they have enough resources, infrastructure like cars and all those things which must be used. For example, actually in average in a police station, you find that they want two vehicles. So if, for example, there is 26, I'm saying 100 emergency calls, there is not enough vehicles to address that. So that has to be. addressed. Number two, also we have to talk about the media. What has destroyed the media is actually the commercial enterprise of it. Broadcasting, giving news, it's profit oriented. So you find that the mainstream media and even social media, people are looking for clips or specific information which will excite the audience or which will capture the attention of the audience so that they can get more views and they can get more money. I'm saying that because there has been instances whereby there are a lot of clips in the social media, most of them which were recorded 10, 20 years ago. People are editing them and then they are reposting them because, of course, we have insecurity instances, but now people are trying to make money out of that. So also the media must have the responsibility of coming up with solutions. Even here in Tembei TV, we should be discussing about what has to be done. Of course, it's the response of the measures which have been implemented are not satisfying. We should be proposing more that A, B, C, D needs to be done so that to sort the situation or to solve the crisis. So about Ruto denies the term remit, that's why I said that he did not say, he's not the one who said that, it was somebody, but because he is the leader of the UDA, he has to respond to that. So he has said he does not want that and did not propose that. So that, as I said the other time, we are ahead when it comes to democracy, maturity, and I don't think we can regress to that extent of eliminating the term remit. So I felt that even if there was a discussion of that, maybe there are people who are trying to sway attention from critical issues which should be addressed. I think that it's impossible for something of that kind to happen in Kenya because it has to be done through a referendum, which all Kenyans have to decide. And before it comes to a referendum, 2/3 of members of parliament must. So it does not end in parliament. It will pass in the national parliament, then to Senate, then it comes to us Kenyans. So I think that process cannot be fast-tracked when we have a lot of issues and challenges which we should be addressing as a nation. So for today, that's what I can say.
So, Duke, you are denying the security situation in the country is not as is being reported. The videos that you are seeing are being re-edited and being reposted. Is it also the people who are dying are redying and being restabbed, or what do you mean? Secondly, the number of police officers in the country has not been increased. They are still the same number that Uhuru Kenyatta left behind. How come the situation under Uhuru Kenyatta was under control? We didn't have all these menace. Is it only in the increase of number of police that we will be able to remain secure? How did Uhuru Kenyatta and Matiang'i and the team do using the same number of police officers to keep the country security situation as it ought to be? I would want you to respond to that. But before that, let me respond to those asking for the channel of Mrs. Mugambi. I don't know the channel. Somebody sent me that video, Mrs. Mbeya. Mrs. Mbeya is one of us here. And so unless I research and find out where Mrs. Mugambi can be found, but I think she's a motivational speaker, and that video is meant for that purpose. we did not download it from her channel. Somebody sent it directly into my inbox, and so I decided to share it with us because it speaks to the heart and the soul of this great country. Wengine wanatuma salama, asante sana, niko hapa, nashukuru, niko mzima. Wala kuna yule anateta anasema ametafuta hii show for 2 days. Tuko na pole, lakini kuna mushkili hapa na pale, lakini tunahakikisha kwamba show inaendelea. But we'll try to do our very best to sustain the show. We are restructuring so that we are able to run the show consecutively, sustainably, without having the hiccups that we are having. We still have the challenge of starting the show in good time. And like I said, it is not easy to run the show every day as one individual, because it takes a toll on you as a person. And there are other engagement that I also have individually. And so at times I just can't start the show like you expect me to be here every day. And like I told you, I'm not an employee of Mtembei TV. I'm a volunteer, okay? Volunteer. So this show, I host it as a volunteer and give my time as a volunteer because I believe in this country and I believe we can make this country great by the conversation that we do here every day. So it's not a matter of nisipokuwa hapa bosi atanifuta. Hata kama ananifuta nitafutika tu kwa sababu nimefutika, lakini cha muhimu ni wewe uelewe kwamba hii ni kazi ya kujitolea, na kuna time nyingine labda hali ya anga ni mbaya, labda hakuna wifi. Kama saa hii nataka kuchangisha pesa ya wifi na tokens ili tuwe hapa kila siku. And then hiyo pia I'm still building up a team that may be able to step in and be able to sustain the show. In the meantime, tuendelee kufanya yale tunapaswa kufanya. Duke, I'll give you a minute to respond to my questions. Thereafter, we get the street journalist to say 1 or 2 things.
So that's why I'm complaining about the media. Remember, you are even now twisting what I said. I did not deny the security situation in Kenya. I even stated that I'm not satisfied with the way the government or the mandated institutions are responding to that. But what I said is this: there are main social media users and mainstream media who try to sensitize any issue which comes across. It's indeed true that across the social media platforms, there are a lot of insecurity cases, there are a lot of instances which are being posted which did not happen in the recent past. For example, many of you remember that clip where somebody snatched a phone from a police officer. It did not happen this year. I am very sure many of you are aware of that, but it's being posted. So that's a fact that there are some people who are taking advantage of the situation to try to make money out of that. And these cases, no, talking about the Uhuru Kenyatta managed the situation using the same infrastructure and the same number of police officers. These cases there have been a lot of cases in Kenya of the same. It's because media attention, the way, if, for example, if things happen and the media does not pay attention to those issues, then it cannot trend and a response cannot be recorded. So these are instances which have been there for a long period of time, whether it's collapsing of houses, we are witnessing that year in, year out, whether there are people snatching phones from people, crime. There are issues which have been there. It's only that the media, maybe there was political period, the media focused on political events and other issues, and they failed to capture that. But the issues have been persistent, and we need to have a sustainable solution. Talking about the number of police officers and the number of infrastructure like vehicles, those are critical issues for the police officer to respond. Assume maybe there is a police station which we have 1 vehicle and maybe there are 10 calls, emergency calls. How can they go there? And there are maybe 5. So it's very critical, the number of policemen and the equipment which they have, it's critical in ensuring they are able to respond to emergency calls. So that's what I can say.
Duke, your approach looks at security as a reaction. In my school of thought, security is never supposed to be a reaction. In fact, when the police are running around, that is the wrong approach to the whole thing. The police are supposed to abort any criminal arrangement and criminal activity by using the intelligence that is spread across the country. That is how security is managed. But if it's waiting for a call to jump in the vehicle and run, they have already lost it at that point in time. That is from where I sit. Probably you have a different school of thought. In the meantime, let's listen to street journalist. Abariela. Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. You click on that, yes, on the mic once, and then it opens you up. Otherwise, we can't hear what you're saying.
Okay, there. All right, can you hear me now?
Yes, that is it. Go ahead.
Kwa hivyo nitakuwa mchache wa maneno sana Bwana Bernard, na sana sana nitazungumzia kwa jumla sana swala la usalama na pia hili swala la kuongeza muda wa rais. Na ningependa kusema kwamba usalama humu nchini hauwezi kuimarika kwa vitendo kama tunavyoviona serikali ikifanya saa hizi, kwa sababu vikundi vya makaidi vimekuwepo kutoka zamani. Na kwa hivyo ili kuweza kukabiliana na hii swala nzima la usalama, ni sharti serikali ifanye mambo yake kisiri. Kwa mfano, wanaweza kutumia kile kitengo cha DCI kupata habari zao za ujasusi, alafu kisha baadaye wanaweza kuact privately. So this issue of them deploying police officers in the streets of Nairobi, it will not help them, because those gangs, wherever they are, they know what is happening, and therefore they are going to post their activities. And there's no any criminal activities that we are going to witness in this period when the police officers, the GSU and the whatever are on the street. So the government need to act like a mature government to end this insecurity in this country. It needs to use the intelligence of the nation to gather information and then thereafter act silently so that they can do away with this issue of security. Then coming back to the issue of presidential term limits, I want to say that Ruto is a very different president from the presidents that we have had, and President William Ruto, you can maybe unaweza mlinganisha na wale marais kama kwa mfano Rais Moi, ama ulinganishe na Rais Gaddafi alikuwa ni wa Libya. Kwa hivyo uongozi wake unaweza kuwa ni uongozi wa kiimla, ingawaja katiba ya Kenya haimruhusu kuenda kiwango hicho, na hawezi kabisa kivyake. Hata akijaribu kutumia bunge, itakuwa ni vigumu sana kwake kuweza kuongoza Kenya akitumia ile uongozi wa kiimla. Kwa hivyo jambo hilo nadhani kwamba haliwezekani kwa Kenya ya sasa, tukizingatia ile katiba ambayo tuko nayo sasa hii haimruhusu kufanya hivyo, na niko na uhakika kwamba wale wabunge ambao wako bungeni sasa hivi, ingawa tunaambiwa kwamba wanaweza muunga mkono kwa jambo lolote analotaka kupitisha pale bungeni, lakini kwa hili jambo moja la kuongeza muda wa urais itakuwa ni shida na itakuwa ni kazi ngumu sana kwake, na hata Wakenya wengi tu hakubali kitu. Kenya wakitokea kwenye mitaa wakiwa na strikes na kila kitu kupinga jambo hilo, na ni jambo ambalo haliwezekani kabisa. Kwa hivyo mimi nikimalizia, ningependa tu kusema kwamba Kenya bado tuko na shida kubwa sana. We still have a lot of problems, na hususan kwa hizi serikali ambazo naingia mamlakani, wanatuambia kwamba wanashughulikia masuala yetu sisi kama wananchi wa kawaida, ya kwamba wako pale kwa ajili yetu, lakini ukweli ni kwamba wako pale kwa ajili ya maisha yao, pale kwa ajili ya kesho yao, wale hawatujali hata kidogo. Zile vitu mnaona wanafanya huku kwa mitandao ni ile tu ya kuhakikisha kuonesha Wakenya kwamba kuna kitu kinaendelea, lakini ukifuatilia chini utatambua kwamba wale watu wanafanya mambo ambayo yanawafaidi wao wenyewe. Kwa hivyo kwa hilo swala la usalama nadhani hakuna kitu kitafanyika. Bado kutakuwa na insecurities, not unless watumie zile the intelligence of the nation alafu act silently. That's when we shall have the insecurity issue dealt with in this country. But I want to say that as I finish up, that this regime of President William Ruto will be a very silent regime, but it is going to maybe to change the economy. I can say it is going to improve the economy kiasi, but it will be a very silent regime until we get another one. This one will be very silent. Kwa hivyo ningependa kumalizia hapo Bwana Bernard, sina mengi na labda upe fursa kwa wengine wazidi pia kuchangia.
Okay. Thank you so much for that street journalist kwa maoni hayo mazuri. Isipokuwa kuna watu dunia ina mambo wanasema akubaliani na wewe wakati unasema kwamba President Ruto ni kama Gaddafi. Na hiyo ni swala ambalo mimi pia baada ya kufanya uchunguzi wangu na kuona kile Gaddafi alifanya Libya ikawa kumweka kwa ratili moja na William Ruto hapo umenoa kwa sababu mimi tangu nianze kufanya udadisi wa kisiasa na kuangalia maisha na siasa za William Ruto, sijaona kitu chochote ambacho William Ruto alifanya kwa ajili ya watu. Not one thing. For the sake of the people and for the sake of the country. I've been researching. I've not seen one thing. If it is there, show it to me. If there is anything he does is for himself or directly or indirectly. No sacrifice for the masses, no sacrifice for the nation, no denying himself anything, not even sleep because of the Kenyan people. Gaddafi did not do that. There is a video we were playing here the other day where Gaddafi said he will not build a house for his father and mother until every Libyan has a house. Now that is leadership from where I sit. Somebody who puts himself last and puts the nation ahead. I can't see that in Dr. William Ruto as president or otherwise. Unless kuna kitu nimekosea. Lakini niko na wazee hapa kama Mike wataniambia kule nimekosea. Okay? Kama kuna wale wanafikiria niko prejudice. But I know leadership when I see one. And then I know selfish interest when I see one. It doesn't matter how well we camouflage ourselves and portray as concerned about Kenya. It will always show up when Kenya ends up in your pocket and the Kenyans end up crying. And you will be very insensitive to the cries of Kenyan. Just like Kenya Kwanza is doing right now. Unaona Kenya Kwanza inahepa matatizo ya Wakenya kabisa. Watu wanalia njaa, Kenya Kwanza isikii. Watu wanalia usalama, Kenya Kwanza isikii. Kenya Kwanza inasema tuna mikakati, tunapanga. Baada ya siku mwaka mmoja tutakuwa na hiki na kile. Their plan has everything to do with how much they can carry away before Kenyans get angry and nothing to do in easing the lives of Kenyans. Kama unajibu nusu dakika. Karibu.
Ni ukweli ulivyosema Bwana Bernard hapo ya kwamba serikali ya Kenya Kwanza kwa hakika hakuna jambo ambalo wanalifanya kwa ajili ya mwananchi, na ukiangalia mwanzo tu, hata ukiangalia katika uteuzi wa wale mawaziri na uteuzi wa viongozi mbalimbali katika serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, unatambua kwamba hawa watu ni watu ambao wanajipa heko, wanajipa hongera kwa kile kipindi ambacho wamepitia katika kampeni ama kwa kile kipindi ambacho wamepitia wakiwa nje ya serikali iliyopita ambayo ilikuwa inaongozwa na Mheshimiwa Uhuru Kenyatta. Kwa hivyo naweza sema kwamba Wakenya wasitarajie mengi sana kutoka kwa hii serikali ya Kenya Kwanza, wasitarajie mengi sana kwa faida yao, ila hali tu watarajie ya kwamba ni serikali ambayo itakuwa ni serikali ambayo itaonekana kwamba ina malengo ya kumsaidia ule mwananchi wa kawaida, lakini hamna matunda ambayo tutaona sisi kama Wakenya ya kusema kwamba haya yametoka katika serikali ya Kenya Kwanza. Kwa mfano ukiangalia tangu waingie uongozini karibu takriban siku 120 ndio hizo zinapita na hamna ile jambo ambalo tunaweza sema kwamba ametufanyia. Kabla waingie walituambia maisha inaenda kurudi chini, tutaona maisha ikiwa mzuri ndani ya siku 100. Siku 100 ndio hizo zimeisha, bado bei ya chakula iko juu, bado Wakenya wanaendelea kuumia na maisha na kung'ang'ana, na hali ya usalama pia ndio hiyo imetorora. Kila kitu kinaonekana kwenda mrama ndani ya uongozi wa serikali hii. Kile tunamwona rais akisunguka kutoka nchi hii kuelekea nchi ile ingine, na pia tunaona wale ambao ni mawaziri ambao wamewateua, hatuwaoni wakiwa na yale maono ambayo yatakuja kusaidia Mkenya. Lakini wacha tutumaini tu ya kwamba wakati labda unapozidi kwenda mbele huenda labda wakafanya kitu, lakini mimi kivyangu sioni wakifanya kitu, kivyangu sioni wakisaidia Mkenya. Kwa mfano ukiangalia hii kitu wanaita Hustler Fund ambayo wamesema kwamba itakuwa ni ya Wakenya wote, ukiangalia kwa ujumla unaona kwamba enyewe hakuna kitu hii pesa itaenda kufanya kusaidia wananchi wa kawaida. Kwa hivyo mimi wito wangu ni kwamba tu Wakenya sisi tufanye kazi kwa bidii, lakini tusitegemea kwamba serikali inaenda kutusaidia. Lakini kile ambacho ningeomba ni kwamba serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ikaweze kujitahidi sana kuhakikisha kwamba inapeana haki ya kikatiba kwa Wakenya. Kwa mfano haki ya usalama na haki ambayo iko katika katiba ya Kenya, ambayo kila Mkenya anastahili kuishi kwa amani. Sana sana wale wakazi wa mji wa Nairobi, Mombasa, zile miji mikuu za humu nchini wanastahili kulindwa na serikali hii ya Kenya Kwanza. Alafu katika kitengo cha polisi kuna zile reforms ambazo wanafaa wafanye kuhakikisha kwamba hawa askari wanashughulikia usalama ipasavyo. Kwa mfano ukiangalia mishahara, pesa ambazo askari analipwa ni pesa ambazo hasiwezi kumfanya afanye kazi yake kwa bidii. Ni pesa ambazo hasiwezi kumfanya ajihisi huru ama afurahie kufanya ile kazi yake. Kwa hivyo ningependekeza kwamba jinsi walivyosema waongezee huyu polisi mshahara, alafu wabadilishe nidhamu, hali ya nidhamu ya huyu polisi. Walete polisi ama watrain polisi ambaye ana nidhamu, ambaye anapenda nchi yake. Katika zile training za polisi include ile training ambayo itafanya polisi awe ni mtu ambaye ni patriotic katika nchi yake, ndiposa wakaweza wakati wako kule nje kuhakikisha hali ya usalama na kukutana na Wakenya na kufanya kutekeleza majukumu mbalimbali, wana ule upendo kwa nchi yao. Kwa hivyo vitu kama corruption kutoka kwa upande wa polisi, vitu kama polisi kusponsor criminal activities zitakuja kuisha, kwa sababu ukiangalia haya makundi mengi ya kimakaidi ni makundi ambayo yanasponsiwa na polisi ama wakuu wa mapolisi ama wa mabwenyenye katika hii nchi. Kwa hivyo ili kumaliza hili suala nzima la ukosefu wa usalama katika baadhi ya mitaa zetu, ni lazima serikali ya Kenya Kwanza ihakikishe kwamba imeangalia polisi na chicho ambalo ni chicho mzuri. Wawatengeneze upande wa mshahara, upande wa allowances, upande wa manyumba. Hawa watu wako comfortable. Ndipo wakiwa pale nje mtu hana wasiwasi school fees atatoa wapi, hana wasiwasi chakula atatoa wapi, mfuko uko sawa. Alafu watiliwe nidhamu juu kuanzia kwa inspector wa polisi na hawa wakubwa wote wa polisi wawe na nidhamu ambayo itafanya Wakenya waishi huru na Kenya yetu iwe huru. Asante sana bwana bana.
Okay, thank you, street journalist. We agree with you, and we hope that something serious should be done. But remuneration alone is not sufficient. The police officer will sacrifice his life for the country when he knows that his life is secured by his government. Secured in the sense that his services are being appreciated, number one. Then number two, if he puts his life on the line, is it being appreciated or is being taken for granted? So the approach of William Ruto and Gachagua in blasting the police officer, the squad that was put up by the DCI and all that, that was a wrong move from the word go. And like what the CS is denying that there is a go-slow, you can deny until the hens come back to roast. It will still be, there is a go-slow, and if they don't do something about it, it is going to have, and also changing of leadership. You know, police ranking is not just like a school prefect. There are people, the higher people in the wherever higher authority need to have earn the respect of the people under, so that the chain of authority flows seamlessly. But if they have no respect for the person you are putting on them, or they have no they don't trust the person you are making their IG and all that, that in itself will result into what we are having: police looking this other side, and then Makaidu to do whatever they want to do. So security issues are very complicated when they are being handled by novice, okay, people who are inexperienced in maneno ya security. And this is what we are facing right now. You can't bring new people to head security, all of them new. You can't do that. It is a abnormal. DCI kuna mpya, IG ni mpya, Attorney General ni mpya, kila kitu ni, and then you want to run this country. Mimi naona hapa kuna watu ambao hawashiki maneno. You don't do that. You don't even come to school and carry away all the teachers and bring all new teachers and say you are helping the school. There has to be some handing over. There has to be some consistent passing from this regime to the next regime on wherever regulated motion. You don't cause sudden changes suddenly and expect to sustain the control. So this is going to take time. And just like we had hiccups with the Jubilee government 2013, it took a lot of time before it is stabilized. And it's because when Uhuru Kenyatta came in, he took away everybody and brought in new people. And that is what resulted into instability. It took almost 3 years before they settled down. Now, the stability has been there. Now, UDA comes in, and instead of them taking the lesson from 2013, they are coming in with the same premise, doing the same mistakes and the same blunders. They will suffer the same consequences. And this is only the beginning. So let's draw lessons from history, or we are bound to repeat the same. Now, naomba nimlete mzee Mike changie kabla tulete Kenyan all the time. Thank you, everybody. And I want to urge us to keep it sane, especially on the comment section. Heshima idumu. Na wale ambao mnaona hii kipindi akiwafaidi, hakuna mtu amekufungia hapa. Okay? Unaweza kuwa umechukua wrong lane, ukaingia street wrong. Okay? Get your right street and move. If you think what you are saying is not viable, you can go and do your own show elsewhere and do whatever you want to do there. But if nobody has begged you to stay, okay? And that's my policy. Niwaambie vizuri, mimi ni mchungaji, okay? Mchungaji wa kanisa tu, okay? Lakini kama kuna kitu ngumu ya kuchunga kanisani, ni washirika wale ambao unabembeleza wakae. Na sifanyi kazi kama hiyo. Kama unataka kuondoka, milango inafungukanga akitoka nje na ikiingia. Mimi sitafanya kazi double ya kubembeleza ukae na kufanya kazi. So kama wataka kuondoka, waondoka tu mbio pole pole, tena sitakutafuta. Ndio hivyo. Na kwenda mbinguni pia ni chaguo unafanya. Na utaenda mbinguni kwa niaba yangu na siendi kwa niaba yako. Kwa hivyo kila mtu ajitahidi kulinda wokovu wake kabla Yesu aje. Mambo ni kama hiyo. So hapa kama unaona story ile inaendelea haikufai, ng'atuka polepole. Wacha kukaa hapa na kujaribu kudeviate the debate by bringing diversionary activities. Asante. Lakini mzee Mike, vipi lakini siku nyingi?
I'm good Bernard, how are you? And the panelists, jambo.
We are good. Karibu.
Thank you. Just to pick up from where you've left, I want to add my voice to the last comments about the terms and conditions of our police officers. Remuneration was a political tool that was used by UDA, and it was not meant to be actualized. And if it will be after a very long time. So don't count on it so much, my brother street journalists. It is just among the very many false promises that were made. And to add on that, Remuneration cannot change the character and behavior of people. As much as it is good, it does not speak to the character. It just speaks to the stomach. And that one you can confirm from our MPs. They're among the most highly paid politicians in the world. But Kenyans are among also the most corrupt politicians in the world. In fact, it goes parallel. The more you give them, the more corrupt they become. So adding money is good, but it does not remove crime or character in a person who is already poisoned. We need to find a different way of creating the right culture in this country. And Bernard, I said last time when we were talking politics that the next phase of discussion will be getting our value system right. That this government has not promised to do anything about it. It still talks about development. It has never talked about the moral fabric of this nation. Has never been a discussion. It's not in the UDA at least government. It avoids statements like corruption and thieving. It calls it wastage and spillage, and it avoids the real issues that affect this country, and that will continue being a problem. And Bernard, on the security, I heard you talk and advising our citizens just as a responsible citizen would do, that we need to walk safely, keep our phones in the pocket, not carry laptops openly, go home before night. And coming from you is right, but unfortunately, I'm also getting the same statements from our police officers. They're also telling us the hotspots. Are they telling us that those are places where there's crime and have nothing to do? If you go to Globe Cinema, you are going there at your own risk. Our police officers should not tell us the hotspots for crime. They should deal with the hotspots for crime and tell Kenyans, you are free to walk anywhere in this town because the government is there, a responsible government is there to protect lives and property. Actually, the core duty of the president, when he takes the Bible and swears himself in, one of the statements he pronounces is protecting the citizens and their property. Actually, that is one of his core duties. So when you, Bernard, you advise us as a citizen does, and then you also get a police commissioner also advising us that there is a hotspot, it looks like him and you are equally helpless. You are supposed to be the helpless one advising us, but not the police commissioner telling us that there is a hotspot on Tomboya Road, there is a hotspot on Kirinyaga Road, and avoid that area. There are businesses and there are people who walk through that road every day going to work. Are you telling us that we are in a state of emergency? Should we close the country and get some people who are able to get this thing right? But again, this one still comes back to the government. It came in with bravado, chest thumping, and a lot of arrogance and insults to the former IG. I remember the president calling our former IG the most useless commissioner in the world. Bernard, you might have issues with your internal issues, but there are certain pronouncements you don't make in public. One thing, Bernard, you need to know and you need to appreciate, in the disciplined forces, in the hierarchy, they have a lot of respect for command. And when you insult the topmost, you have insulted the entire chain. It is not about an individual, it's about the chain. They don't work with emotions, they work with orders and rules. So when you take the police service that boss, by extension, your entire system useless. You cannot separate, you don't personalize institution and start picking out an individual out of institution and insult him and assume things will be. Then you go further and talk of extrajudicial killings, as if they took place in 2018 to 2022. Bernard, the history of extrajudicial killings have been there from 1963. And if you want to be honest and you want to go back, don't even go back in 1963. Just between 2013 and 2017, there were over 20 big personalities who disappeared
in circumstances that were clearly facilitated by what you'd call the extrajudicial killings. But people didn't come out to talk the way this government talked. We know Jacob Juma disappeared in ways that people are yet to explain. So did Musando. So did over 20 ICC witnesses. But even Raila Odinga as a president, he didn't come out to call the IG in the names that our new government called the police force, because they were, if it happened, it was out of one person doing it, not the whole forces. So you don't criminalize a whole system because you have an issue with one person. And that is where the problem came up. You demoralize the whole force by calling it extrajudicial killing, when if it took place, it was individuals who were doing it out of their out of either duty or out of command from whatever corners. So I think now asking the police to use their firearms when you have discovered that it is not working is the right thing, but coming too late, because you are the same person who told them not to use firearms, to go to Kiambu Road and sit in their offices and not harass people. The other thing, Bernard, is over-glorifying a certain class of people. This government that came in told us the most important people in this country are Mama Mboga and Boda Bodas, and they elevated them above all other classes of people. And these are the people now who are terrorizing us because this is their government. They can kill you, they can do whatever they want, and because they have a right like any other person. The former government was looking down upon them. Now they have a right to start showing that they also have a stake in this country, but using the wrong means. So, Bernard, it is wrong to bring class politics in any stage of politics, whether during campaign or whether during the administration. Don't over glorify a certain class because you think that class has the highest number of people to give you votes. This is what is now hurting us, because the border people were told they are now the ones going to run government. The only thing is that they were not told how they were going to run it. They thought they can run it by carrying knives and stabbing our girls. So it is the type of talk that we make as leaders that breeds some of these bad behaviors that we are seeing in the society. A very civilized way of talking is required when you are a leader, and telling us things that you want a certain group of people to hear so that you become popular is good, but it's very short-lived, as we have seen now. So, Bernard, I would want to leave it at that, but I want to say that, like I told you the other day, is that all these promises that were made by UDA were purely for political reasons. If you are told that you would be given 50,000 at 8%, and somebody is giving you 6,000 free, which is in a year 72,000, and you say, no, we don't want free money. We want money that will require us to carry pins, to carry IDs, to carry certificate of good conduct. And the other thing is that now you see there's nothing like being cleared from CRB. There is nothing like that. And this one, they can go to the bank. You can take it to the bank. You have to clear all the money you took. So whoever cheated you that when I get to power, I'll remove you from CRB, they lied to you, because now what they're telling you is that they'll defer your loan for 6 months and then you pay the full amount for you to be cleared. So deferring is not clearing. In simple English, you need to the semantics of using certain words to cover up the real meaning is what the Mamambogas were misled. They were told the loans they have, they will be cleared. They'll be cleared from CRB and they'll be able to get money. And that money was being called grant. It was not being called loans. But now they're now being called loans. And they are being paid at an interest rate, as opposed to money that they were supposed to be given free, which they refused. I think Kenyans, we also have a problem which we our own can solve it. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana Mr. Mike, we appreciate that. Na Kenya hii ni nchi ya ajabu sana. and ni Wakenya ambao wanaifanya inakuwa nchi isiyoeleweka. Cha muhimu ni Wakenya tuanze kudemand right leadership from the people in position of leadership. Tuache kukubali chochote ambacho tunapewa na viongozi kana kwamba hicho ndio final. Okay, the leaders should act according to the book and provide what that position requires of them, not for them to serve us with excuses and blame games. Security needs to be arrested and should be put under the control of the current government. We don't care how they do it. It has to be done because it's expected of them to do. The Constitution guarantees that, and every Kenyan needs to be safe anywhere within this soil. So let them not tell us all the excuses. Mara, it is handshake. Mara, the other government took everything away. Mara, this and that. Well, you sign in for excuses. You signed in for a job. Do the job. And if the job requires help, ask for help. Don't sit around giving us one blame after another. But what Kenyans need to appreciate is that we have a propaganda government, a government that came in office through propaganda and wants to sustain themselves into office through propaganda. Now that, if it's going to work, I don't know, but you should expect more of that. So they'll keep swaying you from one corner to another corner through their propaganda because that is the system they got into power with and they want to sustain it. In my opinion, they should have changed tag, but it seems that they are too sure that Kenyans are going to buy into their propaganda no matter how bad things get. They will always believe them. I don't know whether they are Jesus or God the Father themselves, but the truth is Wakenya wameanza kuchoka. Na ikifika mwisho, mtakuwa hapa. Mimi nitakuwa hapa. Kuna mahali naenda na hii show nitaiweka hapa. Mtakuja kunambia kama Wakenya wana uvumilivu wa kutosha wa kukaa na kuvumilia miaka 5 ya mateso, ama watasimama waseme enough is enough. I pray that they get tired and angry enough in good time so that we salvage what is remaining. Buying more time will make us lose even the little one we have left. We need a country that we can hand over to our children and our children's children. Thank you, everybody. Well, I have shared out my number there for those of you who want to make a contribution towards sustainability of my Wi-Fi and tokens. Kirende changu vile tunafanyanga, tafadhali tuendelee kufanya hivyo. It is important to do that. Although we are still disintegrated, we need to group ourselves together. Alex and team, Alex was having a challenge the other time. So nataka wale wote ambao, it's free will, you do what you can do. We combine all the forces together. We are able to pay for the Wi-Fi and the tokens, and then we sustain the show. So kama hiyo namba unaiona hapo, tumia. Na kama unaona inakukera, na samahani. Samahani. Lakini, let's do what we are required to do in order for us to keep running this show without having to get excuses here and there or getting shut down, because we will if we can't sustain it. Ndio hivyo hivyo. Thank you anyway. Tumsikilize Kenya all the time.
Okay, sawa Bernard. Thank you.
Okay, Kenya all the time. Just give me a minute. There is a video I want to play, then you come in. As soon as the video is over, hata sitakukaribisha. Okay, let's just play it, but it's a risk.
Naam, karibu tena mtazamaji na shukrani sana kwa kuendelea kuwa nasi. Mizimu ya uchaguzi mkuu uliopita inazidi kuandama makamishna 4 waliopinga matokeo ya uchaguzi mkuu wa Agosti 9. Sasa Rais William Ruto akiwaagiza wabunge wa Kenya Kwanza kukabiliana nao ipasavyo katika mchakato wa kuwaondoa afisini. Haya yanajiri huku mlalamishi mwingine akifika bungeni kutaka kuondolewa kwa mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati na kamishna wawili waliokuwa upande wake wakati wa uchaguzi. Mwanahabari wetu wa masuala ya siasa Emmanuel To na taarifa zaidi.
Kitumbua cha makamishna wanne wa tume ya uchaguzi na mipaka IEBC, naibu mwenyekiti Juliana Cherera, makamishna Irene Masit, Justus Nyang'aya na Francis Wanderi kinaendelea kuingia mchanga, sasa Rais William Ruto akiwataka wabunge wa Kenya Kwanza kuwatimua afisini. Katika mkutano ulioandaliwa Jumatatu katika ikulu ya Nairobi, Ruto anasemekana kuwarai wabunge wake kukabiliana vilivyo na makamishna hao waliopinga matokeo ya urais uchaguzi mkuu uliopita. Haya yanajiri raia mwingine akiwasilisha hoja bungeni ya kutaka kuondolewa kwa mwenyekiti wa IEBC Wafula Chebukati na makamishna Profesa Abdi Yakob Gulie na Boya Molu. Shem Otieno Dianga anataka watatu hao kutimuliwa afisini kwa kukiuka katiba, kutumia afisi zao vibaya na kushindwa kutekeleza wajibu wao katika kuandaa uchaguzi huru na haki. Hata hivyo, maswali yameibuka kuhusu kucheleweshwa kwa barua hiyo bungeni. Waraka huo ulitumwa bungeni tarehe 17 Oktoba na kupokelewa bungeni wiki moja baadaye. Maombi ya kuondoa makamishna wanne wa IEBC yalifikishwa Jumanne tarehe 15 Novemba.
Issuing press statements with close semblance with the press statements by Azimio la Umoja One Kenya presidential candidate, contrary to Articles 10, 732 BC, 75, 232 and 249 of the Constitution.
Mchakato wa kuondoa makamishna wa tume huru unachukua muda mrefu, ukianza kwa malalamishi kufikishwa bungeni, kisha kamati ya bunge ya haki JLAC kuchukua usukani. Ikiwa bunge litakubali kumuondoa kamishna yeyote, ripoti hiyo itawasilishwa kwa rais atakayeteua jopo maalum la kumchunguza kamishna huyo. Jopo hilo litamchunguza kamishna kisha kumpa rais ripoti yao. Rais akitarajiwa kutoa uamuzi wake ndani ya mwezi mmoja. Mtu atakayesimamishwa kazi atapokea nusu ya mshahara na marupurupu kabla ya kujua hatima yake. Chebukati, Molu na Gulie wanaondoka afisini tarehe 17 Januari na mchakato huu unaweza kosa mashiko kuwahusu. Emmanuel To, KTN News, Nairobi.
Na mtazamaji.
Okay, sawa Bernard, thank you. You know, defective governments or governments which fail are supposed to be gotten out of power in an election cycle. Unfortunately, in Kenya, things don't happen that way, and political parties mutate. Because a political party knows that they did not achieve in their term, they change the name, they come with a different name, same people, and they come with a different agenda. That has been the problem of Kenya and Africa in general. We have to reach a level so that we increase accountability. We have either to fix political party or we fix the politician. But in a natural setting, you cannot fix the politician. So we have to fix the political party. You see, this idea, like for example, from the year 2007 to 2022, somebody like the president, he has been in 5 political parties. How do you hold him accountable? I'm just trying to say. So what I'm saying here is that I'm seeing an element whereby in 2027, these guys will still come with another political party, and they will come with other promises, and they will deceive Kenyans. So what I'm saying is that Kenya and Africa, we have to reach to a level of fixing our politics. Either we fix because you cannot fix politicians. Politicians will be naturally deceivers. They will deceive, they will lie. But at least let us have political parties which we can be accountable. Like now, see, somebody like Ruto, he was in Jubilee. Jubilee was unable to achieve. what they were supposed to achieve in their work, and he jumped from that Jubilee and went to UDA. And now he republished, he brought the machinery from Jubilee to UDA and used that UDA. Now this UDA is going to fail, and in 2027 he is going to come with another political party, and he pull the machinery from UDA and he bring it to a new political party, and then he will still deceive Kenyans that way. So this element of using different political parties every time is what is putting us in this problem, because you cannot be accountable. Right now, even if somebody like Ruto and the rest, they were sometime in Kanu some time ago. If you try to tell them to be accountable of some of the issues which happened in Kanu, they will tell you, mimi hiyo vitu hata sijui. Somebody like Musalia Mudavadi, who was a Kanu spanner boy many times ago, right now, even if you want him to be accountable, you will not be able to stand there. So what I'm trying to say is that Kenya, we really have a political issue. The problems we are having, the political issues, is not about personalities or what. We need to fix something. Otherwise, our graph is moving. The X and the Y coordinates are both moving. We have to fix one. We either fix X, we are left with Y. That is, it is either we fix the political parties, we are left with the politicians to try and fix themselves in the political parties. But these ideas of every election cycle having different political parties, we can't do much. The reason why South Africa, they are able to put their president into accountability is because they have fixed political parties. Even if occasionally they will have new political parties, at least they have a limit of where somebody can do. We had 9 stadiums which were promised on the other election cycle. We had so many things promised, but now you cannot hold them accountable, because now those promises were done by Jubilee, and now we are having UDA, which now gave us a ton of promises. And I can tell you by 2027, they will conglomerate into something else. So again, this UDA, we will be left asking for something which is not there. Okay, that was just by the point. My point. Now, this issue of insecurity. One thing which I want to say is that I think any country cannot grow when people have no morals. And yes, we need to have a country which is secure, but how are our morals as a nation? That is the question I'm asking. You know, there is a question which I always ask myself. I studied in the United States, and sometimes when you are in the hostel, these guys of Posta, they are Posta, UPS, they come with the luggage, they put it in the door, at your doorstep there, wanaiweka hapo nje. Saa zingine other people have even traveled for a week, muzigo tu inawekwa tu hapo nje ya mlango yako, na hiyo muzigo inakaa hapo wiki mbili na no one ataguza. Can that thing happen in Nairobi? No, I'm just asking with an honest opinion. We were doing a survey. We went into a graduation. I want to tell Kenyans in Muskei, we were doing a survey in a certain graduation ceremony in United States. So we wanted to compare some what happens in our country and what happens here. So we were doing a survey. So ile tulikuwa tulifanya in the, because usually they do their commencement in radio auditoriums. So tulichukua masimu tukaweka kwa mifuko, tukachukua tu masimu tukaweka kwa mifuko, laptop tukaweka kwa mfuko na tukafungua, tukaweka tu laptop kwa mfuko na tukafungua hapa juu, then tukaingia kwa auditorium katikati pale kumejaa kabisa, and we walked. Just imagine in that auditorium the laptop haikufunguliwa, no, laptop ikuchukuliwa na simu ikuchukuliwa. I'm telling you things which I've seen in my own eyes. and it is not in one area, it is mostly from state to state. So ile kitu najaribu kusema is that Africans ama Waafrika, if we have to change history ya kutoheshimu kitu ya mwenzako, that is what is taking us behind. Forget about other things. The fact that ati Bernard unaweza acha kitu hapo, you are calling, let me tell you, this character, enda hata kwa maofisi uone watu wanaibana tu vitu kidogo kidogo hapo, kalamu nini, you see, those things. So what I'm trying to say is that character modeling, forget about what is happening in the streets. How are we end up in Kenyan church? Bernard, you can be a witness. How many people are losing phones in a church service? Pale kwa madhabahu watu wakitubu wanaomba. How many people are losing phones in a church service? So ile kitu iko, and that's what I'm saying is that Kenyans, we have, CBC by the way, they have to introduce something about character modeling, because without character you have no nation. And let me tell you, hii mambo yote unaona hata watu wakikuja wanadanganyana tu hapo tu kwa TV na wana consciousness, it is because it is something which we have taken as normal. In Kenya, stealing is normal. I want to tell you that. In my country, stealing is normal. That is why, let me tell you, there was, in 2011, I was in Mlango Kubwa. I want to say this, I was in Mlango Kubwa. That time I was schooling in the University of Nairobi. Ni kompyuta yangu iliibiwa live hapo Mlango Kubwa nikiingia hapo. Wamama tu wanaangalia tu kando tu hapo tu. Wamama tu wanaangalia tu kando tu. So mimi ile wakati nishamaliza kuibiwa, sasa hawa mama wananiambia tu, hao wanauza masukuma tu hapo Mlango Kubwa, it's a big. Hawa mama wanauza sukuma hapo. Sasa ile wakati nishamaliza kuibiwa, it is a laptop of a student. Ni laptop hata very many people by the way walikuwa wamechanga ili at least nikuwe na laptop in the university. So I had even to finish my education without a laptop. So hawa mama wakaanzia kuniambia, kijana yetu hatuwezi kusaidia, hawa watu watatudunga visu, so pole. So what I'm trying to say is that now we are devolving crime. So mbeleni wizi imekuwa in patches. Now what will happen if this government is not serious? Ukienda Garissa utakuwa unakutana na wezi huko, ukienda Mandera utakuwa unakutana na wezi huko. They will devolve this thing, and this character will watu watajipanga everywhere. Sasa it will no longer be now utakuwa tunaibiwa Nairobi peke yake, and then this thing is going to tarnish our name. Sasa watakuja hata waanzie kuiba foreigner. Mzungu anatembea tu hapo tu Nairobi, wamuibie, then maybe that person is ni mtu influential somewhere, ukute sasa, and that is how we will start now losing our grip. Like unaona sasa, like there is somebody, I want to be honest of this, for the last 2 years kumekuwa na high profile murders ya wazungu wawili Nairobi. There was this guy ambaye alitolewa kwa pool. There was this guy alitolewa kwa pool, na kuna yule mama aliuawa sababu ya maneno ya mashamba. I think kuna huyo mama aliuawa sababu ya maneno ya shamba. I remember kuna mtu alikuwa he wanted to go to Kenya that time. Alikuwa ananiuliza, so akaniuliza, hey, and is your country safe really? So already you see sometimes when even people want to travel, they will like try to consult their friends somewhere. Hey, nataka niende Nairobi, which place? So hata ukijaribu kuconvince huyo, you know, people these days unaweza enda online na uchukue reviews ya wote hiyo place unataka kwenda ikoaje. I can tell you, wapendwa, tunapoteza big business sababu ya hizi vitu, sababu tu mtu tu anaenda online. Hata kama alikuwa anapanga kukuja kwa mbuga hapo Kenya, anaona tu vile ma review ziko hapo, sijui nini niliibiwa hapa, anaenda Botswana. We might not see it, but there is kuna tendency ya hizo vitu venye tunazipoteza in large scale, tunapoteza kitu. So ndio nilikuwa nikijaribu sasa kusema hii kitu in long run tunaweza kuwa hatuioni, lakini kuna kitu tunapoteza in terms of business. Unaweza kuwa uioni, maybe kuna biashara ilikuwa ikuje Nairobi, lakini huyo mtu akaenda, and when you are losing business, you are losing marriages, you are losing what. Kuna watu wengine hata wanakujanga Kenya kupata mabibi. So if you connect that whole something, we should not start taking this thing as a laughing matter. And so kuna vile lazima tujipange kama nchi, and na ujue wakati umeanzia ku lose security ya country, I think all the other things you will start losing. The reason why Somalia mambo ni mabaya is sababu of insecurity. That's the difference between Somalia, Yemen, all those countries ambazo hata huko Congo tumetuma wanajeshi. The difference between Kenya na kule tunapeleka is security. It's that simple. So once in fact hata hatufai kukua tukianzia kuaddress mambo ya Congo na already Nairobi ni kama weekend. People are dying, by the way. It's not a joke. Watu wanadai. So let's think about that, because personally I don't feel happy. Those are Kenyans, and we are related in one way or the other, and we should not. Any Kenyan who will lose on unavoidable issues, mtu akuwa mgonjwa ni kisu tu amedungwa tu akipokonywa mali yake, that is labor force inaenda. Ni vijana wadogo wengine, guys who can work, students somewhere, people who can work. So let's not take this thing as a joke, and the government should. But anyway, I'm saying in a nutshell, Kenyans, 2027, reason on character. Forget about political parties. Forget about this mutation these guys do. I want to tell you, 2027, watu wazuri watajitokeza. Please. We have had problems for over 30 years. Please, reason wisely. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana Kenyan all the time. We appreciate that. Kabla tulete Mama Mary, there's a story I'm told of an experiment that was done of a briefcase. A briefcase was left in Lagos airport, and then another one was left in Tanzania airport, another one at Jomo Kenyatta airport, and they wanted to see which one will disappear the shortest time possible. The one in Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, disappeared after 2 days. The one in Lagos, I think, was 2 minutes. The one in Nairobi, was it a minute or 3? Vanished, melted away. You can't trace it. So as far as Mambo security is concerned, it will all go back to our upbringing. There is a serious gap between how we were brought up and how we were bringing, how these millennial children have been brought up. Respecting of other people's property. Ulikuwa unachapo kwa nini umeenda kukula kwa jirani. Okay? Na sio mchapo ya dadi usirudie. Your mother will beat you until you begin to doubt whether she's your mother, to instill discipline in you. So there is a laxity that has generated this millennial generation that is making people have no respect for life, respect of other people's property. And it's a very, very deep-seated problem that will not go away just that way until we all accept we have made something out of our children that is unbearable. Then it has to be arrested. And so when you hear people talking about CBC, whatever, 844 and all that, it goes back to home upbringing, home training. Wrong home training will make bad behavior to school. Bad behavior at school will be carried to college and then to the society. Let's accept our wrong, make it right. Thank you. Mama Mary, karibu. Vipi lakini? Mama Mary, unmute. Go ahead.
Mary. No,
Is it that
it's your
she
time.
can't get me or what?
Maybe she got stress. Anaonekana ako sad today. Are you sad, Mary? She looked to be sad. But you can talk, Mary.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go
Yeah.
ahead, Mama.
Yeah, I think there is a problem with the connection. I see sometimes it's buffering all through and then disappears and come back. Can you hear me right now?
Kosawa. Yes.
Okay. Nasalimia kila mmoja. Rhoda, my sister, I can see you are really in cold. Even here we are in cold too, but we can manage. Duke, my opposer, how are you? Kenya all the time, the street journalist. The street journalist, what have you discovered about these people running around and killing people? Have you discovered something that can cure this? I hope yes, but you can tell us later. All right, I'm here for the disappointment. As Kenya all the time said about foreigners not coming to Kenya, my other problem is that even those people in abroad, Kenyan who are abroad, they are still skeptical coming back home because of the problems and what the incidences that they are seeing happening on the streets of Nairobi. We are very disappointed because right now, even if you have your own office that you want to operate, like you have a business of tourism, the first question is, what is going on in Kenya? Am I safe when I come there? Those are the questions people will ask. And it's very, very serious for the country, and especially we have that want to investors at least to build up our economy, though we can also do our campaign by keeping peace. The other thing, our country is so loving, very sweet country, and we wanted it to continue that way, but it is very impossible. I cannot believe the current president was able to stand and say that he is not intending about the constitution changes, the term limit. That's a joke. We have seen them say so many things in the campaign time, and they were opposing all that, and that is what they are working on. And already they have done some which they were opposing. What can't they do? They have a lot to do to oppose good things coming to Kenya. About constitution changes, huyo ni mchezo wa paka na panya. It is still under the table. It's cooking, it's brewing, it's waiting for the day, it's waiting for the time. So I believe I'm not stupid that I will be told that is not going to happen. Whoever said was not Azimio, whoever said is not ODM, it's affiliated people with the UDA party. So I don't think they were dreaming, and actually they were talking during the day, and they were holding the mic. They were talking in front of a crowd of people. So that is not a dream; it was a real, and it's a reality, and it's gonna happen. If they said they are not going to ban Mutumba, and finally now it's banned, what else can't they do? That is going to happen. It's only kept for the time being, so that you people, you don't come up complaining or shouting or protesting. That is for the next day. Next time it's coming. Okay, now we come to the insecurity of the country, these kids, I would say, I don't call them kids, neither do I call them adults. They are people who are from their homes whereby genuinely maybe they don't have anything to eat or support themselves. They come to the street to get whatever they are getting. It's sad that they are killing people. I would rather say if they are snatching and leaving somebody to go home, at least it can be a little bit tolerated. But killing, it's really, really serious. We have not adopted the right thing for our children. What we have done, it's like the development that is coming to our country, the progress that we get in our country is not well shared, it's not well acknowledged, it's not well put to these youngsters to understand that you have your life to be this way or that way. They have not been led to know that computer is for you to learn, it's not for your other things that you are supposed to do. Actually, in America, when you see a kid has a computer, it's like they have been assessed. This one, you cannot go over limit. You cannot go to this, you cannot open to this. You are controlled under one stream that you have to follow that. And if you go beyond, maybe the mother or the father has put already the password that opens only what the child has to see or to learn. But in our country, we have exposed our children to so many bad things. We have shown them so many things that really exploits their mind, and they go beyond their learning scope, and then they become hardcore. They know so much than their age. And so they become exploited, and they become even more hostile and more, it's not about being knowledgeable. It's like something that has really popped up in the way that they are not able to control themselves. They are going more and beyond what they are supposed to have. So when we come to about education, when we go to school, we learn how to do what is particular thing we are supposed to learn. We are not limited to learn more about electronic, how it works or whatever, but we go beyond our scope. This is what I'm trying to say. Here, I would say in America, something is done that it's being monitored, that if, let's say, for example, pornography, when somebody is doing that, he's being known, and he is known where he is, because there are people who are seated back monitoring all those crooks doing all this bad stuff, and they are arrested without their knowledge. So in our country, we have let things explode, and we are not able to control. We are not able to monitor all these bad things happening. We are not able to monitor even these thieves, the way they move, simply because, let me come to this point, we don't have enough policemen. The policeman has no means. If they are stationed at Kiganjo, that is where they stay until evening. They cannot move. They are stationed there the whole day. So if anything happens 10 miles from Kiganjo, nobody is there to take care of. We have police who are stagnant. If they have means of moving around, like they have vehicles running after the traffics, following what is happening in the roads, we are able to rescue what is going on. Look at Nairobi. Nairobi, it's completely empty. There are no policemen. That is why people have got all this time doing all these crimes at the longest, finishing somebody's life, because there are no policemen who are around there. Why? Because they have not been located to move around. They don't have means like vehicles to run around. They are even skeptical to go to some dark places because they are also fearing for their life. Why? Because the country is focused on corruption. The money that they have instead of putting something tangible to help the security of the country, they put in their pockets. And then they start crying, saying that we are going to stop those crimes. How are you going to stop? There's no plan. There's no plan of security of that country. So this generation will do all they can to do all the messes because they know the policemen where they are stationed. Ile nyambo wameweka kwa barabara iko wapi? Iko Kiganjo, na sisi tuko Nairobi. We can finish what we are doing. Business goes on as usual. That is where the country is right now. And if there was any plan for that, it should have been shown earlier, not now. We should have seen what they want to do with the askaris to take control of the security of the country. So the government that is there trying to tell us that they're gonna finish the crimes and all this, what is happening in the country, I doubt, because all the monies that are being collected, all the monies within the country is not for the people who contribute. It's for few chosen who have got wide pockets than others. And for that reason, our country, I don't know who is going to secure our country security-wise, because much money is needed to secure the country for the security of their inhabitants. Economy will be down. Definitely, you cannot have economy whereby people are killing each other. People will not go to shopping. People will not go doing their businesses as usual because of security measures, security issues. Thank you, Bernard. Karibu public precipitation. How are you?
Okay, thank you, Mama Mary. We appreciate that. And it's good that we all tap into that council and be able to fix whatever that is messing up our country. But from where I sit, we are suffering from irresponsible leadership, not insufficient resources. Hata kama uko na insufficient resources, we should see what you're doing with the list that you have. The list that you have. You can't be blaming everybody on everything you don't have without showing what you are doing with what you already have. Our country is not new to insecurity, but we have always been able to be on top of manenos. And that's what makes us top country in East Africa. There are things that we are able to arrest before other countries. There are things that we have been able to abort that other countries have never managed to do so. So when we begin to drop from the place of honor and ability to arrest situations like this street menace, it doesn't show a good picture. And it's all, from where I sit, irresponsible leadership. Not that we can't handle anything. We can handle everything. We have withstood aggression that was worse than now. The support, what they call support land resistance, that was an army that was disbanded and handled. Now, what are you talking about? Street capture, picking of things, and then you are complaining as a government, a whole CS calling a presser because somebody picked a knife and just. Mnajua mambo ingine inanichokesha kwa sababu hao watu wangekuwa watoto kaweka kwa room wachapwe tu viboko, because that should not be Kenya. Kenya is known to be on top of issues. They chased Al-Shabaab from the coast all the way to Kisimai. Then you begin to talk to us about boys picking things, and you're calling a presser. Na unajiita CS. Kenya Kwanza mnatuudhi. Go get your act together. This is not the Kenya we are talking about. This is not the Kenya that is known. This is not the Kenya of the 70s. It's not the Kenya of the 80s. It's not the Kenya of the 90s. It's not the Kenya of the 2000. Di Kenya mnataka kutupatia, hatulitaki na tutaki kuhusika nayo. So Kindiki and your team, go and get your act together. Kama mmekuwa kwa serikali miaka hii yote na mjajifunza chochote, rudi mkajifunze tena. Si tunahitaji watoto wakienda shule, tuko sure watoto wako safe, watarudi safe. Sio story ya kuwa mnatishwa na small groups of wayward children. Na sasa mkiwa invaded na mtoto wa Museveni, mtasema nini? Sawa sawa. Okay, nashukuru wote ambao mnachangia katika comment section. Tafadhali, let's not go personal. Kuna watu ambao walikuwa wameanza kupotoka, lakini Mohamed amewarekebisha. Nataka tukusisitiza kwamba tujiheshimu na tuheshimu kila mmoja. Kila mtu ana haki ya kuwa kwa hii channel, isipokuwa kama uko hapa, hakikisha unachangia debate iliyoko. Wacha kwenda personal na kujaribu kupanga watu. Hata kama tunapangwangwa ama tupangwingwi, ni muhimu kuheshimu space ya mtu. Respecting somebody's space is not necessarily being near the person. Just understand there are personal things that I only do for myself because it is about my person and my personality. So when you begin to invade into that, you are entering into my space uninvited. And that is an abuse. So let's not do that. Let's just keep on that. And if there is something personal you want to talk to me about, get my number or get into my inbox and address me. Don't post on the public portal, whatever, public chatting wall about what you want me to change. That's not courteous. That is not healthy. And it's one way of trying to intimidate people so that they run away from a good place like here. This is a good place where you are ventilating and sharpening your brains and your ability to debate. You don't get this everywhere. And so please, let's work on ensuring that when something good is happening, we fan it. We don't put it off, we fan it. Correct what is wrong, let's push our way forward. Thank you everybody for staying tuned, and please keep on inviting guys to continue with the discourse. We are now in our 4th hour. I may sign out earlier, but the conversation continues. Our night school will be coming in shortly. So please, let's ensure that we engage for the sake of this great country. Hii kalongolongo ya Kenya Kwanza tuikomeshe. Kama kuna Mkenya ambaye anakasirishwa na hii kalongolongo tunakuwa treated nayo, tukasirike vya kutosha. Mimi sijaona serikali kama hii atuna complain atu watoto wamefanya nini. No, we deserve better and we need to get that better. Kama kazi imekushinda, kanyaga nje. We get somebody competent to do the work. Sio kuja kutulilia hapa atu watoto wa pikipiki wamefanya nini. Let's grow up. Public participation. Vipi lakini?
Hi Bernard, how are you?
Amwele, utaniruhusu nicheze video moja tu alafu uingie moja kwa moja.
Hi.
That a Russian missile is said to have killed 2 people after it crossed the border. There have been a wave of missile strikes in Ukraine itself today, but these reports of a missile crossing the border into Poland and killing 2 people. The exact circumstances still not clear, but of course NATO is NATO. Poland is a NATO member, which gives it a lot of protections from other NATO members. An attack on one NATO member is defined as an attack on all of them. Well, a Pentagon official has been given a briefing this evening about other issues, but was asked a question about that missile and the damage it caused and the deaths it caused in Poland. This is the response.
As I mentioned, right now, we are aware of the press reporting on this. We have no information at this time to corroborate those reports, but again, are taking them seriously and looking into them. And so I will make sure that we provide you with any updates as soon as we have them.
Well, as you see there, the Pentagon still at the moment, it is just press reports. Well, presumably the Pentagon, or certainly the intelligence community within the United States know more about it. But at this moment, there's no considered response. We know that the polls are meeting about that. Their security bureau, the National Security, is discussing it. And the big question, of course, is as to whether the strike was deliberate or, as I say, there have been a wave of missile strikes, Russian missile strikes across Ukraine today, whether this straight across the border. So the exact circumstances clearly being examined as we talk, but those reports that 2 people have been killed. Let's get the latest from our Europe correspondent, Siobhan Robbins, who's in Berlin at the moment. And information, more information, a little bit scarce at the moment. Siobhan, have you got any more on precisely what the circumstances are, first of all?
Well, that's what the ongoing investigation is now looking at. We understand that firefighters are at the scene at this village on the border with Ukraine and Poland. The village is called Shevardov. We understand from local media reports that 2 people have died after missiles hit grain silos. What we don't know really is, as you say, was this a deliberate attack on Poland, or was this because of this barrage of missiles which have been hammering Ukraine today? So investigations still going on. We know that the Prime Minister has called this emergency meeting in Poland where he'll be talking to his defense experts. Also, the Pentagon confirming that they are looking into these reports. But I think the big question now will be, what will the NATO response be? And that, of course, will all depend on what we find out about these missiles that have hit. Were they deliberately targeting Poland or not? But we do know, of course, that Poland is a member of NATO, and we also know, of course, that very important clause in the NATO agreement that if someone who is part of NATO is attacked, then other NATO members will come to their defense. We're not at that point at the moment. As I say, we are still investigating. They are still investigating what has happened, but a very serious point in this conflict.
Current public participation?
Yeah. Hi, Bernard, Rhoda, Duke, Mary, street journalist. Yeah. This issue of insecurity, it just goes to show the incompetence which is in this government of Hustler. If you have been following closely the news and WhatsApp forward, on social media, this situation, by the time these people were dealing with it had escalated to a point whereby in Kenyatta Hospital, they were receiving almost, several cases of stabbing, and other gunshots and those kinds of things. So it is not something that started yesterday. This is something which has been going on for at least a month or more. Only that it started immediately after the election, and then it kept on escalating when the thieves realized that there's no security, there's no one who is coming against them. So they all got brave and now went to the streets and other areas of Nairobi. You see, this government, and I really respect the Minister of Interior, Professor Kidure, but he doesn't have experience. And this is one problem which we have been having in this issue of CSA. And you give somebody a ministry which he has totally no experience, he doesn't know anything, and then what do you expect such a person to do? And then they come in at a time when police are disgruntled, the security forces are disgruntled because the security forces which were there in the previous regime, like the special unit, were being victimized because of extrajudicial killing. But we know very well that there is no way this extrajudicial killing would come up if the judiciary and the ODPP is working properly. The reason why the extrajudicial killings is because the legal system is not working, the justice system is not working. So what happens, and this is not something started yesterday. It started, for example, with the Mungiki, whereby they would be arrested and then they end up going out on bail. and they ran back to whoever reported them, and they killed them and those kinds of things. So it got to a point where the late Mishuki now took matters into his hands, and it became mass extrajudicial killing. Wachana na hii ya Rivayala. Those are very few people who are killed. For the time of Mishuki, it became all, in fact, what they used to do, they used to arrest. When you come out on bail, they just follow you and kill you. The same way they have been dealing with a terror suspect. So you see, what Hasler is doing is that he's just looking at the symptoms, trying to cure. This problem has so many root causes. This problem of insecurity in this country has several root causes which he's not addressing. Yeah, he needs to address the justice system. He needs to address the ODPC office. Yeah, DCI office as well. Evidence collection and these things, because if you don't do that now, what you see is, by the way, this surge of crime has been going on. It's only that it has not been it's not been visible because it goes on in like Eastlands, the lower income areas of which, and Italy and those kind of places, of which how it has been being handled is shoot to kill. There is no any other option. It has been shoot to kill. So you see now, when you come up and you victimize the people who are in the special branch, who are dealing with these criminals, deciding that this extrajudicial killing will not allow extrajudicial. Which message are you sending to the other policemen who have been dealing with crime? They stop. Yeah, they stop killing these criminals. So the moment when they stop killing, what happens? The criminal now tells himself, by the way, these criminals, they've also been emboldened by the fact that this is the most corrupt government we have ever had since independence. So they are like, if the deputy president and the president are implicated in very high levels of corruption, and as we just want to steal for subsistence, whereby we are stealing so that we can eat. We don't have anything to eat, we don't have jobs, so we are just stealing to survive. And this is where also the issue comes in of subsidizing basic food commodities so that it's affordable. So when you let unga reach 230, where do you expect people are going to get that kind of money? You have already removed kazi mtaani. You have, the kind of social protection program which was brought in, kazi mtaani, you have scrapped. All those people, where do you expect them to eat? And you are not subsidizing the food, the basic food commodities as well. And the other issue is this firefighting of this government. We have it's called NSIS, the NIS, whereby you should be having intelligence before things escalate to the point where there's a public outcry. So within the first week when this situation started to surge, we know you have the Security Council meetings and you're given briefing that there's a problem. Why do you wait until so many people have died, people have been stabbed, so much property has been lost? Why do you wait until now escalated to the point of public outcry for you to do something about it? That's not how government operates. In fact, if anything, you should be having intelligence the same way you have intelligence of anti-terror. You have intelligence before things happen, not a matter of you let things get out of hand. The society or the community is now in outcry. Several people have been murdered. Then now that's the time the president is calling the police and other security branches that we have to deal with these people. Why? That's just to show you the kind of a government we are having. They are not in control of, and they don't have a plan. You see, that's the other problem. Because when you come in as a new government, you should be having a plan for everything. Yeah, you should have a plan for security, for the economy, and all those things. So that it's just firefighting. Then it's very sad because so many people. Let me tell you, by the way, from the statistics from Kenyatta Hospital, so many people have been named, so many people have been killed since this surge came about. And now we cannot just keep on dealing with the symptoms, because now, okay, fine, you have sent a special work to the CBD and other crime-prone areas. So how long are you going to sustain them? Are they going to be there throughout, or is it now for a time being until, because they were saying they were deployed yesterday, so yesterday there was no crime? Of course, there will not be any crime crime if you have deployed people. Even the thieves, you wanajua you have deployed people. So of course they'll stay back. But you see what is going to happen. They are going to now go down to the estate and those kinds of things. So can he address the real issue which is even causing so much crime? Poverty, extreme poverty. He needs to address that the people cannot afford even basic food commodities. There's no job, there's no way of earning an income for so many youth. You know, this country is one of the countries with very high unemployment rate. They're having, I think they are saying 14 million youths are not employed, they're underemployed. So you need to, security is a multifaceted issue. It's not just an issue of sending out troops to go and quell the problem, because you see, you cannot have a policeman for every household, you cannot have a policeman for every estate, you cannot have a policeman for every village, you can't. So the thing is, you have to deal with the real issues so that now, because what will happen is that, fine, you have sent those special troops now, how long will you keep them there? You can't keep them there forever. And even if you send them, there are specific areas you have sent them. So what happens, they now move to the other areas where they know that kind of force. So me, Bernard, I'm of the opinion that it's very tragic. It's very tragic because imagine so many, like the boy who was stabbed in Ridgeway. That is an IT graduate. So you can imagine how much investment the parents have made. And the other lady who was from KCA, she was also, by the grace of God, they didn't cut her in the neck. Because usually, they stab people in the neck, the jugular vein, whereby you'll just bleed within few minutes, you'll be dead. So she was really cut on the face. It was really a bad, if they were stealing a laptop from her. And then the situation in this country, by the way, is very disturbing. It's very disturbing. I understand that. We are just praying to God because this government does not seem to be in control of so many things, and it also does not seem to be either they are not cognizant of the issues or they are ignoring, I don't know, or they are focusing on corruption because that seems to be their main, their main focus. That you see, and then the other issue also, there is a lot of corruption in the police force. The police force is known as the most highest corruption, the most corrupt institution. It has been ranked by Transparency International over and over. It always sits number one on the list. So, but you see now, Bernard, if you yourself, you are the high priest of corruption, how are you going to come and tell people that, you guys, this corruption has to stop? Yeah, because when somebody leaves Kiganjo, they are leaving Kiganjo knowing that I'm coming to money minting. You see, first of all, even to get into that Kiganjo, you probably bribe a lot of money. Then once you leave, now you want to come and make money. You are not here to come and protect people. You are here to come and make money. If you are under an OCS or an OCPC and you are put on the road, you are supposed to come back and give him some money. It's institutionalized, it's high levels of institutionalized corruption, whereby if you are employed, for example, the traffic police, understand you are supposed to give OCPC a certain amount of money. You have a target, and even the ones who are on patrol, you are supposed to give OCPC a certain cash, which you collect from bars, from Changadens, from brothels, from people on the street. Then you take to him his cash, the OCS the same, and then from there, if you are not going to achieve the target, you want to transfer to Baragoi or some funny place. So policemen now are not focused on security of anything. So that's also another issue whereby even the remuneration, we need to remunerate the police and security forces better, because you see somebody who is living in a Mabati structure or a mad house, what do you expect from such a person when they haven't the power to be able to extract money? They'll focus on that. They are not there to focus on security. And the ones who are there who really want to secure the country or the city, those ones, what they do, they just shoot to kill these boys who are doing it. Because by the way, these are very young people. You'll be surprised, from 12 years to majority of them, they are not even 18. Usually it's like from 12 to 15 or 16 thereabouts. They're very young people. In fact, if you now after you are shocked, they look like children. So for me, in fact, I was of the opinion that these boys, because now you have been unable to improve the economy, to make it sustainable and to make it labor camp or something instead of even killing them. Just take them. If the government has that ability, they can arrest and take you to labor camp. Yeah, instead of, because by the way, the problem has been really serious, like in Islam and Italy, whereby they are killed almost on daily basis. You know, usually if you are on there's a page on Facebook called Nairobi Crime something. So what they usually do, if you are a boy and or whatever, those people who have started to go into crime, they put your photograph, they warn you, they tell you to stop, and they tell you if you are not going to surrender your firearm or you are not going to stop this activity, by next week we are going to kill you. And for sure they will go and kill you, and they'll put your photograph there that they have killed you, to as an example, as a deterrent to the others. But to me also that approach is not good, because if you look at that page called, I think, Nairobi Crime Free, then the numbers of boys who are being killed, they are very many. So me, I was of the opinion that since you, as a government commission who provide for these boys what to do, whether through education or through some kind of work, then take them instead of killing them, because you see now that's wasted manpower. Just pick them and take them to a labor camp. That is something which government can do. Yeah, instead of letting them run around, then kidogo you kill them, and after you kill them, it doesn't do anything, because they are still more and more. If you go to that page of Nairobi Country on Facebook, it's like every week they are killing people, and it's not started now. It's been there for a very long time. There's been a vigilante arm of the government whereby I think the guy is called Hesi or something of the sort. So he puts you on the Facebook page, your photo. Yeah, you have been hangaishering wananchi, and we are going to deal with you. So if within that week you have not, either you don't stop. Usually what happens, some parents take the boys to Shago. But if you have not stopped, the next week utaona mwili yako iko hapo and you have been killed. But it has not stopped anything, which goes to show you that this issue has a bigger root issue of poverty, which we need to deal with, because Bernard, 65% of Nairobi residents are living in slums. So that one in and of itself should tell you that there's a lot of poverty in Nairobi. How can 5% of the population be living in informal settlement? That in and of itself tells you, and then on top of that, add inflation, add the economic distress which is there right now. What do you expect? You know, in fact, it's a ticking time bomb, let me tell you. And the number of unemployed youth being at 14 million. No, 14 million is a lot of people. If somebody just comes, if somebody who really wants to destabilize this country, they can pick those out of those 14 million and start a militia group or several militia groups. So government should not give a kind of very shallow approach of the president calling the GSU and the other security forces to tell them, we have to deal with this, and then the CS is there. He's like, we are going to deal with the root issue. Don't deal with symptoms. Yeah, deal with the root issue, because let me tell you, in fact, if we didn't plan anything from 2007, this country is a very unstable country. You may think that we are very much okay because we are having a kind of a superficial security, but the more a country is having youth who are disenfranchised and employed, is the more unstable such a country becomes. Those are the people who can be recruited into terror. You have seen now terrorists, they are not using their people from Somalia. They are using youth from Kenyan tribes and all that. So if you're not going to deal with those issues of unemployment and extreme poverty, because to me, for Nairobi residents, 65% to be living in slums, that is extreme poverty. So can these groups just deal, of which, to be honest, I don't have faith in them dealing with anything, but you never know. Maybe what I know about Professor Kidurek in this is he's someone who's proactive, and even if this is not his area, I have faith in him that working together with the police force and the other arms of security, that they can secure us. But you see, at the end of the day, the root problem still remains: it's poverty, it's inaffordability of basic food commodities. A hungry person, you cannot reason with a hungry person. That person will just come out. Such a person has nothing to lose. You see, they have nothing. Well, they have nothing to lose. They are young, you know. So a person who has nothing to lose is a very dangerous person. They should even ask themselves, how is it possible, like terrorists attack a defeat? How did these people recruit? And these are people who are Kenyans who are recruited. They are not Somalis. So, and nowadays that's the trend. They are not recruiting Somalis or bringing Somalis from wherever. They are just recruiting the disenfranchised Kenyan youth. In fact, one of the people who attacked the Dusit, one of them, their father is a KDS, the boy. So, I don't know. But this country needs a big overhaul. Otherwise, we are going to be in bigger problem. This is not even a big problem. In case somebody who wants to destabilize this country for whatever reason, if you recruit this disenfranchised youth to militia groups, we'll have big problem. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's my contribution for now.
So, thank you, public participation, for that elaborate contribution. We are glad that you are contributing towards a better Kenya. I believe that we have what it takes to arrest the situation and put it under control. If we don't do that, it's not because we don't have resources. It's not because we don't have manpower. It's simply because we don't want to do it. That's my take on the same, especially on matters security and matters cost of living. We have all it takes to make life affordable for every Kenyan everywhere. Even if we don't get any support from anywhere, we just need to be able to mobilize, to have a responsible government that can mobilize resources, Kenyans. But what I find with the Kenya Kwanza government is that they don't want to ease the life of Kenyans, because when Kenyans are having it easy, they will begin to give them problems of demanding this and demanding that. So they want them to be impoverished so that they can break their will, and then they will succumb. And when they have succumbed, they can do with them whatever they want. That school of thought, whether it's going to work or not, I don't think with this Kenya is going to work. So please, let's do what we must do to ensure that our country does not end up in wrong hands and does not end up losing what it has already. Wisdom demands that before you change anything, you must first of all understand what you want to change and see that the change you want to bring is better than the status quo. But if you replace the status quo with worse than what was there, you are definitely going to lose it. And so let's work hard towards that. Thank you, everybody that is sending in their support towards our tokens and Wi-Fi. Please, let's keep it going, and we'll be glad to sustain the show. We are on the 5th hour. I think after the 5th hour, I'll be signing out as soon as Francis and the other team come in to proceed with the conversation. What I seek from us as we converse, let's project a better Kenya, fight for a better Kenya, push for a better Kenya, not for us, but for our children and our children's children. I want my great-grandchildren to visit my grave and say I contributed to a better Kenya. Not I dug Kenya into a deeper pit for them to suffer more. Let it be that I spend my time making Kenya better for my children and my children's children. That's the only way for us to make progress. Lakini hapa ni kama kufaitia matumbo zetu. There is the commissioner letter. I played the video here. Ati barua ya kutoa Chebukati iliandikwa Oktoba. Haigusomwa kwa parliament, na hii ingine imeandikwa juzi hata kabla ifike ishasomwa na speaker. And then anaishinikiza kwamba the 4 commissioners to be removed is the president. Now that makes me very, very, very disturbed, because a whole president going to fight 4 commissioners of IEBC simply because they did not support his election. What kind of world is this? What kind of leadership is this? Even if you're the one behind the removal of the commissioner, you need to hide somewhere so that it is not obviously seen that you're the one fighting them. The moment the president begins to fight IEBC commissioners, what do we have now left? Na hii hekima mimi sijui inatoka wapi, kwa sababu mimi sijaona hii. I've not seen this anywhere. There are many things that Moi did, but he was always hiding behind somebody. There are many things that Kibaki did, but you could not see him confronting anybody or picking up somebody to go to fight. The fight of Kibaki and Raila, it was never, there were no exchanges between Kibaki and Raila. It was the lieutenants that were fighting. Hii ambayo rais anatuma wabunge waende kutoa commissioners wa IBC, kitanuka hapa. Mimi sioni kama hii ni akili ambayo inaweza kusaidia kuunganisha inji. Something is wrong with this country. Let's tell each other the truth, other than kupretend. Kama we ni mzee wa boma, hata kama una side na mke wa tatu, okay? Lazima utumie hekima ili usisambaratishe familia wakati una side na mtu fulani. Lakini wewe unaenda obviously hao watupwe ili nani akuje. The 3 rogue commissioners, okay, that presided over these elections, that was ratified by the Supreme Court, their term is expiring suddenly like African folk song. Tarehe moja, tarehe ni ile 17 January, wote wanaenda, wapende wasipende, okay? Then who assumes the responsibility? The 4 commissioners. Then you want the 4 commissioners out of the way, so that what happens? You reconstitute IEBC the way you want, not the way it is. So that what happens? So that you can have wembe ni ule ule. No. President Ruto needs to understand that Kenya is bigger than him, and this country can do without him. That's a reality that he needs to embrace. Asifikirie kwamba yeye ni wa kwanza. Hii nchi imekuwa hapa. Tumeona mateso, tumeona yasiyoonekana. Asijaribu kufanya hii nchi kwamba ni yeye, na kama si yeye ni yeye. Haikwendi hivyo. Sawa sawa. Okay, Pick Road. Pick Road says we should put time limits. We usually have time limits of Hold on. Thank you. Dakika moja tafadhali. I'm saying
sawa.
We usually have 2 to 3 minutes for everybody, but I just let it so that everybody airs what is in their heart, since we don't have many people in the studio who are yet to speak, and so that is why we let that happen. But what's happening right now, it is not encouraging. Hata kama ni siasa, huwezi kuwa siasa full time. Kuna time unasahau unakuwa president, unaongoza inji kwanza, alafu siasa baadaye. Huwezi kumaliza tu campaign, alafu ukiingia unaanza kupanga mikakati ya jinsi uta increase counties, vile utafanya siasa yako ya 2027. Who knows where will you be in 2027? There's no guarantee that you will be there in 2027. There's no guarantee that you will be president in 2027. Hata kama unaweka mikakati iwekwe kwa mambo ambayo ni ya haki. Sio mambo ambayo ya kusubvert the will of the people and arrange systems that are going to defeat justice. And then you want to call that progress. That is not progress. And this needs to stop, and it has to stop now. So wananchi, tuamke, tusimame imara, tutende yale ambayo yanapaswa kutendwa ili nchi isonge mbele. Tuache hizi vituko za kujaribu kuchezewa akili. The 4 commissioners have right to be in that office. If you want them out, let it not be the president wants them out. Let there be information that proves that they have violated their code of conduct and they need to be removed because they violated this part of the constitution. Lakini story at rais amepeana orders watolewe. Hapa kutakalika. Asante. So Roda, dakika moja So, okay, one moment.
Nitaongea tu about commissioner. Nasema hivi, tuliona hiyo election, it was not free, fair and credible. Tukiona kwa TV tulikuwa tunaona Raila Janikonga na more vote, alafu tena wakachange. Kwa sababu hao commissioner waine walisimama na ukweli, ndio maana wanataka nini. Hata ukijua historia ya Mungu, Yesu siku ile alipelekwa kwa msalaba, walimchapa, na wale walimpeleka ni wale wa believe him. They didn't believe him kwa sababu ni wa ukweli, kama vile Biblia inasema Mungu ni wa ukweli. Jesus is on the way, true and life. Ndio maana they didn't believe him, but nobody can be like him, Jesus. Nobody. I'm just saying example. So those commissioners, that is not because wanasimama na ukweli. Kwa nini anawatoa kwa kazi? And I don't know, commissioner is from authority or is non-governmental. I don't know how things work in Kenya. But for me, I feel that is not absolutely not to remove those commissioners because they stand with. In fact, you need to be very happy that some people are very honest in Kenya. They don't try to hide something. So we will not allow he do whatever he wants. He have to respect us. I have said many times when we are here, we are the one who carry democracy. We are the one who carry democracy. Nobody. It's us. Democracy is belong to us. It's not belong to him. We are the Kenyans, and the one if we don't want those commissioners, they stay, they can stay. If they don't want, they can't. Let me tell you, one time, God will do miracles sometimes, like Africa. Generally, Africa, they can have the same system we have here in Europe. That is the way the Africa will get delivered. At everybody, when you work in authority, you fear people. You cannot do anything without knowing. Even the court. Sometimes I look Kenya, I feel, let me tell you, for many, many years ago, even this country I'm living, it was not the same. But the people, they fight for their democracy. They fight for the justice. They fight for the integrity. It was not like that. Many, if I go to the 1940s, everything was mess. But because of the God grace, give people who know how to put things in order, who know the government, who make the system of education to work, university, kindergarten, the man and a woman who sit in the court is a men and women who have integrity, who sit in the ministers, the minister of education, minister of health. They focus how many patients we have in the cancer. They need treatment, and they need machine for the treatment. How the women hospital, the women sickness. Women, we usually get a sickness. We want people who work there. Why can we have such kind of the system in Kenya? People who love their own country, because things can deliver our country. Don't be selfish. Love your country. When you love your country, that's the time God will deliver you. That's the time our country will be. But when we have a politician who doesn't love our country, we will never be free. The time we will be free when we start to love ourselves first and we love our country. That's the time we will get delivered. But we cannot get delivered when we have a politician who doesn't love our country. They think about themselves. People, they go to work in the government, they don't have education, so they don't have a knowledge, they have nothing. And then something funny, I have been very, very disappointed is a church. Something I noticed with the church of Kenya, they don't fear God. If they really fear God and they know what things are going on with this criminal, they could stand. They say enough is now. We have to stand up. To stand with the truth, but they don't want, because all the time when I hear the preacher, we pray for x-rays, the first reader, why do you pray for them if God give them wisdom? How can you pray for somebody if he doesn't want to accept it? He doesn't want. They have never, those preachers, they have never said, let us go and visit former president in Israel. In fact, they need to love former president than before. You know why? Because he need a lot of love, he need a lot of comfort, he need to love hug. When you see somebody is sick, you need to comfort. When you see somebody is struggling with, you need to love that person. But some churches in Kenya, they are fighting their opposite because they can get money for this, or maybe they think that if I be contact with the president, I get the power of, like me, when I touch people here, head, they get deliverance and they get healed, and I don't get any power from the pastor, from any president. The power is belong to God. So when somebody is going difficult, that's the way we need to stand with. We visit him, we visit her mother, we know what is going in life. Even you can buy some packet, you put some things. I'm going to visit the former president, just present with the flowers. When you are, those they say they call them a prophet. I don't know whether they are true prophet or they are fake. Why can they do that? Because the love of God is to love those people who have been rejected. But in Kenya, they don't live the word of God. The word of God is yes and amen. Sick, you didn't visit me when I was sick. You didn't come to visit me when I was in prison. That when somebody is going difficult time, when somebody is rejected with people, and when enemy hate that person, that's the way the church, they need to stand with that person. They spread the love, they pray for him, they bless him. But something I notice with the church is about money. Money. Because they want to dress nice clothes, they want to go to the mission, they want to go to American churches. I wish people we can have in Kenya we can have people like a Bishop TDJ. You remember when they had a strike in South Africa? Because there is a conflict between black people and white people. It's very division in South Africa. TB Joshua, he was standing because he know the station go in Africa. He always stand with Africa because TB Joshua, he is African American and he did DNA. He come from Nigeria. So we want people who stand. Don't say, oh, I want to if Biden say hi to me, I give them more power. What? You cannot give the power because you say hi to the prophet or king. No, the power is belong to Jesus. Hallelujah. The power is belong. This is the time sometimes I see the Kenya church, I see, oh my God, this Kenya people are so crazy. When I was young, we used those days, it was a real gospel. When we used to have a crusade, we pray when it's not raining, we stand with the families who are going difficult, we help for the people who have weakness, we help people who doesn't have hope, we give hope. But nowadays the church is about to have a position. I want to be evangelist, I want to be a prophet because I can prophesy. You can prophesy yourself. You can prophesy for your country, declare blessing. Say that Kenya is blessed. Don't say Kenya is a country of corruption. Kenya is not a country of killing. Kenya is not the country of hate. It's not a tribal country for hating. But some people, they get happy when we are divisions. They get happy because the enemy hate when people are division. He hate unity. The work of the enemy, but God loves unity. He wants us, we live together as the Kenyans. We cry together. We fight together. That's the way I want our country. But when we have a division, do you think we never move forward? We will never get any development when we are not living together. We must live together as one Kenya, united, ruled by God. And we must pray for each other and bless each other. That is only He can can make our country grow, but not rejecting other people. Oh, he was a former president. And then when he was president, you didn't like him. You were talking the shit because that is a tribal. To hate that person was there because of tribal. And that tribal we must rebuke because when we understand, we understand really who we are. We cannot put other people down. We must come together as a Kenya. We love one another and forgive each other. That only, don't focus with the past. Oh, they treated me like this. Do you know how many people I used to forgive? If People that used, I remember I was going difficult time 2016. And I said to that man, I will not forgive. I was repeating all the time, like the way Gasha will repeat all the time. That man did for me evil, did for me evil. I will never forgive. But the time I went to the church, I talked with the council of the church. They tell me you have to forgive that person. And the time when I forgive that person, I get free. When you forgive that person, you give that person peace. But if you don't forgive others, you don't get peace. And that's only can deliver our country. Thank you. Somebody can take off.
Yes, hello everyone. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we hear you very clear.
Okay, I don't know if it's right for me to go ahead and talk about the previous clip that was played here concerning the missile that landed in Poland today, or we should stick to the Kenyan matters. Yes, somebody?
We are in an open-ended session. You may decide what to
All right.
submit.
Thank you. Okay, so I wanted to talk about this clip that Mr. Bernard played earlier on this show, and it was about the very deadly blast that happened in the last on Tuesday yesterday in Poland, and earlier this day we have seen the German Chancellor Olaf Scholz and with the US President Joe Biden, together with the President of the French, the President Emmanuel Macron, and the Prime Minister of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, among other members of the G20 leaders in a summit in Indonesia, talking about this very blast that happened in Poland. And NATO, through its General Secretary, said that this blast that landed in Poland was not Ukraine's fault, but people are yet to decide whether this missile was coming from Ukraine or this missile was coming from Russia. But looking at it, according to my opinion, this missile came from Ukraine. Because if you look at where Poland is located and the place where the missile landed, actually, it is not a missile that came from Russia, because Poland does not border with Russia in any way. It's a very distant country from Russia. It borders with Ukraine and the countries like Belarus. But Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, is yet to tell the people whether this missile was from his defense military purpose when they were trying maybe to counter the planes, the war planes from Russia. So the NATO members, they have said that this missile is actually not Ukraine's fault, but they have said that Russia actually bears full responsibility for this blast that left 2 people dead earlier yesterday, Tuesday. Yeah, and I want to say that it could be true that it was an intentional missile that came from Ukraine just to alert the other member of the NATO to join into the war, to have like a collective military response to the unending aggression of Russia to this country called Ukraine. And it also could be true that this missile, yes, it came from Ukraine, but it was not an intentional missile. Maybe it was a missile that was meant to counter it was like an missile and aircraft missile that was meant maybe to bring down the Russian warplanes. And we have seen Zelensky saying that there is an investigation that is already going on into the incident, and that they need to know all the information concerning this blast. And I think that it is high time the NATO countries, the big countries like China, not China, like US and other big countries, they come up, and the NATO family, to help end this war, because it has affected largely the people of Ukraine and of course the people of the entire globe. So I think it's high time that these big 7 countries come together and bring Putin to hold. Yeah, that's my submission for now.
First, I want to disagree with you that a missile from Russia cannot reach Poland. We are talking about intercontinental missiles. So Russia has missiles which can move even from one continent to another. So Russia has the capability to send a missile from its territory into Poland. However, Poland has clarified that that was an advanced missile from Ukraine. So it was not a missile from Russia. So that's why I'm talking about the media. Sometimes the media becomes extremely sensitizes specific issues, because if you were seeing from the report, they were saying that Russia has thrown a missile into Poland, which is not true. When even the Poland government, the Poland authorities, the Poland president was saying that they want to investigate, they don't know the source of that missile. But later they established that from the forensic audit of the remains of the missile, it was a defense missile from Ukraine. So that has been clarified and sorted out. Then I want to talk about the commissioners. Again, the media is purporting that the president has directed the members of his faction to remove the 4 commissioners. But we did not get that first-hand information, because when the media gives allegations like that, we need to get the president saying that, the way the president said about the changing of the constitution. So sometimes it's good to have first-hand information, but I support the 4 commissioners to be removed from office, because number one, as a country which is guided by the constitution, the mandated institution to act as an arbiter when there is a conflict is the judicial system. So when the highest court has established that the 4 commissioners were wrong, then it's actually a good thing for them to resign. The honorable thing they should have done is to resign. Number 2, I'm talking about absconding of their duties, because as per the courts, the working station of the commissioners was at the Bomas of Kenya. That's the workstation. So when you move out of that and you go to Serena, and we know Serena is a recreational facility, it's a hotel, then that's like absconding your duty. It's like when we have voting underway in parliament, and some members of parliament goes to Mombasa to give a contrary statement, but the business will continue in parliament. So I feel that they should be, if indeed they were disagreeing with Chebukati, they were to be there in the stage at the Bomas of Kenya, and then disagree with him on the stage and counter him right there. Maybe things would be different, right? But rather than just disappearing and then giving an official statement from somewhere else. Then number 2, most of you, I agree with what Mary said, and as he was saying, what Nate said about we don't have inadequate resources, especially in the security sector, which is a fact. And Bernard was opposing that, which is very wrong, because if you, for example, we are talking about, if you find some police stations, thousands of them, maybe hundreds of them, to be fair, they don't even have one vehicle. So are they going to walk around to over security or to scrutinize issues. In other stations, actually, they have just one vehicle. So how are they want to respond to numerous emergencies from different locations at the same time, simultaneous? So it's true that we need to increase their number of them and also the equipment which they have. That's why we're talking about automation. And there is actually a proposal which is underway whereby the traffic sector is going to be totally automated, whereby we should not be having a situation whereby police officers are stopping cars and vehicles and taking bribes. So we run to have a system whereby if the car is overlapping, you record the number plate of that car and then you record the mistake. And that mistake may be, then that recording is final. That mistake must be sorted. It must be punished, maybe through fines or through something of that kind. So that we are talking about automation. Then I'm talking about, I will also talk about, Bernard was saying that there is no experience, that Ruto has disrupted the security sector to the extent now. It's like we are having new people who are not experienced. That's not true. He has to differentiate between the civil servants and other people like politicians who have limited time in office, or the heads of security. So when it comes to civil servants, they have to stay. They are permanent. They are stationed to work for the government until they retire. So those, not all of them are, actually none has been fired. It's actually an adjustment of the leadership so that to ensure that you meet specific expectations or specific ambitions. Also, I agree that there is a difficult economic situation in Kenya. Maybe that's what's motivating many people to be involved in crimes. That's actually the cardinal point which must be addressed. You know, human beings have an instinct to survive. So if they are actually exposed to difficult situations, also they will also erupt to illegal acts to make ends meet. So in the long term of addressing those issues about ensuring that all Kenyans are able to, their economic rights are fulfilled. We don't have the economic right just in paper and in constitution, where it says everybody has a right to education, a right to health care, a right to shelter, and yet millions don't have decent housing, they don't have decent access to water, they don't even have access to housing. So we need to ensure that all Kenyans are able to access, they are facilitated to identify and to access opportunities so that they can be economically dependent, to ensure that they make their ends meet using the right channels or through their hard work. So that's what I can say for.
Something about Duke. Over time, Duke, you like darkness. You love darkness. Why can you come for the light sometimes?
What do you mean by darkness? Can you give more information? What do you mean by darkness?
Yeah, like the way you talk about the commissioner because they were speaking the truth about the election, and then you start to lie at it was not that, like, those are darkness. When are you coming to understand Ruto was not winning these elections? When are you going to accept Ruto is a bad person? He's a bad guy. He's a bad. I'll never respect him. Remember when he take the power, he take the ferry with a lot of bitterness and anger. I hope one day, one time, Ruto will regret. You know me, I don't come here to do hypocrisy. He will regret. He will understand, I was doing something bad. Even you, yourself, you will understand your own sin. Because when we do bad, we always understand. Have you ever treated somebody bad? You start to regret. You feel, wow, why I do that? When I treat other people bad, I regret. I say, God, I need a lot of mercy. Please forgive my sin. Because to treat other person bad, that's a sin. That's a big sin. Hmm? But the Ruto is only, although Ruto is only perfect, only thing is good, oh, good, good, good. You are living I wish one day, one time, God will open your heart and eyes. You see the truth. But because your eyes is blind, you don't see. I pray for you that God will open the inside eyes. Inside is your heart. You know the truth. The Ruto, he is a bad person. He's not a good person. He's a bad. Why do I lie?
Rhoda. Yes, Mary.
Yes.
Let's have hear from Mary.
Yes. Okay. About the four commissioners, Duke, with due respect, I would say those are the people who have lived in that office with Chebukati, and they knew what was coming. They didn't want to have commotion. Let me take it that way. It's my opinion. They didn't want to have commotion with Chebukati. And you can see very clearly that Chebukati is not a push man. You cannot push him. He does what he wants to do. These are his junior, I would say, because he was the chairman. Whatever he did with his own accord, and they did what was right. And we have the evidence that they were doing the correct thing. Chebukati did the wrong thing. Okay, let's come to these people when they went to Bomas when this thing was taking place. Look at how Olekina was treated. He was even hit with a chair. Did you want those people to be there? That's one evidence to show these people were really in immense, vigorous way of, kunyakua hiyo election. Walikuwa, they have meant business, and they had meant to fight back if they had stopped to do what they wanted to do. So I can't blame those four commissioners getting away because they wanted their peace. Whatever they did the correct thing. And we know that the election was stolen. That's one thing, period. The other thing, when I talked about having inadequate security or whatever, of supporting the security with the producing enough to support security in the country. What are they doing? They're just pocketing money. 10 years. He knows the problem of insecurity in that country. He knows the police were inadequate. They were inadequate supported. So he would have had a plan of how he's going to handle the police. The only thing they are doing is to rubbish them, rubbish the police, put them aside like kids and tell them the very bad stuff. And even firing some of them. What do you expect? Even the police are human beings. They are fathers. They are sons of people. They are brothers of people. They want respect. So even me, when somebody does that at work, belittling me, of course, I'll sit back and watch. And I want to see how the boss is going to do, because you cannot rubbish me and you expect me to do the job you want me to do. So, Duke, what I was trying to say is about corruption that will not support. And so the police will not have adequate tools to do their job. And if that is the case, if they are talking about the insecurity because of police not having enough, it's because what they are getting, instead of servicing the police, they are putting in their pocket. Plan to take adequate means. It's not a matter of going to look for further education or going to look for further help from outside. They have enough money to support the police and put them into check and see that they are doing the right thing because they have been supported with proper things. That is what I meant. I didn't mean that because they are few, they cannot take care of the security in the country. It's because even when we look at this, there is no service that is going to be given better than what has been there before, because even it is going to be worse simply because there is no enough tools to work with this police, and there is not enough police to do the work because they have been put like they feel even insecure even themselves because they have been belittled. The other thing is that that point is lost. I was trying to put like I'm sorry, the point is gone. I will remember while I'm still here hanging on. Thank you.
So thank you, Mary. You know, you just a minute, huh? Just continue anyway. So what happens is that I was just far away a little bit, and I saw some kind of monumental mistakes or monumental some of kind of legislation that actually shocked me. One of it is that when President William Ruto was in Djibouti under the COP 27, in the invitation of the Mohamed Fatal al-Sisi, he clearly stated that he never signed any deal between him and the president, the Tanzanian president, President Samia Suluhu Hassan. Something that shocked me. How can that kind of conmanship go to an extra mile that you can even defraud a country that you stood very well and told Kenyans that you have signed a gas deal that will enable Kenyans to be able to receive gas from Tanzania and other kind of oil production. Then when you go to the nation that have big nation, the big boys, that is the United States, Russia, and so forth, then you come and claim that you never signed that deal and it's no longer existing there. And then I'm asking my question is very simple: is by having such kind of a president, do you think that we will be able to move from the fossil fuel to greener fuel? My answer is no, because there's no any kind of trust. I've also seen the Washington Post has clearly stated that Kenyan president is a man of double speak. Today he says ABCD, tomorrow he said Z. And then we wonder, with that kind of a president, can you really sit down and trust if this man can do whatever he said for really, or he just there to arouse emotion? It becomes a problem. You cannot understand the individual very well. Is it the same? Then for those who are arguing in a point that the police officers, maybe in Kenya, they are little police officer, I want to ask you, after the exit of Uhuru Kenyatta being the president and Kinoti being the director of criminal investigation and other people and Matiang'i, how many police did they die so that they reduce the population of police to a point that they cannot be able to hold the Nairobi city and other environments? How many police died so that their population now goes down? Why during that tenure, just some months ago, the security was well? It is just purely demoralization of police. If there's inadequate, it is there, but inadequate has been there with also some kind of beef of security. When you are telling people that there's insecurity because there's inadequate police, therefore what you are saying is the crime has always been in existence since 1963, a fact that you can all dispute it. It's just demoralization of police, treating police like a second-hand vehicle. So at the end of the day, they lay down their arms. And then when you are looking at Mary, I also want to take you back this way. Today, Gachagua has been given a land that he was claiming to have the ownership of it. He was also acquitted some charges of 73 billion. A government that values criminality will never be friends with police. How will you be a friend with somebody who prevents criminality and you yourself you are a criminal? There's no way. Automatically you will try your best to sabotage it so that they will not be able to get you culpable or they will not get you culprit. And that is what is happening right now in Kenya. And for those of you who you are thinking you are thinking in this crime in terms of in locally, there is also international crimes. There are people who are looking at any small security glitch in Kenya, and then they will carry a dangerous attack in Kenyan soil that will go on regretting about it. the moment we reach to a point that we persecute the police, I am asking you a very simple question. If those people who were under SSU that were taken to court of law and their faces were made public, do you know how much danger did you put those police who carried attacks against militias, who carried attacks against hardcore criminals, who put their life in the first, who put their life behind to protect you Kenyans because of these hardcore criminals, and today you are parading them in a court of law, in a civil court of law, whereby everybody has access to their faces and every identity. Do you know those officers, I'm telling you, they will not even be able to stay for the next 5 years before they get assassinated? Because these are the people who are dealing with the people in society who can do anything as much as they are able to protect their interests. So we need to reach at a point as a country, we value the people's, we value people's people's work, and we respect them and we give them morale. If it's a correction, that is why we have court martial. We cannot be taking the Kenya police and the army in civil cases and in civil courts, because this one interferes with even their life. In the same case, like today, a judge, like maybe somebody like Lesit, is being taken to commit prison. I'm sure he cannot survive even for the next 3 hours, because there are so many people who are passed through their hands, and they will be there to pay revenge. So as much as you are dealing with maybe discipline in our forces, let us do in a way such that we protect the identity. Kama mtu amekosea, wacha hata kama atafungwa miaka 2, afungwe, atoke akiwa julikani. Sisi tujuange hata fulani sijui wenye yuko, lakini ajue kwamba yako salama. But the moment you parade their faces in public courts, what you are simply telling the people is that the people who killed your individual, your relatives, are the following people you are seeing their faces in a court of law. What happens is there is what you call revenge. And that is why the police are not wanting to be named or to be closer to any kind of an hotspot, that they will be named as the people who are murderers. For example, even when you look at Nairobi now CBD, hawataki kuenda, maana utaenda pale uende udeal na hao criminals dakika 2-3, kesho ama kesho kutwa Gachagua aje aseme kuna vijana waliuliwa ambao waliuliwa vibaya, hawako wamefanya makosa na pengine ni watu walikuwa harmed, then watafishwa kotini. So badala nipitishwe sheria yote ya kuzungushwa juu chini nini na nini, mimi najiuzulu, natoka, ama nakataa kwenda, ama nikitumwa si huyu mtu, nenda na cooperate na wao wafanye chenye wanafanya, wasonge mbele. Kama ni Wakenya wanataka wachukue sheria kwa mikono yao, and that's what is happening. So we need to build morale upon the police, so that at the end of the day, we can have our forces that at least are well motivated, and they feel that Kenya is their land, and their identity can well be protected for future for future endeavors. Because these police will not die as policemen; they will also want to take political stance. So imagine taking a political stance and your face was named as among the SSU. How do you think that person will behave? Automatically, the individual will see him politically being killed. Politically, will be just like castrated. And that's the problem that we have in Kenya. So anyway, we need to address that issues of demoralization of police. It's an issue that affects so many police, not just even the SSU alone, but also even the regular police that Gachagua keeps referring to them as the people who are being used. You cannot use a man who has enough brain. You cannot use a man who can be able to think, to reject, and to accept. Yes, Mary.
Yes, can I say something? What I wanted to say is that this is a president in anger, and he has so much to do in perusing everybody. I don't know which category he wants us to be. The other thing I wanted to say is that look at these crimes when they started. You can see the trend. To me, my own opinion is that these crimes started slowly, and you can see these guys, I would say, they were promised some things that they really wanted to have, or to start and do all these what they were promised. They would be given money, and they will start their own businesses, or they will get money because they are hustlers, whatever. The crimes can be classified as, to my opinion, as these are people who waited to see things happen as they were promised. It never happened. It's still pulling its legs to reach where they are going, and also the promises that it is not being fulfilled, and also looking at the word dynasty. All these things put together, they can bring this result which is now we are seeing happening on the streets of our country. What I see is that these are people who have no hope, people who have been waiting for that promise that they were promised. It never happened, and they see it is not going to happen. Because when you see that I'm telling you tomorrow I'm going to give you this, and then when it comes tomorrow, I tell you, no, go get your friends, then I can come and give you what I'm giving you. Which are the friends? I live alone, and then I'm going to look for people to come and line up, and then we get what we were promised. We were not told from the beginning that we will be grouping. We were told one individually that this is what's going to happen. So it becomes difficult. There are people who are not going to accept sleeping hungry when they know that they can use their force or whatever, even if it is wrong. So there are things that can really put a country into hostility because of what somebody has said. And when you are saying it, how did you say it? Where did you say it? Why did you say it? That's where I see our country is. And for that, I feel like these crimes, I am not supporting them. That is very wrong, and it is very sad for our country. But whoever came up with promises that I'm going to help you poor people, I'm going to put food on your table, I'm going to put money in your pocket, lying to those people who are really waiting for that, and then it is not happening, you are lighting fire in the country. So that's my point I wanted to make. Thank you, Francis.
Yes, Mary. Duke, just maybe a reply, just a short one, so that you also progress.
Yes, I have two issues to address. One, it's true that the policemen are demoralized because of several factors, but the current government is the only one which is trying to address that. One, they are the only one which have reviewed their salaries and they are going to increase the salaries of the security officers. Number two, the government has also said that in 2 years, it will ensure that every security officer will have a house that they will be accommodated, and at least a one-bedroom house. So that is addressing them in 2 ways, increasing their salary and ensuring they have houses.
Duke,
about security, you are saying that it is.
Duke, I also interject a little bit.
Can I fix 1 minute?
No, I want to just ask you a question, so that at the end of the day you clarify very well. When you look at when you are saying that they will provide one bedroom, we know the work of a police is movement up and down. They cannot stay for one locality for more than they stay for at least 3 months. How will you be able to build them houses whereas there are people who are always on transit? Ule unaweza mpata hata Loitoktok, kesho mpate hata Moyale, kesho kutu mpate Kisumu, mpate wapi. So how will you be able to build houses for them and particular assigned to them to these particular houses? How would that be done? If you can elaborate maybe in your suggestion.
One, police officers are assigned to a specific station. So if you are transferred, you are going to be transferred from one station to another. So these houses will be within stations where maybe if you have been transferred to Moyare, that station, there are enough houses to accommodate you. We don't have issues whereby we find police officers are living in houses made of mapati, something of that kind, a single room, and they have a family and they have kids. So that's a good solution. Then most of you have been saying that we have not been having insecurity issues. They have just arrived right now, which is very false, because actually there has been numerous insecurity incidences in the past. It's only because the media was not keen to capture the instances. A lot of instances happen every day, actually. Whenever you go down to 5 years in the past, there are insecurity issues which happen in Nairobi every day. And if I can report one personal instance, actually it was in 2020. Some guys broke a side mirror, my side mirror, and the car is in the traffic congestion, and they come, and that they break the side mirror and they run away with your side mirror. So you can imagine that, and that was in around 2019. So these insecurity issues have been there. Even that case I rated the other day about some people with more border guys running with snatching a phone from a traffic police officer. It happened in years back. So there's been issues of that. Lastly, I want to respond to Rhoda. Rhoda, we are very different. So when I come here, I give my personal opinion. The same way you come here, you give your own opinion. So it's impractical for me to speak what is in your mind or what you want me to hear. So you have to tolerate those differences. We are very different, and we have different perspectives and different ideologies. And the differences are good because human beings survive because of differences. So if we were to be the same, we will all die. That's why I can see most of you have clothes, but you don't make clothes. There are some people they like the profession of making clothes, and they venture in that area. So you go and buy. So you are also in a different field. So the issue of trying to always confront me with on the wrong side and you're on the right side, that's very wrong. We are talking politics, and each person is entitled to his own opinion, and try to respect those with different opinions the way I respect yours.
So thank you, Duke. Then I was also asking this way. I don't know if we had discussed, or maybe it's also important because I've seen this kind of the Hustler Fund. Actually, it was one of the reasons as to why majority of the poor people believe that the Ruto would have helped them. But to me, I hold this view in regard to the poor people in society, and I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I can justify if indeed the poor people can be helped by the bottom up, and I find it with a big no, because these are individuals who cannot afford the basic need. So as much as you are giving them money for investment and so forth, there are people who are sleeping hungry, they have no any business, they have no any to consume, maybe even clothing and shelter. Therefore, giving them 50,000 is as if how will somebody be able to establish a business with 50,000 whereas the individual is sleeping hungry? I found it not just to be ridiculous, because food comes before investment. There are some people investment is a luxury. It's not a basic need the way people want to it to appear as if it is. And therefore, when you are giving a group of people 50,000, put at this scenario, there is what you call registration fee. That's the first thing. To acquire good contact, I've had is almost 1,250. The cost of acquiring the guarantor sign, the four people who two must be relatives, also have some cost, because you cannot parade relatives and then all of a suddenly uachie kitu ya chai ama usimamie transport, lazima usimamie. Then also on that point, also remember that government will also come for taxes, because when you start a business, no matter how small it is, you must pay some small kind of taxes. Then the other issue comes in this sense of in terms of the rent, the kind of rent or anything like occupation fee where you will be operating. Not so many people who are owning land in Kenya. Therefore, when you are giving people 50,000, I found it to be very ridiculous. Then you are attaching a lot of conditions that seems to be very scary. How do you default payment of 50,000, then you are being sent to jail for 5 years or 10 million? Is that amount proportionate really? Then you look at even the repayment period. It has been restricted to 6 months. When you look at a business, when you start a business, in areas that you can start a business and succeed, one, you can succeed a business because there's existence of poor services. Yes, you can be having the same business, but because one business provides poor services, you can take that opportunity for you to establish a business. You can also establish a business where you feel that there is insufficient production, and now you are coming to fill the gap. So the question is, does that gap exist indeed in our market with the small scale farmers, the small scale traders, like the Mama Mboga and the Boda? Do we have that kind of a gap that need to be filled that now seems to be the priority of William Ruto? We also start a business where you feel like there's an availability of services or products. What they are starting? Does it exist or something new? And if it's the same thing that people have already started, how will they be able to get the customers? Because you have something that you call the goodwill. When you start a business, there's also something called a goodwill. These are what is more of a brand name, what we have built for the past years. People knows you. What there are people who knows you very well that Duke is operating in area A, B, C, D, and he says good in this kind of services. Therefore, will also always prefer good Duke. So within 6 months, will somebody be able to have built a goodwill so that you will be able to have a sustainable business? Then you look at what you call customer loyalty. Look at these instances like we are giving people 50,000 in a group, then you want them to start businesses to repay within 6 months. Will they be able to gain customer loyalty within such kind of a shorter period of time? Then you look at even the interest rate. Why do we offer interest rate at the prorated basis? Why can't you not offer at the reducing balances? Is that something that they want to gain more, but we are not understanding? I found it more of a Asla Fund is like Tala, but now under management of government. It's not even something that needs to be associated with the government, because it seems to be very, very, very scary. He also promised people that they will be taken out of CRB. But right now they are saying the loan allocation will be based on the credit score. Which credit score will they use if not CRB? Why are they going against their word? And then I will also speak of this one. The Central Bank of Kenya has existed its limit to tell to tell the loan app that they need to forgive the defaulters of repayment of loans. That one is not the mandate of the Central Bank of Kenya. It has no authority, it has no jurisdiction to order forgiveness of any kind of loan. What they can do, if they have enough money, they can pay the amount of money that the defaulters have defaulted in the loan app so that their name can be taken out of CRB. There is no way, Duke, that a court of law can come and tell you that from today you will not be able to ask for your debt from ABCD. That one is that is more of misuse of power. So the Central Bank of Kenya should not cheat Kenyans. Even the 50% discount they are offering, unless they are willing to pay the 50% to the loan apps and other sites where Kenyans got their loan, that one is an hot air. There's no way you can just order, let's forgive loans from nowhere. Some of them will collapse because the amount of money they gave from their own accounts. So today you are talking about let them forgive those loans. What are we wanting to instruct them? That now that it's like their loans was more of a conspiracy? It is not. So the Central Bank of Kenya should come out and stop cheating Kenyans. It has no mandate of that. And if it can do that way, it's only asking the government to pay part of loan on behalf of Kenyans and not to give an order. Who are they to give an order? Even a court of law cannot do that. Cyrus Jirongo has been having a lawsuit about the bankruptcy since 2002 that has been filed by different creditors. But the court of law has never issued an order that the creditors should forgive Cyrus Jirongo. So we cannot come in an impunity whereby because you want to massage the William Ruto's ego that we need to give some kind of declaration that seems to be against the financial market. So these are the things we need to get very well. And I found Asla Fund is one of the scam, and if not one of the well-stretched Ponzi scheme, then I don't know which one will it be, because this one seems not to be sustaining to any Kenyans. And you can look at it and a different dimension, but I don't see if it will be viable at all. So yes, Duke.
Let me respond to this. First of all, the way you are trying to portray starting a business is as if you are trying to say there are no business opportunities at all, there are no market gaps, so no new business. It's impossible to start a new business and succeed in Kenya. So that's how pessimistic you are.
No, Duke. What I'm trying to say, yes. Let me clarify to you.
No,
what I'm saying, within a period of 6 months, you cannot be able to achieve all that: customer loyalty, goodwill, establishment of business, paying of renters, and maybe even sustainability. Within 6 months, it's not very possible for most of Kenyans because some areas are already being overexploited. And these are areas that seems to be targeted by the Kenya Kwanza government. Their business opportunities are so many, but are we reach at a level as a country that you can get to and exploit that one within a shorter period of time? That's the question I'm asking. I'm not saying that it is difficult. There are so many opportunities, but can we be able to achieve in a short period of time?
You see, the Asra Fund is yet to be launched. Even the provisions or the structure on how it's going to be rolled out, the governing principles of the sale are yet to be given out. So where is that information that people are going to be taken into prison if they're not going to pay?
Yesterday there was a cabinet meeting.
No, you know, those we are in what you are talking about, the review process. We don't have an official document or framework on how Waste of Fund is going to be rolled out. You try.
So how do you think will be different from the one discussed by the cabinet?
And the 6 months you are talking about, it's the grace period. It's not about the repayment period going to be within 6 months. So you have to differentiate those things. So I don't think that you can be given money until you pay it within 6 months. However, sometimes if you have gotten some credit from a bank or an institution, and maybe if you have difficulties of repaying it, you go and renegotiate. Actually, they can restructure your payment period. And that's not once, not twice. They can even increase, they can even add your grace period or even increase the repayment period by a year also. So it's about being transparent of the situation in which you are and trying to have a personal touch with the institution. Coming up with this, so you are saying that 50,000 is too small for some people to start a business. That's false. I know people who start a business with just 2,000. So every business starts from scratch. You need to have discipline and persistence. Those are two critical issues which will make sure that your business grow. So 50,000 is even excess for what you're talking about.
If you want to become a motivational speaker, we need reality.
For example, let me give you an example. Somebody who started for example, selling vegetables. You can start that with 5,000 and you can make even a profit of 2,000 per day. So you don't need that 50,000 is too small to start a business. That is very false. That's you can't say otherwise about that. Talking about the CRP, the credit score. The president said that he is going to restructure the CRP. The way it was about that either you are in CRP or you are out of CRP. So that's like, it's like you are in a school and maybe you score 100% or 0%. That's ridiculous. So what the restructuring which is going to happen is that where you have a rating, so that, for example, maybe you are 100% bad, maybe you are 20% bad, you are 10% bad. The risk you entail or you embrace, because you can't say that all people are the same. So, for example, a person has defaulted in 2 months, and another one has defaulted in 10 years. Also, another one, as you can see from the transactions of that person, he has a lot of money, but he has refused to pay. Another person is struggling economically, he cannot raise money to pay. So those people cannot be the same when it comes to CRP rating. So we want to have a structure which will rate the people accurately to ensure that it's not that you are maliciously blocking people from accessing credit, but you are actually giving accurate information on how capable they are to pay, how good they are, how credit what they are. And the credit what cannot be 0 or 100. It has to have a range. It's like the grading system of a school. So
Duke,
that's what it was about.
Duke, I believe you are. Just wait a minute. I believe you are an engineer and you have worked with different people and in different areas. I hope when you start to work for different people, you always ask their credit score and their past history with the people whom they have worked with to see if there are people who are able to pay or not. Then, if this individual maybe was unable to pay because of some hardship in life, the question is, has it been addressed, that hardship, that now when you give him the business money, you will be able to go and use for business and to be able to repay, rather than taking it where the first time the money went for. You know, huwezi kuchukua moto ufunike juu na matawi alafu waambie watu umezima moto. Hiyo itakuwa ni kama ni makaa umeweka chini. So have you addressed the issue, that what made that person genuinely default that loan? Have you addressed that problem before you give him another loan that he will likely also to default it the same way like the first one? Then this individual doesn't want to pay. Have you then, if you allow that an individual to access a loan again, do you think there's probability that the individual will repay? Because mwezi anza kusema ati wewe uli default 10,000 tutakusamea ama tutakutoa CRB, but wewe pia 10,000 hatutakutoa. Government works in a form of universality and not in a form of segregation. So there's no any chance for government to differentiate who defaulted willingly and those who defaulted because of lack and able to pay. But we assume that all of them were unable to pay. Then the question is, have we addressed the reason as to why they were unable to pay before we give them another loan?
No, you know, the reason is not about the incapability or capability of people to pay. To a large extent, the elephant in the room is about malicious institutions. For example, somebody comes up with an application, and you just do an application on a platform, and you are given credit of 1,000, and maybe you repay it with another 1,000 in 1 week. You see, then that is what you call predatory lending. If you, for example, you consider most of out of the 14 million who are in the CRP, around 10 million of them is about software mobile lending, whereby a person borrows 2,000, 1,000. And with the kind of systems we have in Kenya, you know that people can even register their phone numbers using names of different people. So if somebody accesses your data, your ID number and details, you can go and register your phone number somewhere and then uses your detail to follow that. So it's about the way, the incompetence of the institution, the way they were working. First of all, around like 70% of those institutions were not registered by the central bank, number one. Number two, they were not using the regulations of the central bank. We were trying to discredit that the central bank has no authority. The central bank has a lot of authority when it comes to monetary policy. It actually demands, it can even cross most banks.
Duke, what you are saying, I agree with you.
Let me finalize this. For example, as per the Central Bank of Kenya, they give a range of interest rates, and the interest rates should be between 12 and 15% as per the current provisions. So when somebody comes with a small organization or a company or a financial institution, let us even give it that name, and then he gives credit to people and charges an interest of 3,000 per annum. Can you imagine that? If Safaricom is borrowing from a bank at 12% per annum, and it's a big company which is already established, and somebody poor, small, somebody starting is given credit at 3,000% per annum, can the two compete? So to a large extent, is about those institutions. They were not following the provisions of the central bank. Actually, I'm advocating for all those institutions which were not registered by the central bank to offer credit to Kenyans not to be paid at all. But maybe because they want not to unfairly get them out of business, they want them to maybe to recover some money. That's why they're saying even that 50% will be excess of what they gave to those borrowers. So that's what I can say.
Thank you. My point about the central bank has power to monitor commercial banks. It has the exclusive right to monitor the commercial banks, but it has no mandate to order any kind of forgiveness for loan. At bank A, B, C, D, forgive A, Z, Y for the loan they've defaulted on this particular date. They have no mandate at all. The only way government can intervene is by repaying those loans that the individual took from those particular lenders, and that is the only way the government can be able to forgive loans, by repaying them to the people whom the people took the loan from, and not the central bank giving a decree. They have no mandate at all. And that one, I can stand by that one, that they have no mandate at all to forgive loans. Even a court of law has no that power. It can have only power to adjust the condition. It has power to negotiate for the payment period. It has power to restructure the loan and so forth, but it has not power to say that wewe ulikopesha huyu, wewe msamei loan iishe. Hakuna hata kesi yoyote, na unitolee tu moja ambayo imetokea kotini ikasemekana ati wewe msamea huyu deni yake, maana haiwezekani. They can only establish if it was fraudulent or genuine. If it is fraudulent, it means it never existed. If it is genuine, you have to repay. Hata kama utakuwa unalipa shilingi moja kwa mwaka, but kulipa utalipa. And the only way government inaweza kukusaidia ni kuje lipe on your behalf. That's the only way the government can operate. Yes, you.
No, that's not true. Actually, the government, in cooperation with the central bank, can reorder forgiveness of debts, and it has happened across the world. Let me give you an example. In 2008, there was what we called a financial crisis in the US.
To talk about Kenya.
No,
let's limit ourselves to Kenya.
I have to give you an international context. So, the housing bubble was a situation whereby banks gave credit to people easily. So a lot of people took credit and they constructed houses. But because now the houses became too much, because when there is demand, the prices are determined by demand and supply. So because the supply was very high, the prices extremely decreased to the extent that maybe you have taken 2 million to construct a house, and at the end you find the value of that house is 1 million, because the supply is astronomically increased. So actually, the bank ordered the forgiveness of those. Actually, they revalued their investment, and actually they were being told to pay not what they borrowed, but the value of their property, or what they used the money to do. So the government can do that. The government, in cooperation with the central bank, can do that. And for example, if you talk about the Chase Bank case, you remember about the Chase Bank case?
The Chase Bank case was about receivership. This was what you call a rogue trading, whereby the managers were using the money for the Chase Bank to carry activity, and they were not be able to repay back the money, and the company seems to be collapsing because of the rogue managers. Therefore, it was placed under what we call receivership, is whereby the Chase Bank could not transact at any moment until liquidation process was over. So that one is not repayment of loans. That one is what you call receivership. It was placed under receivership. When you come on, let me give you a good example. You know, you are talking about United States and eliminating some data. look at Uchumi. I think Uchumi supermarket ama Naivas, if between the two, the one that collapsed, up to today, their managers are selling their personal asset to offset debt that they incurred when they were in business. The question is, if the court had power to forgive, why can't they go to court and seek forgiveness in the loans that they took when they were operating Naivas and other form of supermarket in Kenya? Why are they managers still selling their own personal asset to repay the loans?
But you have to consider, when the government comes in, it's not going to affect genuine businesses. But you have forgotten the statement I gave about the predatory lending. These are institutions which were not registered. Most of them are not registered by Central Bank, number one. So they are operating illegally. Number two, they were not using the limit, the interest rate specified by the Central Bank, because the Central Bank is the one which regulates the financial transactions of a country, because it has to monitor that. So in a situation where you are not registered, number one, number two, you are not obeying the provided principles. So the government has actually grounds to order you not actually. You can even not. They can even consider all your transaction null and void because you are operating illegally. So they can simply render all the transaction of those institutions which were not registered to be null and void like that.
So anyway, it's okay. We have where is the street journalist?
I'm here.
I'm asking about the street journalist. Ama Melala.
Maybe.
Wewe unaona ni kama amelala. Yes, Rhoda.
Mnaongea topic ya nini saa hii? Najua tu
We are talking on the issue of the business with 50,000. Which business can you start in Kenya with 50,000? Bearing in Kenya that in terms of the taxes that are being charged, in terms of the process and so forth, and the 50,000 is a group of people.
You mean how much can you start? Which kind of business you can start with the 50,000 shillings?
Yes, in Kenya with 50,000 and hustler fund and bearing in condition the terms of the kind of condition which has been attached.
I think that 50,000, because nowadays the cost of living nowadays in Kenya is very high. I heard they sell very expensive, for example, like uga, mchele, sukari. So I think that is something like maybe like duka. Or if you live in the village, maybe you can start like kiosk, or maybe like a small business like M-Pesa.
So yes,
kama vile wanasemanga.
Umeongelea kuhusu M-Pesa. Hebu tuambie ukilipa rent ya ako Kairio unaoccupy M-Pesa unaweza lipa pesa ngapi? Unahitaji kuwa na float ya ngapi?
Ni masu kama uko na M-Pesa ukae very cheap place. You cannot go to Kaya, like you cannot live in Westland kwa Mababi or Ruda. You expect that 50,000 will win. That 50,000 ni biashara ya kuanza mama boga ama kuanza kama kasaluni kadogo uko village. But 50,000 Kenya shillings is nothing. But those days, but nowadays it's nothing according to the cost of living.
Rhoda, yes. I want to go step by step so that you also understand. Umeongelea kuhusu small saloon, si ndio? Tuseme mtu amerent kwa kijiji yao pale, rent pale amerent anataka kuanzisha saloon. Anaweza lipa rent kama ya ngapi hivi? Just for approximation.
Kama niseme huko kwetu mimi nimetoka, when I was living there, it's long time ago, the rent was, because it was not development, we didn't have like tarmac road, so you could pay like 2,000 shillings, like rented. But nowadays, when we get a tarmac road, then I think you can pay like rent, maybe just one room if you have a saloon, maybe 5,000 shillings or 10,000 shillings. And
Yes.
remember, it's not included with electricity. Maybe you need the
Rhoda,
Wi-Fi inside.
Rhoda, I want to go
Yes.
step by step. Najua ninakusumbua lakini nataka kwenda step by step so that I also get the cost. Rent ni 5,000, sawa?
Yes, yes.
Stima juu ya ku broad line na ku flash hapo nini, tumwekee stima 300 per month.
Ni tuseme almost rent na sitima. Unajua stima is very expensive. I think everything it can be maybe 8,000 shillings. We save rent 5,000 and maybe 3,000 for the electricity.
Sawa, hiyo ni 8,000,
You know,
ndio?
Yeah, it depend. You know, wanakwanga electricity si wanapimanga na mita. Mimi niliacha hizo mita, wanaangalia ni mita. If it is the same order, it depends how much customer they come here. If they come more, then you pay more.
Sawa.
Because yeah.
Sawa, tumeshapiga hesabu, hiyo ni 8,000, sawa? Kupata license Kenya, upate license ya NEMA, upate ya KRA na hizo zingine, inaweza cost kama pesa ngapi? Because lazima ukuwe nazo.
Tuseme ukipata kama hiyo vitu za license, just those days when I was living in Kenya, it was cost maybe, I don't know how much it cost nowadays. How much cost? Maybe you pay, maybe everything is 10,000, everything, rent and electricity, and then to pay to pay those people they come. You know, they used to come. I remember those days when I was living in Kenya, when people, my village, when they have a saloon, they used to, if they are coming, then they used to hide because they didn't want to pay, because they were afraid it was very expensive. I don't know how is it nowadays. Maybe everything is cost 10,000 shillings to rent it, and then rent it out. That's more capacity. And remember, nika small apart, nika kadogo ujue, kwa sababu if it is big, it will cost almost 20,000 shillings. And you remember, you have not.
Rhoda,
and those money, you remember, I remember you need lunch. You need lunch every day. You need baby.
What I want, Rhoda,
bus fare.
Rhoda, I want you, between me and you, at least to calculate the cost so faster, then utaendelea, so that we get a viewer when you want to start a small business. How much do you need, so that those who maybe are planning to start one, they can be able to have an overview of what they are likely to incur. So tumepiga hesabu ya rent, stima na license, tumeweka yote kama 10,000, si ndio? Yeah, stock ya kuanzisha saloon ambayo inaweza kusustain for 1 month inaweza kuwa kama pesa ngapi? Yes, Duke, stock ya kuanzisha hiyo saloon ya 1 month inaweza kuwa kama pesa ngapi?
First of all,
let's calculate the cost. You go to what you are calculating. Let's do approximation so that tumalizane na hii kwanza. Then you give your point. I have no problem with your point.
So if you are saying, for example, rent is 5,000, so pay rent and deposit, that's 10,000, right?
Yes.
Then
license na hizo vitu zingine za NEMA na KRA.
Yeah.
NEMA na KRA inaweza cost how much?
It's not no, I'm in the construction industry, and when you are starting a small business, there is nothing like NEMA. NEMA means National Environmental Management Authority. So when you
are license, business permit ya kuanzisha business kama NEMA hakuna business permit
5,000. You can just pay for a small business, it's 5,000 per year. Some counties per year, other counties per 6 months.
Sawa. So per year 5,000. So hiyo tukiweka ni 15 because lazima ulipe hata kama hiyo miezi nyingine utalipa. Let's calculate the cost of first month. Haya, stock ya kuanzisha saloon. Unahitaji stock how much?
You start a business, a new business, you are given up to 3 months to have that permit, and it depends on which kind of business you are getting. Some business, for example, are very strict. For example, healthcare, dealing with hotel, then those you must have your documentation right. But when it comes some business like a car wash, something of that kind, you can actually obtain that permit later. So that's 15,000. Then
Yes.
you buy a blow dryer, say 5 to 7,000. Let us give the cheapest 5,000.
5,000. So in 20.
So this is 20,000.
Yeah. Hiyo ni
Then
20,000. Yeah?
there is a balance of 50,000. 30,000 remaining.
30,000 remaining.
Yes.
Aya, ikiwa 30,000 remaining, hii saloon uta operate aje? Utakuwa una operate kivyako ama utakuwa na watu wa kukusaidia?
It depends. Actually, if you are a smart business person, you will actually hire people and pay them on commission based. If you are running maybe a beauty shop, you pay them based on the commission. That's when you will actually be.
Unajua umeweka blow dryer peke yake, kuna vitu kama mafuta sijui nini sijui pieces nini za kusuka, so hizo tuzipe kama cost ya ngapi?
No, when you ukienda kwa Sharul, you buy the customer buys all those, if it's air, but maybe hizo vitu ingine water gel can, all those are actually less than 1,000 or 2,000 when it comes.
I understand what you are saying that the customer will buy, but assuming umeanzisha village, so customer kama anataka kusukwa nywele maybe a piece maybe yenye najua sijui ni afro ama ni gani, so atakuwa anaenda tao kwenda kutafuta nywele akuje umsuke. Tunastahili kuwa nazo ndo akikuja analipia, so that means you have to buy first, yeye akija anunue. So hiyo kununua first before arudishe, tunaweza tumia pesa kama ngapi?
No, that one I don't think that's the right information, because with the way women are involved in beauty and making the hair, I think in every small town you can have a shop. There is a shop selling those products or those commodities. Maybe if you want to make some profit also, you can include that over time.
So tumeongelelea sahi so far tumefikisha kama elfu kama ngapi? 25 ama 30?
Yes, you?
Tumefikisha pesa kama ngapi hiyo cost yenye tumecalculate overall tu ya juu? 25,000, si ndio?
20.
20?
So let us say 25.
25. And this Hustler Fund is a group of how many people? According to the provincial. This is not final, but according to we are working with what is provided there, the provincial. How many people are supposed to be in a group so that they function?
No, you see.
No, dude. Wacha kupiga shortcut na kuuliza.
It's not a shortcut. You don't have actually, because they said for an individual you can take from maybe 5 to 50,000. They said for a group, they said that arrange from up to 50,000. So they gave information about the range which you can access credit as an individual and as a group. So you have to refuse that.
So let's assume is that yes, in an individual level that is 25,000. Sawa. Hiyo ni ile tumepiga cost ya juu. Sasa uko umeshaanzisha na 25,000, you have the business. Can you be able to sustain the business with by starting it immediately? Can it be able to sustain, or you lose part of the capital sustainability before you pick up na uwe na customer wengi? Because I believe within 1 month huwezi kuwa umefika mahali pa kulipa rent na hizo vitu zingine kutokana na customers. Itakuwa a little bit difficult because of that of relation with the customers and some things of sort kind.
You see, even if we assume now, let us assume that you have been given a grace period of 6 months. And after setting up your business, you are remaining with 25,000. So that means you are now, even let us take another 5,000 from that. Say you are remaining with 20,000.
Yes.
Very sure this 20,000 can even assure you of rent repayment for the next 4 months. And you know, when it talks about saloon or making the hair for women, actually one person you can even get a profit of up to 800 or 1,000. So even if you have one customer a day, You can be even able to make like 25 to 30,000 per month. That's good money.
Anyway, Mary, where is Mary? Seems to not be aware anyway. So, but you see in Kenya right now, the condition you are living and the fluctuation of currency and so many other things, it is not so much conducive because na bado hujaweka hawa watu polisi wa Kanjo, sijui ni Kanjo ama ni nani, hao wenye wanakujanga kama ni business, maybe umeanzisha wine and spirit, ukifungua business inakaa ni kama umewafungulia wao. So somebody who goes for that side should also be prepared. Each day should be offering 50 bob to police officers so that hawata close yako kwa wine and spirit. Na hata sijui wine spirit gani inaweza anzishwa na 50k, hata sijui maybe kuanzia kitu kama 200 ile kidogo. So when you see at that condition inakuwa challenge. Na alafu pia your business yenye umeongea kuhusu saloon Duke, I also want to pose a challenge to you. In town, how many meters can you walk from one point to another before meeting another saloon, somebody who is doing things to do with saloon? Unaweza move area yenye kona mambo ya kusuka nini, yani area ukimove huku ushago nini unaweza move au distance between one saloon to another inaweza kuwa kama gani yenye unaweza sema maybe customers are not well satisfied and there is a gap that exists that can be filled by a new person who comes to venture in.
You know, if you are trying to say, to give that point of argument, now it's like saying that we are a developed country. And
No,
that's
you don't usiruke swali. I'm asking, when you start a business, you have something that you call utility. Does utility exist in those what you are saying? When you anzisha tu biashara asubuhi eti moradi ni biashara, lazima uangalie in terms of kuna customers ambao
you are not going to just start the business for today. You must be a business person and you must think critically. So we are expecting people who go to get credit for business. They are very sure of what they are doing. So it's not that when you go to the bank and you want to get money to do something, you have to do research of what you are doing and ensure that you are investing your money very accurately. It's like now trying to say that we are going to give money to kids or people who are unable to manage their resources, who are unable to manage their affairs. So that's not the right approach to go. So when somebody registers, actually requests funding to do business, he must know what he's doing.
So Duke, to me, because anyway, before I welcome Duke, because I'm a person who have done a business course, what we do, we have something that we call a feasibility study before you start a business, of which what you look at is one is there existence of any gap that the market you can fill, or you are coming in an already saturated area. That means, for example, it is not viable to have 5 big shops in an area of 1,000 people, because 1,000 people can be comfortably be served by one business or one shop that can serve 1,000 people comfortably without even overstraining. So if you have 5 business, it means you will not be able to operate profitably within that area. And that is why when the government they are giving business permits and so forth, they look at the number of business which have been started, the similar kind of business, before they issue out, because hatuwezi kuwa kila mtu ana duka yake. Nani atanunulia mwingine? Ama sisi wote tuchukue pesa tupeleke maybe kwa saloon, ama tupeleke maybe tuchukue bodaboda. Look at for example of bodaboda. Right now bodaboda ziko na mtu mpaka personal, watu wako na pikipiki mpaka zao personal. Ask bodaboda, they will tell you very well. We are heading to an area whereby even the kids will be possession of motorcycle. So their work will not be profitable because people will be able to transport to transport on their own. So these are the things that we do a visibility study. Unaangalia hii biashara iko na market yenye maybe ijakuwa filled, hii area imekuwa exploited. That's why they're asking about business proposal. Is look at your idea, how well or how well or how genuine or profitable your business proposal might be. So huwezi anzisha tu biashara ati umetoka from nowhere unakuja hapo unaanzisha, ama umeona mtu ameweka saloon ama maybe anabai serious na wewe unasema hata mimi nitabai nifanikiwe kama yeye. Hapana, unaangalianga vitu mingi sana na zingine unaweza angalia hata uache. So hizo ndo vitu ambazo, and then the question is, do you think those people we call the bottom up, can they be able to access this information, or can they be able to be given this kind of information before they start something? Can they be able to access such kind of information that they are being told you need to do a small study to look at area, which business, you need to look at cost and maybe expenses, you need to look at what you are likely to generate to balance the two. These are information are very vital for them to operate. Can they be able in a position to get that information under their levels where they are, or will give them money and then leave them on God mercy? Anyway, I don't know, maybe let's have PH, maybe he will answer. PH.
Aje Francis.
Uko poa?
Ndio nimeingia hata sijashika rada mzuri. Hebu niulize kaswali hapo nisikie.
Tunaulizana hii mambo ya Hustler Fund venye anapeana hiyo pesa. Do you think that amount of money, maybe 50,000 the maximum, that is the maximum that an individual can get?
50,000?
Yes. Do you think Kenya, it is viable for you to start a profitable business that can operate sustainably?
Tategemea ile wasiwasi niko naye na hiyo wajamaa wanapewa 50. You see individuals. Niko na issue kwanza kupewa pesa na as a group. As a group ni 250. 250 na group iko na watu 12.
Mimi hata sijafuatilia. Niliangalia tu ya jela.
Hiyo inaweza kuwa timu ya watu 5 mpaka 7 mpaka 12. Hiyo 250 itakuwa ni kidogo. Alafu hii 50 ukipewa msee mwenye anataka kuanzisha biashara mwenye si labda anzishe huyu biashara, nimesikia mkiongea kama ya kasaluni na lazima kakue remote kabisa, huko remote. Si ati mitaa ya Nairobi. Mitaa ya Nairobi mingi utapata rent ni karibu 10,000. Lakini huko ushago mahali rent ni 3,000, 5,000. Hiyo inaweza fanya.
Na sasa nikuulize, ushago na si dharau ama nini, but reality, si watu wengi unajua ni watu wa vitambaa, si watu wa kusuka.
Yani I'm trying to imagine, you see, if you go to those centers, if you go to where now, you go to, let's say you go to Thika, you might get a house of, let's say, like 5,000 ama 6, even 5 outside Thika, nyuma kidogo. Lakini if you come to Nairobi and you go to somewhere like, let's say even Mathare, there Ruaraka house rent ni like 11,000. Na hapo ndio maasala wako wa Mathare. Huko ukipata nyumba ya biashara kidogo ni 10,000. Hiyo 50 huwezi fanya.
So hiyo haiwezi fanya.
Lakini ukienda mitaa ile ya nje kidogo, if you go to Nakuru lakini nje kidogo, Eldoret huko nyuma kidogo, pia ni challenge. Unajua pia kuna license ndio si expensive for something like saloon. Sasa tukipigia wale watu wako na intention za saloon, wanaweza fit hapo. Lakini piga kwa mfano mtu kijana mwenye ako na information ya IT, anataka kuweka cyber mahali. Wewe unamwambia enda achukue nyumba ya cyber yenye na fit comp kama 10, alipe 10,000. Alipe license kama 10,000. Ina depend na computer zenye uko nazo. A drop net hapo. Hiyo 50 toshi. Labda sasa hiyo ndio aingie kwa group. Na hiyo group sasa kila mtu si atataka mweke hiyo biashara kinini. Hiyo bado ni kidogo.
Lazima pia atataka share.
Alafu wacha pikipiki hawayuko kwa hiyo hesabu. Juu wewe pewa 50 ununue motorbike. Motorbike sasa ya chini ni 140. So pia uchukue 50 ununue bike hiyo, kuna labda uchukue uende kwa loan tena. So hii ni kama ni hii biashara ndogo tu ndio kenye tutauza miwa ama tuweke ka kinyosi ka mashini mbili. Wale wajamaa maasala wenye wamefanya pharmacy kutoka KMTC hiyo 50 wezi wafanya hata wafungue, hata uwezi weka drugs type 2, hata uwezi fungua hiyo kitu na hiyo pesa. Wajamaa wa hoteli kwanza license ndio zinahitajika mingi hapo. Uwezi weka mkawa kadogo hivi.
So ukiweka kanafungwa.
Unajua nilijaribu kurani PlayStation mahali. License ya biashara annually nikaambiwa nilipe 8,000. Hiyo PS utanunua kama almost 40 something K moja. Bila yenye haina screen. Tena itafutie screen mzuri kama ya 20 kitu. Sasa unaona hakuna na uwezi fanya PS na mashini moja. Labda weka mashini 3 4. So najaribu kupiga hesabu jamaa assuming masala tumepewa 50.
Na unajua hii ni maximum. Hiyo ni maximum ya maisha unaweza pewa hata 30.
Ile kwanza ile kitu yenye na discourage kabisa personally kulingana na vile nimeingia kwa magrupu kuchukua maloni. Hii kitu ya kuchukua loan as a group mimi hata sioni kifanya juu kila mtu anakuwa na diversionary opinion. Baada ya pesa kufika ndio wanaanza kusema hapana tu kwa tuweke car wash. Mwingine ana suggest nimepata sasa wacha tuweke kitu fulani. Mwingine anasema hapana wacha tuende tununue mahindi tukiuza. Unajua kuna watu wanaenda wakati wa harvest iko kwetu. Wanachukua pesa ya loan wanauza mahindi wakinunua wakiuza. Mahindi sikiisha wanasema tugawane pesa. Naona?
Yes.
Hiyo no unless ikuwe ni timu mzuri iko very organized na isipewe like $1 million. Si hiyo kitu ya 250.
So wewe unasema ukipoa milioni sasa ndio unaweza ona viability ya hiyo hustler fund.
Asini tukiwa kwa group lakini individually wangepewa so moja.
Kila yani maximum ikuwe so ama minimum.
Yani wakuwe wanapeana minimum. So unajua mbona nakwambia hivyo? Hiyo 50 na sound okay kwa my youths maasala wenye hawajakuja mitaa kubwa. Unaona? Like asala wa Kibera hiyo 50 uwezi mwambia ni pesa lakini asala wa huko mwenyako hapo medium hiyo 50 itafanya juu atafikiria kufungua shop ya kushona viatu na kuuza viatu. Unaona? Lakini asala wa Nairobi ile vitu wanafikiria 50 itoshi.
Na
I disagree with you on that.
Wewe Duke sahi, wacha nikuulize Duke. Mute kwanza Francis kidogo. Wewe Duke. Asala mwenyako Nairobi. Hata kama ni mwenyako Doni ama wapi ukimpea 50 leo hii. 50K. Ni nini ataweka isipokuwa hizo vitu unaongelea kwa saluni na asala Nairobi wengi hawajui kwa saluni.
You know, I'm telling you from experience.
There
are a lot of people who have even started business with 5,000. Not part of their businesses into millions. So it's not about the amount you are starting with. It's about persistence, discipline, and getting organized. Actually, persistent. If you don't, for example, when I opened the first company, I made 1,000 bids for contracts without winning. But I did not stop. So being persistent is something critical. So I know somebody, for example, when I was in the first year in the campus, that guy came and found that avocados are sold 20 pop. And it is just 2 pop, 5 pop. Then he started the business like that. Started actually with 2,000. Anaenda ananunua avocado anaweka gunia. And then anatumia hizo gari kubwa Nyamira Express wanamcharge mfuko moja 50 to Nairobi. And he got a lot of money. Within 2 to 3 years, he has his own pickup. So imagine of that. So it's about how creative you are, how persistent you are. So the government will actually like give you an opportunity to start, but the government is not going to instill discipline you, persistent. Kama wewe unapata pesa kidogo unaenda unakunywa pombe, even if you are given 10 million, you cannot move. So, and not all people are going to be given that money are going to be successful. Some of them will misuse that money in a day or in two. But maybe if you are giving 100 people, and maybe just 30 of them become very successful, and in 2 to 3 years they are employing many people, their business have grown to be very big. So there are risks. Even when you are talking about banks, you find that like 30% don't pay their debt at all, but it's because just that is part of their profit, so they continue to be successful. So you can't, there is no perfection in anything, so you cannot ensure that something 100% perfect so before you start it. So that's the point of departure, what I can say.
Sasa
So you unataka kuwa motivational speaker.
No, let me tell you. Naona, for example, those people, watu wanakata mboga, those people make a lot of money. Mtu anauza nyanya, kitunguu, unaona tu anakaa hapo tu, but that's somebody who can buy a stock of 2,000-3,000, and at the end of the day he has like 10,000. Anaenda nunua nyanya 2 pop, anauza 10 pop each. You see? So it's about strategy and what you are doing. So don't try to see that this maybe they are very small based on your economic status. Some people spend that in a day. Others that cannot be even aware of their cars in 1 week. So people are of different levels.
Duke, unajua hiyo pesa ni mingi, hata 5,000 inatosha uanzishe kibanda ya mboga na unde pesa. Hiyo sikatai. Na tumewahi jaribu kitambo sana huko 2012, 13 huko. Nikachukua hutu vitu twa kuuza mayai tuwili, nikapea wajamaa wakasimama huko Railways Nairobi. Kitambo tukiwa life ya fresh kutoka chuo. Sasa jamaa ulikuwa unachukua mayai na 300 bob per crate. So hiyo si 10 bob per mayai. Una dip kwa maji moto hivi unauza mbao. Yeah? Jamaa amepata 300 kwa crate moja. Jamaa alikuwa anauza mayai crate, tuseme mayai kama alikuwa anauza mayai almost wa chini alikuwa anauza mayai hata 500. Naona? So 500 na umekuta 10 profit, sio ni 5,000. Alafu ukitoa kitunguu nyanya hapo tuseme 1,000 ikunywe maji. Si unaona hiyo ni 4,000. Na hizo tu mashine yenyewe ukiweka haiwezi cost hiyo 50 tuwili. So si big deal. Ile kitu kingine tena inanisumbua kwa hiyo pesa. Najua saa hii sasa hii kitu upewe kisiri si mpaka sasa hivi tumefika tunajua money is coming as an individual is 50,000, as a group is 250. Alafu ikitokea on your mark set go, itokee. Now the security issue. Kila mtu anajua mayuti wamechukua pesa. Kuna mwenye atapewa 50 potee kesho yake, ama hiyo siku imeingia. So gava imeweka structures gani? Ushago unajua Duke amepotea. Usipotee bwana. Unaona Francis?
Yes.
Kuna watu watapata news tu Francis amepewa yake 250. So security issues iko aje? Unajua usipewe do alafu ipotee alafu uambiwe ulipe ama ufungwe miaka ngapi? So security issues iko aje Duke?
You know, PH, what I found it sometime naonanga inakuanga funny ni kwamba you know 50,000 maybe seems to be a lot of money in terms of individual, but pia venye tunaongea, kumbuka we have our young people who are at home. Maybe when the year umepata hustler fund umeanzia biashara, utahitaji kuketa for school fees and other activity. You know, you are coming from families that have what we call a ratchet effect. We have what we call familial or generational poverty, that we, the people that we get educated, we go to educate our juniors. So when moment unachukupata sasa mfano umeanzisha biashara, unarushiwa majukumu ya watoto kama 5, wewe ndio uwasimamie school fees na vitu zingine. At the moment nafika pale umeanzisha biashara pale kwa kijiji, baba yako ama ndugu zako ama relatives zako wenye walikusaidia kuwa garanta hata ilipia chochote. Kama ni kusuka anaja anasuka, anakuambia mimi ndio garanta wako. You understand how it's challenging to do a business in setup of a family. Then the question comes in this way: is it sustainable with those conditions? Because these things I'm talking, you are getting them very clear. Is it sustainable?
Francis,
Hey.
It seems like hukuelewa our president. You know, our president, even before we thought of ni pesa ngapi inapeanwa as an individual, you as a team. You know, he sent a very stern warning. Hii pesa ni ile kusema direct mwelewe. Hii pesa the moment unapewa asikia harufu ya mandazi ama chips kwa boma yako, unajua unastahili kuwa ndani. Hii pesa purpose ni ya biashara. So ukidivert hii attention unasema ati si kuna wenye wanalipiwa fee, watu watakuja, mimi ni garanta sasa naweza kunywa chai hapa kwa hiyo hoteli umefungua. Yani
Yes. Unajua there's what government is saying and there's what is reality. Wewe hebu piga nyumbani tu hesabu pale nyumbani. Uambie umepata asla fano umeanzisha biashara. Utakuwa unapokea simu ngapi per week kuketa for needs of your young brothers and sisters? You how many phone calls will you be receiving per day or even per week demanding money?
That's why nakwambia some people will succeed. You know, it depends na ile akili yenye uko nayo ya biashara. Because for me for example, ninajua pesa, kuna kitu yenye nahitaji kufanya kwa biashara kabisa ni kuweka family issues kando. Lakini hutakuwa limited. Unajua uko na doo hapa, kuna mtoto amefukuzwa fee, of course utadivert hiyo doo kidogo kwenda huko. Unaona? Lakini as a businessman, of which sasa hiyo ndio elimu yenye watu wengi hawana wenye wanaenda kupokea hii pesa. Pia labda kama wangepewa some mentorship, wakuwa oriented kibiashara kidogo, juu hii pesa sasa ni ya biashara. Unaona? Halafu wao watu wa kubeti pia kama Duke, unaweza pewa 50 weka odd 2 kule 100. Unaona? Duke anaweka odd 5 kwa hiyo 50 anakula 250. Unaona? So kuna risks ziko around hiyo pesa. So inategemea watu wako na strength ya kuhold hiyo pesa. Are they business oriented? Yes, we are giving them money for business. Are they business oriented? Naona usipewe mtu pesa tu ya kwenda kupunguza majukumu yako nayo. Kuna challenge pia hiyo kuweka ati 10 million 5 years in jail. Haistahili kuwa hapo. Hiyo kipengee nadhani sijui mbona naiona ni kama haistahili kukua.
So unaona hiyo ya 10 years, hiyo ya 5 years jail ni hiyo ina act kama security, ni kama either ulipe ama uende jela. Sasa mimi nauliza kama mtu anakopanga mshwari 5,000 ana change line 50,000 zitafanya maasla waepe waende Uganda.
Sasa Francis, you know, if let's say for example watu milioni 1 wapewe hiyo pesa, I can guarantee you ya kwamba more than 500k watu tutahitaji prisons za kuweka watu. Hiyo naye nakuhakikishia leo hii. Not unless hiyo clause ya kusema ushike watu uweke ndani haita function, chuchera sitatosha Kenya. Ile kitu ikuwe labda hiyo bado strategy ya kuwa blacklisted na CRB. Labda hiyo. Lakini ati sasa useme utashika ufunge, utakuwa na chera za kutosha wapi? People are going to be defaulters. Si ati kwa kupenda kwao juu ya majukumu. Pesa uizi, mtu unaweza ipiwa pesa hapo kwa town, withdraw pesa Equity Bank, Moi Avenue ama Tomboya Street. Ugongewa hapo, pesa iende. Is it your fault?
Hapana.
Uanzishe biashara corona ikuje, is it your fault? uanzishe biashara kwa mjengo imeisha kujengwa kama hii ya Kasarani ianguke. You see? Kuna vitu mingi inaweza fanyika. So hiyo mambo ya kusema ati ushike mtu uweke si wapi. Jera sitatosha. We are Kenyans bwana, najua. Maaslo watapewa pesa, mwingine ataweka kwa biashara ikatae kupiki. So utamshika kwa nini?
And pia ukiangalia pia with the kind of the youth that tuko now, majority of youth no longer believes in a transitional way that it needs stepwise for you to rise from being a low income earner to a high income earner. Our youth watavumilia hii business kukaa for 5 or 6 years or 8 years before it reach to a point that it can sustain you together with your family. Are you patient to that point that they can wait the way we know the Kenyan youth? Wewe jiulize swali, mimi nataka niulize swali. What made these people not utilize the Uwezo fund that was offered between a minimum of 50k to a maximum of 200,000 interest free? What made them be scared away from it that will make them be attracted to Hustler fund, which even has some jail terms? Na fine kubwa.
That's not true. Are you sure that the Uwezo fund, the minimum is 50,000?
Yes, it's 50,000.
No.
It is.
I've witnessed people being given even 2,000.
But what I'm talking about what I've read in the different articles and also what is there written. It's 50,000.
Theoretical, not practical.
Sasa kama umeenda kuchukua loan, umekaa na loan nyingine kutolipa karibu miaka 10, unataka upewe 50,000 ndio waoshe tena kama wale wa kwanza?
Duke, are you comfortable na hiyo penalty sa jail term na hiyo million ya 10 million?
No. Those there is no facts about that. This is what I can say. That's actually speculation because the Uwezo fund is yet to be launched. When it will be launched, we will know the terms, all the provisions on how it's going to be, the principles. So right now we know about how it's going to, the principles of the penalties, APCD, the interest rate. We have been hearing that without supporting documents. So when it will be launched, we will know everything about it. So as per now, nobody knows the provisions on how it's going to be dealt with.
So who are these people who are going to work on this in any affordable housing constructions? Assuming the hustlers we are given 50-50. You want to tell me you receive your 50 then uamuka asubuhi kwenda Kibera ama utaenda kutafuta mahali pa kuweka biashara?
No, it's not all Kenyans. No, even if you divide, you know, the hustlers are going to be around, say, even 50 period. So even if you divide each to be given 50,000, how many Kenyans are those? So it will never cover all Kenyans at all.
Not all Kenyans. I'm just trying to imagine. Even if you are going to get 2 million Kenyans being given that 50,000. Yeah? Najua ni 2 million yenye ni masoro yenye labda hawana kitu kufanya. And hao wanaenda kama hiyo mchengo ya affordable housing. Sasa unataka kuniambia nani ataenda kujenga hizi nyumba ama zitakuwa zimeisha ama tutapose kwanza?
We have a lot of Kenyans who are unemployed. So I'm very sure even in 10 years coming or even 20, we will not reach a level whereby we will be able to secure working opportunity for all Kenyans who are seeking employment opportunities. So even we have excess of people who are willing and who are searching for the working opportunities. So when you are saying that Uwezo fund would actually make Kenya not to have workers, it's not factual at all.
So Duke, I hope God will keep us alive. We shall be here in 2 years back. In 2 years time, we shall be here evaluating the success of it. And I hope it will favor what you are saying. Because to me, I have not seen that way. Unless we address the issue of price turudisha maisha ya chini, maisha iwe ya chini. Ndio hata upate mtu akipata kwa pesa, afikiri penye atalisha familia. Wewe unajua 50,000 ni nyumba bed 6 2 alafu ndo pumzike jela miaka yako 5. You know, unga nini prices are so high. Wedi huku unaweza lala njaa ukuwa na 50,000 ama ukuwa na business kadogo. Uko sure utachukua pesa hapo ukule?
No, you need to understand how human beings operate. Even if when you will start a business, something of that kind, some customers will not pay you, some of them will accuse you. So according to you, do you want something perfect whereby every person who will be given money will be successful? It will never happen. So there are people who are going to fail. There are people who are not going to be successful. There are others who are going even to do application purposely to use that money for different things, not to start the business at all. So those Kenyans are there, and there are many. But the government is trying to give a platform for those who are it's actually maybe a few of them will succeed, and maybe even half or even a quarter, if they become successful, it will be very useful to the Kenyan economy, because when their business will grow, they will create more employment opportunities, they will pay more taxes, and the economy will grow. So the impact will be more. So even if a half don't pay, but you'll find those a quarter or even 20% who will be successful. They will be. So imagine something like if we have through the Asura Fund, because it's going to be given to a lot of people. I'm very sure about that. A lot of people, say 100,000. There are very few. Let us say even 10. Very creative, very serious, very focused, and over 10 or 20 years, we'll have a company like Equity or even Safaricom. Even that company will repay all what the government used to roll that to West Fund. So it's about the long-term impact of that.
Anyway, we hope that one will be possible, but we need to address the imminent issue that are affecting the business community right now. Before we introduce other people in that area, let's ensure whoever who is now in the business without the Hustler Fund can at least smile, so that whoever who is also joining will also smile. And that one will also give an assurance that there's a good success rate that will be witnessed. But kama wenye wako wanalia, ni kama sasa hivi wenye hawa the Kenyan politician they are telling youth tujiajiri, lakini profesa anatoka shule anakimbia kwenda kutafuta political seat ndio aajiriwe. Yeye ni profesa lakini hataki kujiajiri. Sisi student tujiajiri namna gani? Kama yapati aoni hiyo nafasi ya kujiajiri, sisi tutajiajiri namna gani? So these are the same issue. Let's make those who are already in the business community right now happy. After making them happy, we can add others, so also they will come smiling, and that is how I think the success rate will be boosted. But if we are still having people, even right now they are complaining of business activity are not good, they are not making good money, cash flow is down and so forth, and because of issues that the government can control, therefore it becomes also a problem that what about those who are joining new ones? Will they be spared by those perennial problems? PH.
Francis.
Yes.
Hiyo ni point mzuri. Pia unajua kuna kitu unashangaa. Unajua hii issue ya nini? Unajua sisi ni watu wa tabaka mbalimbali. Those people from Turkana, Masailand, if you give them 50,000, unajua waende kuweka nini ya kusiaga mahindi. Huko watameja hii ni mambo ya ng'ombe. Unaona?
Yeah.
Ukienda huko mahali mambuzi zinaibiwa kila ni kelio pale huko. Hakuna mwenye ataenda kufungua tukakuza mikate huko. Watu wataenda kufanya hiyo mambo ya kununua mbuzi wafuge. Insecurity ndio hii. Hii mtu wenye duke anaongelea avocado ni mwenye ametembea pande ya Kisii, yeye ataenda huko atoa avocado yake alete na Nyamira Express ause Nairobi hapo Mudhuru. Lakini hao watu wengine wenye wako marginalist huko ni kwamba watapata hiyo pesa, ama wakipata na wanaishi mahali hakuna security labda. hata wakienda kwa kilimo, drought ndio hiyo unaona inakuja Kenya, upande mahindi hiyo pesa, ama unaandika kenye umefanya hivi, niandike kenye nilifanya hii pesa yangu mimi nimeinvest kwa mahindi nimepanda, such that drought ikikuja mimi ninaepuka hiyo mambo ya shelter na hiyo mambo ingine. Nimeinvest hii pesa kwa ng'ombe, such that ng'ombe sikibiwa kwa hiyo fale, serikali ielewe ya kwamba ng'ombe nilifahamiwa ng'ombe, sa hiyo pesa sikaenda. Unaona?
Yes.
Tusiassume ati sasa kila mtu anaenda kuweka kitu kenye kako mahali within Nairobi, mahali kuna biashara. Kuna watu wanaenda kusika hii pesa kwa mchanga ya mahindi ama ngano ama si maharagwe, kiangazi ikuje ifyeke yote. So mimi nitakuwa nimeandikwa hapo chini, mimi niko exempted kwenda jail. Unaona? Mwenye atanunua ng'ombe pande ya ikiibiwa pia anakuwa exempted. Lakini wale wenye watatoa avocado Kisii, as long as Nyamira Express imefikisha avocado yako Mudhurwa, ukose pesa ya kulipa hapo Duke. Hapo unakuwa na kesi.
Nikuulize PH.
Yes sir.
Na Duke akiweza toa avocado akuje auze apate faida na aseme ng'ombe zake zilikuwa Kerio, serikali itatafutisha aje yeye wa Kerio na yeye wa Nyamira? Watatafutisha aje?
Sasa Duke unaona atamecha ni kuenda kuchukua saga Kisii akuje kuuza nini? Unaweza usa saga Lavington na Ngwashe huko, yeye ata make profit. Lakini mtu mwenye ako Keio fale nini atauza huko Keio apart from hizo mbuzi wanaibanga?
Labda bunduki.
Ni mbuzi ngapi 50,000?
Labda bunduki.
Repayment nini time ya hiyo pesa ni hapo ndio sijapata nini by the way. Francis, hiyo pesa unalipa baada ya muda gani?
Mi kulingana na articles zenye zinazunguka online na proposal ni within 6 months. I think 6 months.
Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Probation period ya biashara itakuwa imepiga after 6 months.
You know, that's actually I can say is propaganda because
tunalipa baada ya muda gani?
We don't know, but I'm very sure it's going to have
so if you don't know, how you know that 6 months is a propaganda and yet you don't know the exact date?
Because we don't have an official communication. So
but what is there in 6 months? The proposal which is there that was drafted by the cabinet is 6 months. So how have you known that it is a propaganda whereas you don't have the actual fact?
So we wait. So when you don't have the official information or official communication, you stop reading a lot of articles. For example, even before Moi died, there was like thousands of articles every day saying that Moi has died or Kibaki has died, something of that kind. So in the digital age and where we have the mainstream media and the social media, people are focusing on the commercial as a commercial enterprise. They want to come up with something which will catch the attention of many people, and they make money out of that. So you should be keen enough to. There is a book called How to Read a Book. So if you read it, it will tell you first of all how to know which book to read. So you don't read anything. First of all, check whether something is authentic or something of that kind.
Ile kitu I think inastahili kuachwa open. Wacha mtu ajiwekea limit hii pesa anataka kulipa after how long. 6 months, 1 year, 2 years yeye ifanye. 5 years kwenda juu inafanya.
You know, actually when you are talking about 6 months, I think 6 months can be the grace period. But the repayment will be a minimum of 2 years. I don't think that if the banks actually give you unless you are talking about a soft loan or an overdraft, the appropriate repayment period is about 5 years, 10 years, or 15 years. So I think the minimum will be 2 years.
Plus unajua hii hustler fund ndio inastahili kuwe tofauti. Wacha tuone tofauti ya hustler fund na kuchukua loan kwa bank. Not in terms of interest only, lakini wacha tuone pia hiyo repayment period labda na hiyo interest na penalties. Hizo ndio vitu zitatofautisha hii hustler fund kutoka kwa hii loans zenye tunachukua kwa sacco, kwa bank na nini. Lakini wakisema ati hustler fund ikuja na same interest ya bank ama ikuja na same repayment time ama ikuja na penalties zinakaa kufanana, mimi nitaopti kwenda kuchukua kwa sacco kuliko labda kuchukua kwa hiyo hustler fund, of which inaweza kuwa ni sijui, lakini
you know there are several differences already. For example, if you go to a sacco, they give you 3 times your savings. And this is a fund which is targeting people who have no savings at all. If you go to a bank, they would actually request for your bank statement, something of that kind, collateral security. So it's going to target people who are unable to qualify or to access credit from the SACCOs and the banks. So the problem is that we find those people who are qualified to get money from the banks are the one who are criticizing that, and they're saying that's too small. And there are people who are aiming to get just 10,000 to be successful in something of that kind. So people who are serious in doing business, people who are very serious in doing business, get success from scratch. They start from scratch. There is somebody who I gave an example here who's a billionaire. What's the name of this person who launched there's a name of somebody from UK. Is it Brendan Rogers or something of that kind? He started from scratch. Actually, what happened is that when he was a student at the university, the newspaper of the university was rolled out by the administration of the institution. So they actually used to give positive information about the institution. Positive information. So then he felt that this school is not actually reflecting the reality. It's not giving the facts. And instead, I want to start his own newspaper, which will be actually capturing the facts. And within a week, all the students were buying his magazine. That's how he started the business and become. So it's about identifying the opportunity and being persistent about that.
And what about right now that even kila mtu ako na YouTube channel, siku hizi tu ni ukiingia inbox ni link subscribe. Do you think that one of viewers of starting a business a media house can be viable? You know, Duke, let's at least look at a country. You cannot compare Kenyan the business environment for a Kenyan with that for United States of America. The Western countries are more advanced and they know what is business. Let's look at Kenyan application of it. We have so many challenges than even the encouragement to join the business community in terms of investing, because
actually, that's not true. Let me tell you the facts. Starting a business in Kenya is very easy. Actually, 100 times easier than starting a business in the US. Ask the people who are there. It's not easy to start a business in the US or those first world countries. Actually, it's very difficult. Only rich people can be successful to do that, because there's a lot of approval, there's a lot of strictness. And we are talking here in Kenya, where you can even go to the roadside and start cooking chapati and you make like 500 per day. In some countries, you cannot do that. So we are better in terms of opportunities, in terms of access to the easiness of starting a business. You cannot even, sometimes you can, you know, in Kenya, you can now start a business and do it and even don't pay taxes. And the government cannot.
Do you know even America, people, they start business for juakari? Do you believe that?
They start, but
people they have a business of juakari. Unajua nyinyi mnaonanga America ni kama heaven, kwa sababu mnaona watu kama Birukire, kama nyinyi hiyo group ya Ruto. Mnaonanga America ni kama heaven. Kuna watu wanafanya kazi ya juakari America, ma business. Kazi gumu. Naweza kukuonyesha video huko Chicago. Lakini mnaonaga America ni kama heaven mkiwa na Ruto. Kwa sababu ninyi ni wajinga sana. Ruto ni mjinga sana. Mjinga yeye. mtoto wa nyoka. Juu alikuwa anadanganya wanaume wa Kikuyu anawaletea hasura. Sana adabu. Umbwa yeye. Ni hasura gani alikuwa anawaambia? Kuwadanganya. She was just fooling women of Kikuyus. He's very evil. Cheap. How can you fool innocent women because they can vote for you? Alafu nauza nchi yetu kwa America. Thank God Donald Trump atasimama 2024, utatuona.
So Rhoda, you know,
anaharibu jina ya America. America wote wanakuja huko wanalingia huko Nairobi. Na ni nchi tumejenga. Very hard. Bila mtu hana adabu. Hana adabu hata kidogo. Mwambie hana adabu. Nataka kufundishwa. Akitaka kufundishwa afundishwe na ulimwengu. Anaweza kwenda America, watu wanauko wanalinga huko, respect nchi yetu. Kwa nini mimi nisiende America na respect nchi yao? Mimi nikila ni na respect. Kwa nini wawe kuji kwetu na wa respect? Wanaenda huko kuzurura nafikiri ni kwao. Unajua vile anaweza uza building zile Uhuru Kenyatta amejenga kwa America. Anaweza wauzia. Kwa sababu ana adabu hata kidogo. Anaona mzungu ni kama Mungu. Na mzungu si Mungu. Mzungu ni vile ako, we just different colors, but we have the same, we have many similar things. They have the same. We have like a proverb, what bread is than water, the same. It's not different. Mzungu na black, lakini William Ruto naona kama ni miujiza. Jesus amekuja Kenya akiona Bill Great. We will not allow our country to watu wacheze vile wanacheza. Unajua alituchezea mchezo, alitufanya kifunga macho. He was praying for again. I knew that. Ametufunga macho, akafunga BBI, akakatilia BBI, akasema no BBI. Na alikuwa ametufunga macho. Kufool innocent people. Kenya, we must have integration. Integration must work in Kenya. For all tribes, every community, we must integrate each other because you don't fool other community. It's not about tribal. Integration must work, and segregations and integration. Without integration, we cannot. Because when the election comes, you not fool another community. Why in Moi days, Moi didn't fool any community. Never. I'm born in Moi. I don't know how was it in Kenyatta. Kenyatta, he stayed president 15 years and he died. In Moi was not manipulating any communities to say, and he was always every community. Moi, he was not a tribal. He loved, he was not, okay, we come to Kibaki. Kibaki, he was a really gentleman. Kibaki have never, ever manipulate any community or fool in any community. Mwai Kibaki, he used to respect all community in Kenya. All. You remember Vice President, he was Wamarwa Kijana. After Wamarwa Kijana kukufa, Kalonzo Musyoka akachukua. He was not a tribal.
After Kijana Wamalwa died,
by the way, even I have never heard Kibaki speaking even Kikuyu, Kinyeri. I was very, even I thought he doesn't know.
After Kijana Wamalwa died, the person who became the vice president was the Mudia Warrior, not Kalonzo. Kalonzo came in.
Modiwa, yeah. Kalonzo Musyoka was the Minister of Education in Moi. I remember he was a Minister of Education. And he was doing very well. I could like Kalonzo Musyoka to be a president. Kalonzo Musyoka is a man of what? He's a man of integrity. He's a man of God. I wish he can be the president 2027. I really love Kalonzo. If it is Kalonzo Musyoka who could sit that chair, he could not do like the way William Ruto he did to Uhuru Kenyatta. Because we know really men of God. We know their name, their behavior, their name. Yani taongea, sitakuwa naogopa mtu. Hakuna mtu ananipatia uhavi. Sitakuwa naenda kuja hapa kuficha. It have been painful. It have been painful. I have been very painful. Vile William Ruto ametuchezea. Na I knew this before. I knew him before. I know William Ruto even when he was My dad used to tell us, you don't know William Ruto who he is. And my dad is a rate. So we knew who he is when he was 1992. We knew he is a bad person. Anaharibia Karejini jina na akasiwa Karejini wote wabaya. I have a good friend, Karejini, very smart. They have a feelings, amazing, like Chebet. Not everybody evil, you know? So integration must work in Republic of Kenya. No matter who you are, the language you speak, or where you live, integration must work. And integration, because you don't take advantage for any community. I wish I can be the president of Kenya. I cannot take any communication. For me, if I want to be the Kenya president, maybe one time I'll be the Kenya president, I will go every community to learn the culture. I go to the Maasai community, I learn the culture. I go to Kisii community, I go to the Luya community, I go to Kabikiriama. I have to be, when you come the president of Kenya, you must be open person. You must be open person and open-minded. You go for every community, you learn their culture. And then you understand, Gidamo, they behave, Kisii, they behave, Kisii, they are business people. I know Kisii, they are business people. I know them. I've been living with them. Luya, they are like this. Jaluo, they are like this. Kikuyu, they are like this. I know how Jaluo they are. I know, because I'm very open-minded. I don't try to hide something. So if I be the Kenya president of Republic of Kenya, I'll not take any advantage. I'll bring people together. And I can put all the minister, every tribe, and if they don't get chance, I will go to bring people together. And to bring people is only you learn everybody culture. Because when you learn everybody culture, you are open up. You are going to every county. You visit them. You say, oh, you are open. You are kind. We want people who are kind. We don't want evil. And that's why you always ask in Africa. Even Nigeria have the same problem. Nigeria, they have election before. The man who take power, he put the military because he was behaving like a dictator, like a Ruto. The one who is now in Nigeria. He take the power, put in military, manipulating election. Even South Africa, they put one man in the prison. When Africa will be free? When? We stop this man of evil manipulating other tribe or using. Nobody, you don't know who I am until you know who I am. Me, I'm always open-minded. I have a lot of friends, Kisii friends. A lot. I have a lot of Luya. And they're just amazing. I have a Jaluo. I have a Maasai. I could like to be married with Maasai. I love Maasai.
Rhoda.
Because I'm open.
So thank you, Rhoda. You know, it's a good one anyway. So I'm seeing some people have also joined so that you don't become mean and you don't give them time. We don't know, Mary alikuwa ni kama amelala. So ni kama ameamka. Then we'll have opposition leader, and then we have somebody called Moses. You need to allow your camera and microphone to function before you get in, because it seems adding you becomes a problem. So you can still join. So let's have Mary, then we have the opposition leader.
I wasn't sleeping, Francis. I was just listening on the side. Let me have some time. I'll still wait to contribute. I'm preparing something here for me to contribute. Okay.
Thank you. Let's have the opposition leader.
I have a new name, Bwana. I'm Chanuka Empire.
We know your face. You know your face.
Anyway, we try to be mysterious because we are living in a dangerous country. It's Colombia. You know, when you're living in Colombia, you have to be very careful. You can be taken to Sayuni. They call it Sayuni. Anyway, I'm happy to be here. And I'm so excited because I've been listening from the background. And what baffles me as a Kenyan is how we don't understand what this government is doing. I listen to some people trying to explain what Hustler Fund is, and it is not coming out so clearly what it is, because we have so many funds in Kenya that are making sense, like Uwezo funds, women funds, youth fund. If you go through the website, you'll find it is articulate. It makes sense. We know that there have been issues of corruption with those funds, but what really baffles me as a Kenyan about this Hustler Fund is how a whole cabinet can be called one morning and they are told now you've come to approve Hustler Fund. And then what we see on the media is an insult, a slap in the face of the hustlers. Because I do not believe that they went for that meeting to approve a Hustler Fund of 500 bob. Is it fair? Hiyo fair? Is it food? What is it for? What is 500 shillings going to help hustlers with? Because the hustlers that I know, they are waiting for it so that they can eat mogoka. Yeah, they can eat what we call samosa, and some of them use it as fare. Because I'm even imagining that maybe you live in Kajiado, like Francis, and where the Hustler Fund is going to be given to, it is in Namanga. So you have to use 200 to go and 200 to come, and you spend more money than the money that you're going to be given alone. We cannot in any world say 500 is a loan. Those are digital. They should be on digital platform. Those should be in Fuliza. So this Hustler Fund, by and large, it is another world of Fuliza, because that is not loan. Those are insults to the people of Kenya, and the whole cabinet sitting down to approve loans like those ones is a big insult. Hustlers that are listening to me, apply this loan na mkule matumbo, because this is an insult. Hii itawasaidia biashara gani? Therefore, my brothers and sisters who are listening to me, we are struggling to understand this government. I feel like I'm not in Kenya, because after 60 years of self-rule, we have regenerated and got to where we are right now. And that is why you see the government saying now they are going, because of insecurity, to deploy GSU to fight criminals. GSU. You and I know every police department has a role. GSU are riot police. Unless you're telling me that the petty offenders, these criminals that are killing people with knives, are demonstrating, that is when you call GSU. You cannot combat criminals with GSU, because these are people who are trained to deal with the riots, with political riots, with demonstrations. A person like a pickpocketer, for example, these are people who are very intelligent. They spend a lot of time studying people, knowing who is new in town, so that they can attack them. So what you need here is a plainclothes policeman, a person who can understand behaviors of the people and know that this person is targeting others. But you cannot wake up as if you are new in Kenya and say that I am deploying GSU in town. Surely. Who bewitched this country? Because this country is under the spell of the devil. Because I cannot believe that we are living in a country where nothing is making sense. You know? So when I look at people here defending Hustler Fund, there is more of a token. And these are the same people who are talking about tokens in their campaigns. They're talking about one bob, Kuleni Peremende. It's an insult to the people of Kenya. This is an illegitimate government. It is a government that does not understand where we are as a country. I don't think we are where they want us to be. In any case, it is 3 months down the line. There is nothing significant that Kenya Kwanza has done. Anything, nothing. Kwa hivyo, us in the opposition, we are wondering how we got in here. Because surely, if you can go and get 500 shillings it was campaigned for 4 years, and then you're jailed for 5 years, or a penalty of 10 million. This is absurd. This is an insult. This is a slap in the face of the people of Kenya. Yeah? And they spend a lot of time discussing it in a cabinet meeting. It is funny. It is not a laughing matter. But again, I want to encourage Kenyans. Let us not accept evil and misrule and bad governance as normal. Because I usually look at it. Nashindwa, why is it that this African skin is cast or something? Because you can imagine someone goes to an interview and then we find it so normal that somebody can say, I am worth 4 billion shillings. Yeah, what are you coming to do? I am looking for a job. For how much? 800,000. And to Kenyans, that is very normal. It is okay. Well, there are people who even graduated in 1998 that I know. They are approaching their 45 years without any employment. And somebody goes with that breathing heavily because vile amekula ameshiba na anataka job. We are living in denial as Kenyans because there are many people who need these jobs, these CAS jobs, that have never been employed in their lives. If you own 4 billion shillings in this country, why do you want a job of 800 or 500,000? 1 billion shillings, even spending 100,000 shillings per day, you can live for 27 years without depleting that kind of cash. In other countries, and that is why even I was talking to another white person, he was telling me if this guy owes Kenya shillings, 4 billion shillings, then in their country, if it is in Scandinavian country and in the US, if you are worth 4 billion shillings, you must have maybe discovered TikTok or discovered WhatsApp, something that has affected millions of people. But where did these people get money? Because I'm not so sure they have any business like that. They are thieves. And it is normal for us to think that you can just say to us, I am worth 4 billion. I'm just saying that so that I expound the minds of people to understand that these things are not normal. Let us not accept evil and accept wrongdoings and say that we are doing well. Where will who the kids that we are giving birth to today? Who will they emulate? Will they emulate people who murder, kill, lad glab, corners, praise the Lord, they praise the name of the Lord and become leaders in this country? Where are we going? Is it that we are so desperate to have such kind of leaders in this country on TV every day? People who are talking about being undressed every morning, each and every time they get they go behind the microphone. Francis, these people tell us they've been addressed by the police. Well, we have many pertinent issues that Kenyans are struggling with. Yeah, people are not being. There are no medicine in the hospital. Right now, there is flooding all over Nairobi. They cannot even unblock the drainages. And each and every day, and I'm sure even this Sunday, they're going to have a Thanksgiving Sunday of how they won the election and tell us how Kibicho was bad, how state capture is bad, how they were undressed. Kenyans, shame on you because of not standing up for your right. Thank you.
Thank you, opposition leader. You know, I've seen somebody in comment section called Geoffrey Ruto. I think you need to be able to understand that Kenya is a country with a freedom of expression, and therefore branding Bunge la Wananchi as a criminal entity not only just does mutilate our constitution, but branding people badly. So you want to mean that people, when they converge in a particular point to come and give their views, their group of thugs, Do you have any evidence that correlates between the bunge la wananchi and the stealing in Nairobi? Or could there be something that you know more that you don't know that you can help the police to investigate? Because it seems you are well versed with this version of crime that happened within Nairobi. And if you are saying that, could it be you are one of them, that you are cooperating with them and right now you are coming to expose them? Because I don't know where you get the information, under which circumstances, under which criteria did you arrive that the bunge la wananchi are the same people who are stealing from the people in Nairobi. You must be either one of them. You must be either having more access information than we do here in public, and therefore I think you could be a better place to cooperate with the police to establish such kind of claims. Because branding those people that have their own freedom of expression as the people who are criminal, it is really wrong. You have freedom to express your opinion regardless of whether it is best for you, it is making you feel happy or not happy. They are Kenyans. That's where we have different identity. Yes, Mary.
Yes, I would add this to Chanuka Empire. Thing on this said, the yes, you being brought down. I'm not a prophet. Maybe being can be announced that will make maybe protest or maybe come to refuse about it. Maybe that's the reason why GSU is being deployed, to come to the city and do whatever they are supposed to do. I feel it. I hope I'll be corrected, but I feel it. There could be something coming to be announced that people will not agree with it, and the GSU is deployed earlier before that happens. That's all I wanted to comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So, PH.
Yes, Francis.
Sasa hii Kenya bwana, wewe unaona mambo inaendaje, ama sisi ndio tunaona na macho makali kupita kiasi?
Kenya kuna vituko bwana. Unajua hii miaka nimesunguka Nairobi. GSU si kama wako kwa plain clothes na ni special nini unit ni sawa, lakini kama ni GSU ya kukimbisha watu wa siasa kwa mikutano, then wanaenda kuharibu kikao za Kanwalk, zile zenye siko Chivanji, zingine na zingine, of which si mzuri. People can sit anywhere and talk nini politics, iwe mchana iwe nini, not unless kuna evidence wanafanyanga vitu mbaya usiku, then uwezi paint jina mbaya kwa a group. Hii group ndio nimeona mzee ameenda huko juzi akaongelesha. Those people are discussing nini politics the same way we are doing here. So I wanted to know. Yeah? Sorry? Yes.
Unajua mimi kuna kitu moja inanishangazanga na Wakenya ni kwamba Kenyans wamekuwa brainwashed kama watu wafuasi wa Pastor Ezekiel, kwamba ati Raila, as long as anything they against Raila, they are okay with their life. That is why even in terms of presidential limits, they had to attach 75 years so that to act against Raila to gain legitimacy. I don't know why Kenyans and most of supporters of UDA believe that poverty, diseases and other problems are not the problem, but Raila is the problem. I've never understood this logic, because anything that Raila gets associated with, they always want to brand it bad. I don't know. I've never gotten the point clearly. Like, why do they feel like the problem of Raila is Raila is the problem of Kenya, whereas Raila has been the solution of some of the Kenya's problem. And what I want to ask a simple question is, siku ile mzee atapumzika kwa kaburi, maana kila mtu lazima atafa, watalaumu nani? Ama Kenya itakuwa mbinguni?
Labda hatakuwa na kitu ya kuongea. Huyu msee amewapea topic for a very long time, even for his own students. Yani You can imagine Raila qualifies to be some of these people's dads na wamewalea kisiasa, lakini the kind of nini maneno ana paint hii mzee bwana. Let a person be, ishi maisha yako, do what you do. If it's politics, wacha mtu amwage nini yake kwa kiwanja. Kenyans are not stupid, they will pick mwenye wanataka. Unaona? Lakini mambo ya kuja na age limit ya 75 kufungia mzee nje, unajua that's the target of course.
Na unajua hata hii age ya 35 years limit ilikuanga ni ya kuzuia Tom Mboya ashikue president hiyo time ya Kenyatta.
Yeah. Let them legislate vitu zenye ni za muhimu. Wachana na hizi vitu wenye wanafanya. Wa legislate vitu za muhimu, wajamaa ndo hata third gender rule kwa parliament hajaifika. CDF imewashinda kulegislate. Sasa hii ni ya muhimu wapi ati ya term limit? Term limit for what?
So I was saying that one because I've looked at a video who tried to brand bunge la wananchi because wacha nikuambie kitu moja and PH unajua leo unaweza kuwa and I don't know who brainwashed the people of UDA. They believe that they're in government whereas people voted for Raila are in opposition. Sijejua ni nani huo mganga mwenye aliharibu akili za hao watu namna hiyo. Kwani what benefit are you PH enjoying? Maybe because you're in government that are in opposition I cannot enjoy. What are those benefits?
No, nothing.
Kwani kuna unga huko kwa kina Rigathi huko Nyeri unga inatoka 30 bob ama inatoka tu tuso kama huku kwetu Kajiado?
Bei ni same mtu wangu.
And what is the essence of people believing that they are more in government than other people whereas they are supporting impunity and they are seen, but they believe they are more in government than we other people?
Hey, hiyo kitu ni kali.
Mimi nilikwambia, unaona kitu moja yenye najua, the opposition leader of Kenya should be Moses Masika Wetangula. He's the only person who can put a break to the presidency or to the president of Ruto. When mtu leo anaweza a vote of no confidence and the next minute Ruto is not a president. He's the same person who can even go against the legislation that will affect citizens. Not Raila, not Kalonzo, not Musalia Mudavadi, not anybody else, but Moses Wetangula is an individual who can limit the government from moving to his excesses. But Kenya Kwanza na watu wengine wamekuwa brainwashed kwamba Raila ndio mtu anastahili correct government, sijui ndio anastahili kufanyika hivi, mpaka huwa anashangaa kwani Raila anakuanga na wabunge wake tofauti na hao wenye tunajua wenye wanakuanga na Moses Wetangula.
Hey, kiasi tu Duke. Kila hustler ana qualify kwa hii pesa ama ni the chosen few? Hustler wa South nini Lake Region ana qualify ama ni ni hustler wagani wana qualify? Nisikia ukisema ati ni hustler wachache watapewa hii pesa.
In economics, we have limited resources, but unlimited human needs. As a result, you must have what you call the priority list. So there will be short listings of those who put across their applications, most probably based on the need, because I don't think that people who have financial capability should make an application for that. All those people who qualify to get the funding from circles or from commercial banks. Because a country like ours, which has limited resources and many struggling Kenyans, obviously the number of applicants will be more than the available money. Therefore, I think what I could propose is that the solution should be very fair and each region should have a fair representation, not like the way we witnessed the selection of the PS. Actually, I strongly criticize the way the PS was selected. It was very unfair. So we can talk about that. However, one point I want to put across is that people or Kenyans should be very resourceful. The way God was actually God was very resourceful. When he was creating Adam and Eve, he used dust. Dust is a waste of soil. So it's not about how much do you have, but what you are doing with what you have. The smaller we have, what are you doing to? If you cannot properly utilize what you have, when you are given 10 million, you will misuse it. So it's about how you are. People must be very creative. I'm actually I am encouraging Kenyans to be extremely creative when it comes to accessing opportunities, especially the current Kenya with modern technology and the best internet coverage. We have one of the best internet coverage in the world. Actually, you cannot compare Kenya with any other African countries when it comes to the speed of the internet coverage. And there is a lot of things which people can do that, because I found a person, a youth who was trying to fill the green card. He was just say, I've done application for 5 years. I wish this year I will be successful. And I asked him, why do you want to go outside Kenya? Because maybe we want to get opportunities, but there are a lot of opportunities which are available here in Kenya. Right now, you can even work from Kenya. You can assist Americans in Kenya. There are a lot of Kenyans who are, because the first involvement, a financial involvement, actually opportunity which I got like 5 years ago, I worked as a freelancer. So you can work for Americans or for Europeans or for Australians where you are stationed right here. So that means that you avoid fraudulent expenses, you avoid extreme water conditions, you avoid racism, you avoid even the risks, a lot of risks which comes when you go to America. For example, in America, it is actually, you are 5 times more likely to be wrongly imprisoned or arrested by the policeman because you're of African origin. Number 2, you can even be shot. Despite the challenges we have right here in Kenya, difficult conditions, people are very poor, people are struggling. We have never seen anybody come with a gun, go to a supermarket, kill 100 people, or 200 people. We were having very few unfortunate terrorist attacks. But in the US, with all opportunities, you find a person comes with a gun and shoots like 1,000 people. So there is many areas in which we are better off than the US, the so-called America, or the so-called European countries. So you can be successful right here in Kenya. Actually, I'm encouraging some people to come out to America and to Kenya because they are struggling. Most of them are actually struggling extremely. Where you find, the way the European system and the American systems is designed is that you get some money, but they make sure that like 80 to 60% of the money you make, they make sure they stay in their country. You can, because in terms of the expenses, what you use, what you pay for, all that. So Kenyans must be creative, and the government, the way most of you are trying to put across, the government's not there to solve the problem of every Kenyans or to feed every Kenyans. It's there to create a conducive environment so that those who are honest, those who are hard workers, those who are willing to do something, they can be successful in whatever they do. So it's like providing a favorable environment so that when you do something or when you work hard, there are results of that. Even in America, if you don't work, you will not have accommodation. You will be in the street. A lot of Americans are in the streets. They don't have houses. And yet America has a lot of money to give even to donation to other countries. So as a person, you also have a personal responsibility to work for yourself, to ensure that you are able to make the ends meet for yourself. So you have to work hard. You can't wait for the government to do everything. Even even UNGA becomes 50. There are many Kenyans who will want that for free. So it's not possible for the government to satisfy all people or and it's good when prices of commodities increases. You know, inflation is good. It's only that excess inflation is bad, because if there was no inflation, there would be no investment, there would be no economic growth at all, because people will be comfortable with their money in the bank. Because of inflation, the value of money decreasing, that's where people fear to hold cash. They invest in industry, in businesses, that creates employment opportunities. So that's what I can say for now.
So you know,
Duke.
anyway, BH.
Duke. Formula, najua kuna president alisema nikae rada na simu. Sasa nasikia ni kikao ya mtu unaenda kuapply loan mahali, unatumia fare unaenda kuapply loan mahali. Don't you see hii ni avenue ya wajamaa kupata hongo mahali, utaenda mahali kwa panel kuapply loan kama kwa bank. Credit section ya wajamaa wamepewa hizo powers, anakuambia sasa ulete 5,000 tu tuache kuuliza maswali mengi. Mbona hii kitu ingekuja digital kwa simu? Mimi nichukue application hapa, ni apply hiyo pesa, kama ni chips nitakula nikule chips, kama ni biashara nitafanya nifanye.
The reason why it cannot be digital is the government wants to target those who are extremely poor, those who don't have like collateral security to access money from banks and other areas. So if you know, some banks use digital platforms because they have your records. They know how much you have the banks, your transaction history, and they use that to determine how much they're going to give you. But now the government is going to target people who have no financial records, because most of them don't have bank accounts, or if they have bank account, they don't have banking history because they get money and they use the money without banking. So at least by accessing those people physically, you can be able to access, and they are going to be like the fund is going to be in every ward. I think a ward is not something very big. Within a ward, somebody from Nyanza does not need to travel to Nairobi to make an application. There will be an office within a ward. So I think for the start, that will be the only way, because how can digital application distinguish people? Because people can give any information.
So you know, I've been listening to you, PH, a little bit. I've been listening to you, and you seem to be a segregation individual who believes that a government should operate by keeping some citizen at periphery. Does this Kenya belongs to the poor more than the rich? What does the rich do that that anything that is done in Kenya, they should be secluded? You know, you're speaking as if that this land belongs to the poor. Either rich or poor, we are all Kenyans. That is why we have the same national identity card. So when you are speaking as if that the poor, the rich have ni kama kuwa tajiri Kenya ni kama ni kuua, ni kama usaili kuishi Kenya. What are you trying to imply?
How have I said that? How have I indicated?
You have said that because when you are saying that when you digitalize, there are some people who will not be able to get who are not hustlers. Who are they if are not the rich people that we are talking about? Why are you talking as if that being rich in Kenya is like a curse? Nani amenyima mtu kufanya bidii apate pesa hii Kenya?
No. Let me say this. You see, countries across the world have systems which assist specific people who are economically disadvantaged. Even in the US, there are specific people who qualify for food stamps. Somebody like Bill Gates cannot qualify to have a food stamp because somebody can afford that. So do you want to give 50,000 to billionaires or to millionaires? The same way, you know, in 2019, there was something which was called the COVID relief fund, where they said 60 billion were used to cash on people, and some people money was sent randomly to the extent William Kabogo said he was sent 1,000. You can you see how that's stupidity. So assistance must be channeled to specific people who need economic assistance, not all people. When you give to rich people, then it means you are wasting money. For example, that's why I was saying about the unga subsidies, because when you subsidy unga across Kenyans, it means billionaires will go to the supermarket and will benefit. So where do we have a system where we are able to identify specific poor people and maybe we give them financial transfers to money, we transfer cash to their accounts the way maybe American does that. But
so I'm asking you, because you don't want unga to be subsidized so that the rich will not be able to buy. Where will you want the rich to buy? Unataka wanunue from border of Somalia ama Uganda kwenye Wakenya wako? Or what are you trying to imply when you are saying that you subsidize unga the poor, the rich will buy? Are they not part and parcel of Kenya? Are they not the people who are also paying taxes?
They are paying taxes. Now, let me ask you now. Are you trying to say, you see, across the world, the rich people should pay more because they are taking, actually, how do rich people make money?
I'm telling you, Duke, go and look at what we call the taxing system. We have retrogressive, progressive, and the one that cut across at equal rate. That is where the rich will pay more.
I'm saying there should be progressive.
Yes, they are paying more, but why you implying as if that when unga is subsidized they will buy? So unataka unga ikiwa subsidy ya Kenya supermarket wakanunulia kwa border ya Somalia ndo wasifaidike maana wao si wa Kenya? Ama what are you trying to say?
No, you have listen to me very carefully. Let me repeat for your sake. If we have like 10 million Kenyans, yes, and 6 million are capable. They don't have issue even to buy unga at 1,000 because they have a lot of money, they make a lot of profit. They are not even concerned about the cost of living. Now we have the government which has limited resources. Why, if maybe there are some people who are made 1 million who are unable to afford unga, so the government can identify those and, for example, give them cash transfers to their account, which will maybe assist them for a given period of time, rather than straining the resources which the government has to all Kenyans. And at the end, it ends up even becoming more expensive because a country like Kenya, the main source of income is taxing people. So the government wants money to give subsidies, so it taxes 200, then gives you a subsidy of 100. So it's like it's creating more expenses. So there are those specific people who need assistance.
So Duke,
assistance will be directed to those specific people.
Duke, let me ask you. We have vitu kama soda na pombe. Do you know that there are people who buy the soda that we buy at 30 bob wanabuy at 400, but hakuna mtu amewazuia kuja kununua hii huku 30 bob at wao wananuanga 400 depending on their class that they are in? Why do you believe in more segregating people? Wewe unafikiri saa hii Hustler Fund unaweza ona Winnie Odinga ama Kalonzo Musyoka son or Uhuru Kenyatta son amepanga line apewe? Automatically they cannot do that. But you are speaking as if they should even be banned, that when you are rich, you should not access anything in Kenya. It is automatic. Once you become rich, there are things you don't even want to be associated with them. That is why the rich will buy alcohol yao wananunua millions of money, but kuna alcohol ya shilingi 20 ya the poor man here. So huwezi sema the rich should not take alcohol. Wao wenyewe from their own point of view, wataona there is no essence. But the way you are saying it as if we should pass a law that kama ni Hustler Fund, tukiona Winnie Odinga tumukimbiza asijaribu kukaribia hapo. Winnie Odinga cannot come there. Even if tupeane tuseme kila mtu apply, huwezi muona hapo juu hata niko sure kiatu yake mwenyewe inatosha kupea asla kama watatu credit loan ya kufanya biashara mingi sana. So these are the things you need to get to kwamba the issue of social class comes automatic and it should not be used by the government to segregate a certain part of community. Hata mkiwahi keti chini mwanze kupeana msaada, utawahi ona familia sige mashari imepanga line ipewe msaada, itawahi. Hata mpeane, hata mwapeleke kwa mlango watakataa, because they feel that they are not the people who are beneficial to that kind of an aid. But for you, what you are saying is as if law should be passed to ban them completely, of which is not right. That one is segregating people in a country. So, Mary,
Mimi Mary ni kama ako kwa simu. Mimi ile kitu ningesema ndio. Hii pesa ingekuwa sawa kama ingekuwa digitalized. Afadhali hata gava ingepati na bank mzuri yenye iko na hizo detail ama iweko kwa freezer kuliko tunaenda kupanga laini kwa chief's camp kuulizwa maswali ati sasa ni pesa umekuja kuapply hapa.
Unajua
watu wanaishi kwa Ukambani kwa mfano ama hii Kajiado ya kina Francis. Huko watajaribu kupeana watu wao hiyo pesa. Watu wanaishi mahali kwingine, watu wengine wako huko Central, utapata Wakikuyu watapewa Wakisimu na acho kidogo. Lakini ingekuwa kitu fair kama ingekuwa ni kwa simu, wewe unafanya application hata kama ni ya 30 minutes kwa simu. Kama kuna documents zinahitajika you just scan. I think wakiwa na KRA pin wanajua hivi ya earning ama uani pesa. So long as wako na KRA pin yako, wanaangalia, wanajua msee ana earn pesa huyo nje. Kuliko kuenda kupanga laini ati kwa chief. Chief watasema kwanza huyo jamaa ameongea hapa ni Mkisii na hapa ni tuko Luo Nyanza. Watapanga wajamaa wa samaki ndio watapewa nini peke yao. Niliona hiyo kitu kuna wakati nilikuwa Ukambani kazi. Ile wakati wa COVID. Watu walikuwa wanapeleka majina kwa apply ile ilikuwa 2,200 ilikuwa inakujanga kila Friday. Lakini ulikuwa unapata makabila wengine wanaambiwa usiendeni muapply kwingine. Hapa tunasaidia watu wetu. Unaona? Yenyewe una feel sasa utapanda gari uende Western kwa apply huko. Lakini ukiaccess hiyo pesa kwa simu itakuwa ni rahisi plus hata utafeel umenyimwa ati juu ya nini. Unaona? Lakini kwenda kupanga laini kwa chief hiyo nayo. Nakumbuka president akisema kati yale na simu. Mimi ile kitu watu walikuwa wana making fun hapo, watu wametafuta smartphone. Wame-upgrade simu zao sasa ni 4G, si ni 5G. Wanangoja tu application ianze halafu nawaambia sasa endeni kwa chief. Hapo pia itakuwa route ya watu kuwa corrupt. Hiyo timu yenye wewe kiveti watu kuwapea credit itakuwa unawaguzisha kitu unamaliziwa haraka. Sasa unaona? Mr. How are you, sir?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Yeah.
Kidogo Mr. Ndio nani Francis?
So unaona
Mary ameinua mkono hapo. Francis, chukua manini yako bana.
Sawa. So unaona nilikuwa nasema hivi, unaona right now they have even limited the hustler funding to a specific bank that you can only receive maybe through KCB and the National Bank. So if you are not one of those maybe subscribers, ujipange ufungue account, maana bila hiyo hutaweza kuaccess. Then my question I'm asking, why leave Equity? Kwani Equity sio bank ama Equity ni ya Uganda? Ama ni apita Munga na hakumuunga mkono. Unajua hizo vitu zingine ni funny. Between Equity and KCB, which has more customers all over the country?
Equity nadhani Equity imeenda sana.
Na sasa kama ni Equity mbona inaachwa nje, ama wenye walikuwa owners wa Equity wako kumsupport kisiasa? Because there's no any genuine reason. Equity haijaibia mtu. Equity haijafanya chochote mbaya eti unaweza sema ati una pesa walipe wakakula. Why you seclude in Equity?
During application you just apply, you place there your bank account. Be it the
Yes,
family
you
bank,
receive.
nini, just that the women, she kept WFT, she nini. Inastahili ikuwe open.
Sasa hiyo ndo kitu nauliza. Why seclude Equity that has more Kenyans and even low income earners, people earning less money who are operating on daily basis? Why seclude them? What is the essence of it? Anyway, let's hope things will change on the way. Yes, Mary.
Yeah, I want to make this remark, something that came in. I saw a clip talking about these MPs planning to fly to, I don't know whether it's Dubai, to go and watch football. I can only imagine how that is so awful and unacceptable in a country which is going through what it is going on. It looks like democracy belongs to few, not for the country or for the wananchi. How do you expect people get in a plane all that money while people are languishing of hunger? What is all this? This is spending of money while they see there are so many poor people who have nothing to help themselves. They don't have anything to eat. They have nothing to give to their family. That is my problem, biggest problem. Because when people are going through what they are going and these security problems, the government need to come together and think, what are we doing? What is going to happen? Okay, they are saying they're going to deploy GSU. What is the meaning? Does that help hunger? Does that make those people who are committing crimes to have food to eat? It doesn't. So what is the solution? All these promises all every now and then this promise, if it doesn't happen today, they take it further and say this will happen this time. What is the meaning? What is the government planning to do to cure this problem that is going on in the country? It doesn't look so. It doesn't look anything sooner is coming, because if that is the spending, luxury safaris that people are taking while people are dying because of hunger, it makes me as a person feel very, very devastated and empathetic to those right now, because there is nobody for them. The government is not caring what's going on. I've seen that woman who died, other people don't have anything to eat. We are not Kenya. We have got all these as MCAs, MPs, they are all over. And they're getting this, even if it's one person because of that. It's not about sickness, it's about, it's not about an end, it's about hunger. We cannot ignore, even if it is one person who have died, we cannot recover that one person. She or he is gone. Hakuna pahali tunaumba watu, hao ni kukufa wanakufa, wanaenda. Who should be blamed? Hizi chakula ambazo watu wanaambiwa wanapelekewa, kwani zinaenda wapi? Hawa wananchi kwani wanaangaliwa na, ikiwa ni serikali ambayo inasema ilichaguliwa, what are you ready to do? What is your mandate? What is your interest in the country? Is it about yourself or is it about the inhabitants? People are there looking at you. And in fact, we cannot rule all of us. There will be only one person ruling with his people following. But there's nothing they are doing, only promises and other big things for themselves. About changing the constitution, that can come after, when people are okay, when people are not dying because of hunger. About anything that they are trying to promote themselves, it can come later when we have catered for life of people. We are not ready to lose our people. We want to live the way we were even when they were campaigning. Now they have been elected. It's time to take charge. We don't want to even remember what happened, but we want to see our people taken care of. It's very sad. When we come here, we are talking about serious life. Seriously. Because how would I feel if I lose my mom because of hunger? If you lose your brother because of hunger, and you really know that you could have saved that person, that one person. The government needs to sit down and think when they are doing anything, any move, because all the spending that they are spending could save a lot of life. It's not about themselves. They are supposed to sit and think who the people are, what life means. We don't want to hear this. I feel very bad about my country. I feel I can give out what I have to those whom I can give so that they can survive. There's no life is supposed to be lost because of being a president or being a minister or being a whatever. Cheo yoyote uko nayo. Huna ruhusa ya mtu akufe kwa sababu wewe hujali. We care a lot. People are really having problems, and the government should not watch when people are dying. Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you, Mary. Before we welcome Rhoda, Nani, Julia, there's somebody in comment section saying that a dryer costs 50,000. Where did you get your 7,000 a dryer? When we're talking about implementation of the Hustler Fund, that 50,000 can buy a dryer, sijui ulisema ni 7,000. Yako ulitoa wapi na wenye wanafanya saluni wanasema 50,000? Anyway, you shall show us where you got yours so that you also buy. Julia.
Yes, Francis, I want to apologize for being off camera. Nataka tu kuchangia kidogo. Nawasalimia nyote, Mary, Francis, Duke. Hi, Mise, good to see you. I heard you people discussing about the Hustler Fund, and I had Duke talking about saying that they are going to find ways of determining how worthy somebody's credit, the credibility of somebody. And I wanted to add into that and say that it is only through the CRB that you can know the credit worthiness of any person. If you've had I think when I was in Kenya, I ever had loans, and if you could look up your CRB points, they are points, they are word points. Kuna pahali wanaweka red line, kuna green line. Kama wamekuwekea green, wanasema you are credit worthy. You just at a glance you can access you can know it's just like hapa in the US. Your credit points. In the US, if you look at your credit points, you know that my credit points are this much, and I can be able to buy a house or a car, something. Even there in Kenya is the same thing. So I don't know which other way they are going to use to assess the credit worthiness of a person. So I think tu ni ile ujua kali ya serikali ya UDA. Mko na ujua kali mwingi sana. You cannot run away from CRB. That's the only way to tell whether somebody can pay back their loan. Second thing, if the government is not going to pay attention to that, then I have reasons to believe what Francis is saying is another scam to steal Kenyans' money in the name of that money was given to hustlers. If they are not going to find a way of accounting for that money, like Francis alipewa 50,000, Julia akapewa 70,000, Mary akapewa 50,000, Mise. If they are not going to find a way of accounting that, I mean, if they are not keen, if they cannot use CRB, if there is no you don't have any security, I don't need the security to get that money, like I don't need the title deed. If I'm not going through, I mean, if there is no process of going after me, then this is another scam that somebody is planning to withdraw money from treasury, and by the end of 5 years, because maybe they're not even sure that they're going back to power, we'll have no one to ask, like your pesa ilipotea tu. Now I think we have been having money be going to wamama and vijana, and that is what that's where the government has failed, because this money has not been accounted for, and people just went for the money for those loans, because they were saying they were not going to pay back, and of course nobody has followed them up. So this is another scam once again that Kenyans are going to witness if any money is going to be released to anybody. Why they're running away from the banking system, I do not understand. And this so-called committee that is going to handle that, who is this committee? I mean, about half of Kenyans need that money, because almost half of Kenyans are living below the poverty line. So we can say about half of Kenyans need that boost of 50,000. So when is this going to be done by who? Because this can only be done through the banking system. So this whole thing is a hoax. Either one thing, one of this may happen. It's a hoax just to console the hustlers that I launched the hustler fund na iko mwende, lakini hawatapata. If Ruto hopes to go beyond 5 years, these hustlers will not get that money, because I don't think even the government has enough money to pay its employees. Hawana pesa ya kutosha hata kulipa, and very soon you will see teachers were not paid, doctors were not paid, etc. Or if there is money that needs to be given, that's a scam. Some few people are going to get away with that money. So I think that the direction that this government is taking, that they're gonna give money, and then I mean they are not paying conditions of CRB and all that, it means it's a hoax, or there's no money to be given out at all. Those are the two things that may happen. So do you counted to into that? Then you also said that you talked about the food subsidy, and you said that we didn't need the food subsidy because it was going to benefit everyone, even the rich. I don't know what the hustlers, I don't know why Ruto supporters have issues to do with people who are able. And I always ask myself that my success is not determined by somebody's failure. My progress in life is, I mean, Francis' success does not affect my success. We are two independent people. Kwa hivyo kama Francis ako na mali, haizuii watoto wangu kufaulu. Sasa bona the policies are made to punish the so-called dynasties. For your information, Duke, these rich people don't eat ugali. Ask me, hawakuli ugali mara mingi. Ati mnafikiria ati kwa nyumba zao zimejaa masufuria na maugali. Sasa hao watu ni watu wanapenda balanced diet, and ugali has a lot of carbohydrates.
Julia,
so, yes.
If I catch you short, nimeuliza tu vizuri. Si kuna rich people wananuanga soda hata moja mpaka 300 400, na kuna hii ya 30 bob of the same quantity and the same amount and the same flavor.
They don't even need ugali, Francis. Let me tell you, people who have money are careful about their health, okay, because they can afford. It is not because that Kenyans are curious about their health. It is just because they can't afford to think about it. But somebody who can afford to think about his balanced diet, I mean, ugali kwao inapikwa. I mean, they can do with 1 packet per week or per 2 weeks, because wanapika ugali kidogo, which means this food subsidy was going to help the poor man, because it is the poor man who needs a lot of ugali, because that's the only thing they can afford. So this, I mean, Duke, I really sympathize. You people, I don't know where these arguments are coming from against the rich. against the what? It's such a bad attitude that we cannot give subsidies, that we don't have benefit those who have money. Those who have money do not benefit from those subsidies because they do not even have to buy cheap food. They don't. They know if there are any rich people in Kenya at all, because I think we only have 2 million or 1 million rich people in Kenya, and the rest are, I mean, those we call billionaires, those who are bragging, who are being interviewed by parliament. Hao ndio wenye mabwenyenye, lakini mwananchi wa kawaida ndiye anahitaji hiyo food subsidy. So if the government didn't give that because of that, I don't think that's why they didn't give. I just think Ruto did not give that food subsidy, maybe for one reason, that he thinks the government cannot afford, or another reason is because maybe he thinks Uhuru's cartels were benefiting. So in an attempt to punish Uhuru, he had to withdraw those subsidies. And as he tried to punish Uhuru's cartels, then here we are, Kenyans are still suffering. So I want to conclude about that hustler fund. I think it's just a hoax. It's not going to happen. You people, you saw the conditions that were set. And if any money is going to be withdrawn from Treasury, it is going to be a scam. Now, finally, we talked about this many times here before the election. Now, we talked about what Baba planned, how Baba planned to help Kenyans. The only way you can help a poor man right now, because tuko na njaa, is direct deposits like those ones that were in America and other Western world countries. And those direct deposits were not given to anybody. There was a limit of how much you earn per year. There were people who did not get much because they earn more. But there was a minimum that was laid by the American government. Now, Baba talked about 6,000 Kenya shillings to about 2 million Kenyans. Now, if Baba was president today, we would be talking about 2 million families that will be getting at least 6,000, which means at least hata kama hawatajenga nyumba, watasaidika na chakula. Now, this money that may be a scam, the hustler fund, if I were in Ruto's shoes, I would use it to improve the food security in the country through one, construction of dams, wells. Now, roads are making sure there's accessibility, like places in Nyandarua County. Now, that reminds me that Ruto has stopped the construction of the Mau Road, and that the part that he has stopped is the part that was connecting Nyandarua County and the other parts of Mount Kenya region, that is Nyeri. And now we saw on a video clip the other day, people in Kinangop feeding cows with cabbages. There is too much food right now in Kinangop. The food is going to waste, while people in Nairobi are going hungry, and people in Nyeri and Laikipia are going hungry, and they need food donation. That is irony. So this government has poor pride. Either they are scams and niwezi, wanapanga tu vile watapora mali before 5 years are over, or they have no plans and they lack experience. And Ruto wasted his 5 first years fighting Uhuru instead of learning how a government is run. He wasted planning how to vandalize and sabotage Uhuru's government. He wasted 5-10 good years sabotaging Uhuru's government instead of learning how a government is run. Because had he done so, he would have known by now that for you to do anything, you put down structures. Sikuropokwa, timara nina launch hustler fund, mara sijui najenga nyumba. Unajenga nyumba na watu wanalala njaa. Unajenga nyumba, nani anaishi kwa hizo nyumba? By the time maliza hiyo nyumba, wenye kujengewa nyumba watakuwa wamekufa na njaa. Juzi we saw a woman collapsing in Baringo. Some kids ate chameleons. I mean, we have seen all sorts of things in this country. So I think, I'm saying, Francis, your hustler fund is scam, ama it's a hoax, or both of them. Asante, Francis.
I think that is the Ponzi scheme under when alikuwa anaitwa Madoff, where the deposit of what you deposit a registration fee is what will be used to be given as a loan to another individual somewhere else. But also, I want to say that the moment people from your area insulted Uhuru Kenyatta and telling him that hawakuli barabara, it gave Ruto and leverage that Ndindi Nyoro can never stand and speak about roads because he said clearly that people are kulangi barabara. So when he will be talking, he'll be asking if the people have started consuming roads. So hapo alijiweka kwa mtego na akaingia vizuri. Juu sasa najua hizi question hata hiyo mawe ikisimamishwa hawezi ongea. Yu alisema watu wakuli barabara. Yeye anataka chakula na mchele na nyama. Akipata hiyo vitu vingine ataki. Mise,
It's a shame. It's a shame, Francis. After Misa, I will show you another clip. I saw you people. Did you see some MCS in Nyandarua County? Uliona hiyo clip, Francis?
yes, niliona mwenye alikuwa anashindwa kutoa speech, alikuwa anataka kuongea na mother tongue.
Sasa mnaelewa kwa sababu gani watu wengi wa Mount Kenya region walipigia Ruto kura? It's because those are the kind of leaders we are having. I mean, I think there is some retrogression in Mount Kenya region. Either I don't know how to describe it. I think we are portraying high level ignorance from Mount Kenya region and illiteracy. I hope Kenyans have seen that clip. I was very embarrassed. Even Mr. Ukiona your clip, I think you sympathize with me and the people from my land, Asante Francis.
So Julia, just miss 1 minute. You know, reason as to why sahi najitokeza ni kwamba from 1963 up to 2017, you have been having a group of people who are intelligent, who are able to cover the community. Hata kama ni mtu ni mjinga, lakini kwa ajili wenye wanaongoza ni watu werevu, wanawakava, wanaonekana wote ni werevu. Lakini the moment amkuwa na one of the presidential candidate ambaye ni strong, ikakuwa mtu wako ready kuea different views, hapo ndo ilijitokeza kila kitu ikaonekana wazi venye mambo iko. Lakini initially hata unaona hata sasa hivi nikwambie, unaona even the Luo Nyanza, the Luo Nyanza is also heading somewhere that way if they are not careful, because once Raila exit out of political scenario, there will be so many different trying to crop up, and hapo ndo utajua either they are always intelligent or they were using Raila's intelligence. That's why you will know better. Thank you. Yes, Mr.
Yeah. Good evening, Julia and everyone. So I've been listening to the debate, and a lot of things have been running in my mind, and I just wanted to ask Julia a question, particularly Julia. Julia, do you mind if today we had surplus of food in Kenya? Do you think people will die? People will still die?
Mister, you are asking a very annoying question. People die every day. People die of accidents. People die of fire. People die of sicknesses. But it's a shame when people die of hunger. I think argue your point on that. Don't ask me.
No, I just ask you. I've not argued. It's a question, Julia. Stop being defensive.
No, I don't want
I'm
to
just
answer
asking you a question.
No, I'm sorry, Mister. I will not answer that.
So basically, you've already answered the question. That actually shows that you are agreeing that worldwide people are dying, whether it's through hunger, drought, different illness, people are still dying. And so it's not happening even in Ukraine. People died out of war, and it is normal whether it's through there's no death that is shameful. There is no death. Hakuna kifo mzuri na kifo mbaya, yote ni kukufa.
But there's preventable and unpreventable death.
So mtu hata kuna mtu anakula chakula na inamuua anakufa. So
you are just fine that the death is okay.
So, Mister, are you trying to say it's okay for people to die of hunger? Answer me, Mister.
I'm just trying to.
Francis, I'm sorry for this is interfering with Mister. I apologize. Mister is trying to annoy us. Are you trying to say it's okay for Kenyans to die of hunger?
I haven't said that. I'm just saying.
What you're implying here in this television in front of Kenyans.
I'm not in admission of what you're saying. It is in your opinion that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is that I am listening here, and people are vilifying the government for many things that some may be preventable, some may not. But there is one constant thing that people will die, whether it's through anger or it's through any other means. But my argument is this. There were people who were saying that why didn't, and I think the argument was, why is the government not working with some banking institutions? I mean, the government cannot trade with everyone. That is the reality. The government has a way of pre-qualification of who they can work with and who they choose to work with and who they don't want to work with.
Mr. Nikuulize, mbona una twisting facts hivyo ndo ili zikufoeve?
People,
why do you keep twisting facts?
People cannot, the government cannot work or do business with everyone. At a given time, the government does business with people, and within a certain period, that contract or engagement expires. There's also a lot of narrative that I've listened here that is actually misguiding, that is misleading. For example, people are saying, why are people traveling? Why are people spending? Why the government doing this and that? The thing is, the government's operations must continue, regardless of what. The government does not stop its operations because there's hunger or famine somewhere. In fact, when you talk about education, I remember in Kisii Township Ward, there was and maybe Duke is a Kisii, might know. There's an MCA who was actually from, I think, ODM or Jubilee, if I don't remember, but he couldn't even spell his name. Yet he served very well. He did very, very good job for the Kisii Township, and he was re-elected and re-elected, and the people love him, despite the fact that he can't even do anything, he can't even write, he can't even express himself. He was not he was not short of performing. His name is Muref Duke, if I'm not wrong. You can confirm that. There's also what people are saying, the government should do this, the government should do that. You are not the government. The government has its priority. That is why they ran for office. That is why William Ruto has his priorities. Whether they are upside down, the government is not going to stop and listen to you because you are saying, because the government has a way that is going to do its things. And also, you complained about the Hustler Fund. Honestly, I think it's Duke who was trying to explain something here that you dismissed. 50,000 might not mean anything to me, but 3,000 or 100 shillings could mean life-changing to someone else. So it is to be understood, the need of Kenyans is not, they are not static, they're dynamics. They vary from one person to the other. There is someone, if you give him 10,000 now, it will transform his life. For instance, if someone is wise enough or intelligent enough, if you take 50,000, buy a laptop. Let's say, for example, if you university graduates, and buy a laptop. Through that laptop, write papers. Within 3 months, you are able to pay back that 50,000, and you have some change. That is one way you can make money. If you take 50,000 and buy groceries, buy things like beans and vegetable and all that, and resell, even if they are perishable, those are things that are consumable every day. If you strategically place yourself, you will succeed. So you are saying things like the government. I heard, I think it was PH who was saying ati alafu unaambiwa unaenda kupanga line. Kama uko na pesa yako, bas you don't need the money. But as long as you don't have money, beggars don't have choice. If the government has provided us an option where we can access funds in order to improve ourselves, regardless, there must be rules and rules of engagement. There must be a way that you can access these funds, and that's what the government has said. If the government has said follow these steps and you will access the funds, just follow the steps and you will access. And Duke, there's something actually you said that I liked. Even here, and Julia knows that there are certain services you cannot access because of your income. If you are getting 100,000, for example, as an income, and someone is making less than 5,000 a month, there are certain things that you may not qualify. So the government is trying to make sure that this money is distributed for people who are struggling or who are within a certain income bracket. So that is to me is something that we need to take into account. And that's what I wanted to say. The percentage rate is very, very reasonable. So you have said that maybe this is another way of conduiting as a conduit of swindling the public funds. You could be right, but every project in the government has always, and whether it was Moi's government, Kibaki's government, Uhuru's government, Ruto's government, we are going to see people who are going to use those channels to swindle public funds. You saw the SGR during Uhuru's time. You saw the procurement that a lot of things that were procured. Remember the COVID millionaires. Remember all these things. There are people who are going to take advantage and swindle the government money. But to me, I'm more of concerned. How are we going to prevent people from swindling the public funds? That is the question, and that's what I feel that we should discuss. And in terms of insecurity, I think insecurity has been there. And even despite the fact that it's increasing now, people, they say difficult times, sometimes people are forced to think outside the box. We cannot come here every other time. In fact, Duke, I attended one of the meetings, diaspora meetings, where the Senator Veronica Maina and the PS nominee Roslyn someone attended. And one of the key issues that were discussed is how can we tap into the diaspora so that the diaspora can invest more. They are assured of their security, their funds investing back home, so that they can invest within our country, so that we can increase the local borrowing instead of borrowing from outside. And I think that's a very good discussion. Let me stop there as we continue with the debate.
Francis Jikama Melala, Missy, I appreciate what you are saying. You are right that we have had, in all our governments, we have had people trying to steal public resources through such things, initiative like what now Ruto is calling the Hustler Fund. But I really still find you very insensitive when you start by asking, do people die everywhere? I mean, Mr. Don't say that on this TV. That's very insensitive. That is very insensitive. Unless you've never, if you've never seen people die of hunger in your village, then I think you can read the Kenyan newspapers and watch the Kenyan news and do not be speaking the way you are speaking. Should never, I request you, Mr. Kindly, please never speak like that about the Kenya situation. It's very insensitive because we've watched people here, kids, wanakula, chameleon. Yesterday I saw a poor woman dying of hunger. I mean, people can die of diseases, people die of war. Things that are not, for example, what's happening in Ukraine. It is not sikupenda kwa Ukraine government. I mean, the Ukraine government is trying its best to defend its people, okay? But here we are. I mean, people can die of HIV, AIDS, sikupenda kwa mtu, lakini it is something that may be preventable, cancer and all that. But hunger, it's a duty of every other government, it's a responsibility of every other government to prevent its people from dying of hunger. So when you come here saying that the people die of other things, I find that very insensitive, and I think I kindly request you, please don't speak like that in a TV like this. Saizi vile tunaongea hapa, there could be a Kenyan listening to us na hajui kesho atakula nini. I mean, it really hurts. I think it really hurts. There could be Kenyans who may watch this show and they don't know what's their next meal. You are sure of your next meal, but I'm sure there are Kenyans who don't know where to find their next meal.
Who told you I'm not sure of my next meal?
Yeah, I don't care, but the way you are
assumption.
speaking, that sounds like arrogance, which is not good. That
No,
sounds
all
like
I was saying,
arrogance. No,
don't
bring that statement again.
blue, equal red, ni kifo. That's all I'm trying to say.
Me say don't
Only,
even compare that. Don't even compare
you're
that.
only speaking. You're
we are
speaking
speaking
from a
of what
point
can
of
be preventable.
trying to make the government look like it's failing.
No, we have to hold this government accountable, and we need them to put their priorities right and what is most important. That's what we are trying to say, and we are not going to stop speaking here. If the Kenya government thinks they are going to stop us from speaking, we are going to be speaking because we must say the truth. So me, I'm kindly requesting you, me say, wewe sema vitu vingine vyote, lakini don't make it like dying of hunger is nothing and it's okay. If you've never gone hungry in your life, it's okay. We understand you. But even as we speak here, there are Kenyans who may be listening to us and they do not know where to find their next meal. And you are here rubbing the salt on the wound, saying like it's nothing, that do people die every day? That's a very careless statement. And I think I will insist on that. And I request every other person who's speaking about Njapa, let's be sensitive, because even now, those of us who are here in the diaspora, I believe we are sending a lot of money. Tukisikia kuna watu, if somebody contacts you and his family member and tells you, Julia, kesho sijui tutakula nini, hata kama you are not thinking about Kenya, you'll be touched because you don't want to think that a family member is going hungry. I mean, we are all Kenyans and we should be sensitive. At Francis.
So thank you Julia. Sometime I don't know inakuanga ni kiburi ama ni kichwa kuvimba juu the moment unasimama unaambia watu ati people die of anything. So even if his government decides to kill you, it's okay because people die. We cha muhimu ni kwamba watu wanakufa ujali, even those preventable and unpreventable, hiyo kwako si issue. Issue ni kwamba watu wakufe, wenye watabaki waishi. We are past that. And we cannot allow such kind of statements and everything here, people to come here and try to bash life. Don't think life is supreme. Maisha si kitu eti ya asubuhi eti ya kutu unaweza beba tu venye unataka, hapana. That is why even HIV watu wanaendaga wanafanya ngono wanapata ukimwi, but government inatafuta ARVs. Ingekuwa government insensitive, ingesema ulifanya ngono ukapata ukimwi, hatutakutafutia ARVs, but inakutafutia maana inakujali because life is supreme. Ni nini hatari? Kwani tunajua ukimwi inaambukizwa na ngono na si watu wanatafutanga? Na mbona government inatafuta ARVs? Because inajali maisha. Wewe sema ati ulienda kufanya ngono huko ukapata ukimwi hatutakupea ARVs. The life is supreme and should be protected at whatever cost. So, and then the other issue we are saying about niliona una twist facts so that they favor you. Mbona watu watumia account ya KCB na National? Kwani account ya Equity haiwezi tuma pesa kutoka kwa government? It's not an issue of government doing business with Equity or doing with business with other banks, but why use account number for KCB and National Bank? Kwani Equity account zao zimefanya nini? Zimefungwa ama Equity imecollapse? Atuongelee biashara, tuongelee account number. You provide an account number, government inatuma pesa kama inataka. Lakini why should you regulate where money should be sent? That's the question about. I'm not talking about business. Hakuna mtu wa Equity ameenda kuomba business na serikali, lakini tunaoda account huko ambazo zinaweza tumwa pesa. Mbona msecurity Equity na ndio inasimamia watu wengi?
Francis, can I tell you something? In 2008, 2007, even now, I think even now, the government, even some ministries, they have some arrangement with certain banks, certain financial institutions, in terms on how they can either process, depending on what arrangements that they have, on how they can process either even the salaries of the employees. If your salary is going through maybe cooperative bank or family bank, so there's certain arrangements that is there. The government can decide to, depending on how and what these two accounts or these banks have decided to offer, you don't know. So I think for us to criticize that, we must have valid arguments. So
Sasa
does it
nikuulize
mean, do
Mise,
you know how many financial institutions do we have in Kenya? So many.
Mise,
So
wacha nikuulize
financial, are
swali.
you saying, let me
We
ask you
Mise,
first, I'm going to answer your question, but let me ask you, do you know even SACCOs are financial institutions? So are you trying to say
tunaongelelea banks, hatuongelelei cooperatives, tunaongelelea banks. Wacha
they are
kuchanganya
financial
vitu.
institutions?
Sijakataa,
Are
lakini
they
tunaongelelea banks. SACCOs are under cooperatives.
Yes, but are they, how are they classified? Are they not financial institutions at the end of the day?
Tunaongelelea banks, ongelea KCB, Diamond Trust Bank, Barclays, Equity, tuko sawa. Wachana na SACCO. SACCO inaweza kuwa leo, kesho asubuhi haiko.
I respond on that.
No, Duke, just wait a minute. I will give you time for that. That I'm asking Mise, where is the problem of somebody providing an equity, an account number? Yeah, either Barclays ama Diamond Trust Bank. Atumue pesa afanye biashara. Why KCB and why this one? Let Mise answer, then you'll answer. So that we hear from Mise. Because he's trying to defend something that is undefendable.
No, let me tell you, if you're in diaspora, for example, you go to any bank, they have a diaspora account. We have diaspora accounts that are actually segregated to be served, and a department that specifically serves diasporans. So why do they do that? Because maybe they have a chartered, either chartered service for the particular clientele or a dedicated line to serve a certain clientele. But we cannot speak authoritatively the rationale behind the government choosing to work with certain financial institutions. I don't know why, but all I'm trying to say, the government cannot work with every financial institutions in implementing or executing its mandate. So let us respect what the financial institutions that they have chosen to work with. What's the problem with you? Inawasha nini?
Mimi problem yangu ni, nauliza kitu rahisi ni, kwani sisi Equity imekuwa ikiserve the small income earners. It has been known to be such way that Equity na savungi watu wenye wana earn salary ndogo. Leo hii tunachukua KCB na National Bank. Enda uangalie National Bank iko kwa major cities. Mimi Loitoktok, from Loitoktok kwenda mpaka Taveta hakuna National Bank, either agent ama branch hakuna. Sasa the moment afungua account nitumue pesa nikiwa Loitoktok, hiyo pesa nitawithdrawia wapi? Nitaanza kusafiri kwenda mpaka huku Kimana ama kwenda kupanda zaidi? Whereas Equity is everywhere. You know some things I wonder. Shida ni wapi ukituma pesa Equity, utume pesa Equity? Hii biashara ati Equity wanataka.
Ukiwa na ATM you can withdraw any institution. Even us tukitoka hapa na ATM card tuna withdraw anywhere. As long as it doesn't be surplus, you can withdraw anywhere.
Nikuulize, Mise?
Yeah.
Ukiwa na ATM ya Equity unaweza withdraw KCB?
Yes, yes, you can withdraw anywhere. I can withdraw nikiwa na ATM ya KCB Kenya, I can withdraw even in the US.
Anyway, I'm talking about Kenya. Stop about issue of USA. I'm talking Kenya.
Yes. You know, when you it transacts in all machines which have a rep of Visa, or it's about the whether you are using Visa or you are using all those credit cards. They are around across the. But what I can answer is that we have what we call parastatals, even workers who are working in Equity Bank only pays through their account. You must have account with them for them to hire you or to pay you through their account. So because the government also has banks, I think KCB and National Bank belongs to the government. So it's better for the government to promote its institutions, because these parastatals, when they generate profit, it becomes part of the government money, which is very useful when it comes to offering services to people. So there is no need if, for example, you have the government has infrastructure and companies which can do specific tasks, and then it gives it the contracts to different institutions. So it's based on so those are parastatals which belongs to the government.
So you know Duke, unajua point yangu wakati mi sina issue na government doing business with KCB. My issue is why receive money only on KCB and National Bank, whereas these two branches hata afadhali KCB inaweza itetea kidogo. KCB inaweza itetea kidogo because KCB at least hata inaweza guza at least to some greater extent. National Bank, I'm telling you, inafoundwa in the major towns. Ukianza ukitoka mahali panaitwa Emali, hapo ndo National Bank iko. Uteremka all the way to Taveta, hakuna National Bank. So I'm assuming an individual who has been told to open an account with National Bank. And sasa ametumua pesa, amefungua saa ametumiwa. Anaenda kuidhitoia wapi? Ni kama sasa hivi wewe nikuulize mise, like mtu unaweza taka kupigia mtu alafu anakuambia ati usiweke credit ya Safaricom, wewe nipigie na ya Airtel. It's you to decide which one to call with. So why should that government channel the money through
you make that decision when you have your own money. But if you're borrowing someone's money, then you work with their terms. And another
is that not our taxes? Do you want to mean that the Hustler Fund is not our taxes?
I think what you are insisting is accessibility. Now, in terms of accessibility, perhaps we don't know the whole. Maybe they are looking forward to open more branches, National Bank branches across the country. Maybe this is the reasoning and going.
Sasa nikuulize mite, unajua vitu vingine tuache kudefend vitu vingine juu tuna defend watu wa UDA. Just wait a little bit, 1 minute. Hustler Fund inaronchiwa date 1 December. Kwani kufungua branch ya National Bank inatumianga siku 2 ama inafunguliwa within hours? Wanaweza fungua all over the country within hours. Unajua vitu zingine tuache kudefend hata kama tunajaribu kudefend. Kufungua banki account branch si kitu ya leo ama kesho, ni kitu inaweza chukua mwaka nzima. Wanafungua wapi ama wanatengeneza usiku ama watakuwa na move mobile kama watu wa Safaricom free Safaricom lines. You know, some things just don't make sense to me, and that's why it becomes a problem. Anyway, let's have Duke, then we bring Chaka. Duke.
You know, I will actually address that and add something else. You know, there has been a culture in Kenya where even the civil servants used to be paid using government banks. So it has been a culture to promote parastatals, which belongs to the government. And there are two banks. It's a National Bank and KCB. So KCB is actually accessed in almost every county. Also, we have mobile banking. You can use your mobile phone, not a smartphone, and cell phone. You can use it to withdraw, to access your funding from any bank. So that's no issue. I want also to say the statement which Ms. made about people dying. So what I can say is that across the world, it's not possible for the government to address all human needs because resources are not enough, and that's an economic fact which you must embrace throughout, that resources are limited but human needs are unlimited. So no government will be able to address all human needs. So, and when some human needs are not addressed, people will have challenges and people will die. That's a fact. Even, for example, if you talk about the US, there is an initial mass shooting which has been there for years. Imagine a person goes to school with a gun and shoots 200 students. You can imagine it. So it's not possible. So, however, because of that economic limitation, that's why the government must have a priority list. There are things which must be done first, and then second, and then third. And they are actually called mandatory expenses for the government. For example, the government must pay doctors. The government must pay teachers. The government must pay all civil servants. Those are expenditure number one. And what remains comes next. So sometimes the government may be unable to meet some human needs because of limitation of the resources. So sometimes, and I've said this not once, not twice, that the government actually uses our money. So if the money is not enough, then it's obvious there are some services and goods which the government, it will be impossible for the government to provide. And it's in that consideration, the government has been actually advocating for Kenyans who have excess money or excess resources to come in and help, because the resources of the government are restrained, because there are expenses which must be. You don't expect, for example, doctors not to be paid or teachers not to be paid, and then the government says we have taken the money to assist people who are unable to afford food. We will actually even create more chaos, and the country will come into a standstill. Therefore, that is what I wanted to say.
So thank you. Let's have Chaka. Chaka.
Yes, Francis.
Yes, how are you?
How are you? I'm good. I'm good. Miss Brother Dioka Andres. Mimi kwa kweli sina mengi, but kidogo nitakuwa na tuseme kwa masuala haya mnazungumzia, nadhani ni ya hustler fund, kwamba ni nini benki mbili ndio zinatumika, ambayo National Bank na KCB. But to me kila nitazungumzia hapa ni kwamba kwa mujibu wa rais wetu jana alisema wazi kwamba yeye hatakuwa na committee ya masuala na hustler fund. So for those walikuwa wamejipanga kuwa committee wa hustler fund hawatakuwa na nafasi. Then mtu atakuwa na access tu kama vile Fuliza ya unakopeshwa tu. Nenda ukachukue shilingi 50 pale mwanangu, ukachukue hiyo rula. Ndio ukaangalia hapo kwa court. Ni shilingi ngapi rula? Haya, nenda pale uangalie. Alafu uende na mtoto wapo kwa Jumaa kwa wale za kwa alafu ndio resgarara. Pole ni kidogo, unajua watoto wanaenda shule na mpaka uulizwe mtu mzima. So for real, kile ambacho kinanipa utata na wasiwasi kuhusiana na masuala haya ni masuala na rate ambayo, na pia alizungumzia rate kwamba italipwa 8% kwa yao. Kwa hiyo itakuwa ni rahisi kwa mtu ku access tu kama vile Fuliza, for which mtu akilipa akishakopa shilingi 1000 basi atatakiwa alipe shilingi 20 kwa siku, na ni mandatory kusave, lazima asave hiyo shilingi 20, lazima iende kwa kusave. So it's a good plan, lakini swali langu litarudi kwa brother Mise. Yes Mise, sheria ni zile ambazo tumezisoma mwanzo mwisho, ama kumekuwa na mabadiliko kwamba sasa hivi as an individual unaweza pata hii pesa, as well as a group pia mnaweza access mkapata hii pesa. Sasa hizi sheria ni za wale ambao wameform group as individuals, nani as a chama, as a group, ama ni mtu tu mtu tu anaweza access. Hata huyu mtu mmoja ambaye anaweza access kama mfano wa Fuliza, naye pia lazima aingie katika hizo sheria. Kama hujalipa basi ujipange kwa kifungo na pia kuweza kulipia fine kubwa. Hapo tu nataka nijue kutoka kwa Mise kwanza. Francis, asante.
Mise ni kama amepotea, haonekani. Anyway, Chaka, Mise alikuja atakujibu, but cha najua ni kwamba hii ni plani tu ni pesa ya mtu ametoa kwa benki zake, anataka kutumia Wakenya kumzalishia kitu. Si pesa ya serikali, ni ya mtu tu binafsi anaitumia. Ni kama tu tala penye mtu anachukua pesa yake anaanzisha hub ndio asaidie ajisaidie. Si pesa ya serikali.
Francis, wewe umeona vile niliona jana, kwa sababu it now comes with a double speech. If today they are having wanaieleza kinamna hii, before mwananchi aielewe zaidi, the following day wamegeuza kisampuli hii, umeona? So as which they are looking ile kwamba wataona kwamba hii kitu how is it going to run, so as we can even make profit, unaona? But the time niko kwa uongozi hii kitu inipe faida kidogo. So wakizungumza hii, kesho wanaangalia hapa tumeenda tutashtukizwa, wacha turudi na njia hii, at least yani kila mtu ahakikishe kwamba ameingia katika huo mtego na hii pesa ya watu izalishwe, hakuna kingine. That's what I create on my mental picture. Na ni the way venye unazungumza ni exactly kwamba hii cha pesa ya mtu, lakini inatakiwa tu kwamba inatafutiwa jina zuri ibandikwe pale, so as Kenyans watachezwa na hii pesa vizuri tu kwa benefit ya mtu huyu mmoja. Kwa sababu swali langu ambalo nalipa utata Francis, mbona ni mandatory kusave? Mbona umlazimishe mtu asave?
Unajua
lazima, lakini
unajua kuna kitu inaitwa Ponzi scheme. Ponzi scheme ni unalazimisha watu wa save pesa, alafu pesa yenye wamesave unachukua hiyo, kama tuseme watu wamesave, tuseme watu zaidi ya milioni 2. Unatumia hiyo pesa ya watu milioni 2 kupea watu 500,000 hiyo pesa ili wafanyie biashara, lakini si yako, ni ile wenye wamesave. Sasa hiyo kitu huende katumika sana kwamba hizo saving ndio hizo baadhi ya Wakenya watapewa.
Ni kweli naye.
Maana kama pesa iko hawangehitaji savings. Maana sasa savings ni ya nini wakati pesa iko? Si wangepewa wafanye biashara.
Na ni pesa ya mwananchi.
Na kama ni savings, na tena nauliza taka.
Yes.
Unaweza save pesa ukiwa unaweza enda kuchukua loan ukiwa na pesa za kusave?
Hapana.
Sasa si unaona, nakwambia ni mchezo. Hii inaitwa Ponzi scheme, ni mbaya sana juu hii iko na baraka za serikali.
Amba. So wacha amesema Edema amerudi, nieleze, maybe pengine amesikia hiyo swali langu, labda alikuwa ametoka. Nielekeze, kwa sababu mimi nimeona mise kwamba jana rais alizungumzia wazi kwamba nadhani hii sasa itamfungia hata mtu binafsi, yani mwananchi wa kawaida wa chini, maana haswa zaidi katika hii lunch ambayo itafanyika tarehe 30 inamlenga mtu wa mashinani zaidi, ili aweze kuaccess as the same vile anaweza access Fuliza. Kwa hivyo kwa mnajili ya rais wetu jana alivyozungumza kwamba yeye amezungumza na wale stakeholders, for instance wale watu wa Safaricom, watu wa Airtel na Telcom na wengine, kwamba kuwe na app kwamba unaweza ingia tu kwa simu yako ama kwa simu yako ile ndogo, kuna USSD code of which ukishaklik hiyo basi unajaza unamaliza unapata pesa yako. Then hii pesa kwamba italipwa kwa mwaka iwe na 8% instead ile Fuliza yenye kuliko ile Fuliza yenye tunalipia 365% per year. So hii itakuwa imeregeshwa from 65% per year mpaka 8% per year. Sawa. So mwananchi anaweza aka-access direct kutoka kwa simu yake. Then kuna hawa ambao pia wanaweza tengeneza watu kama wakaungana kama chama hivi, watu 10-15, na pia nao wakaweza kwenda akapply wakapata hii pesa. Sasa swali langu ambalo najiuliza hapa, je, sheria zile ambazo tumezisoma juzi kwamba sheria za kama 10 hivi, miongoni mwa hiyo sheria ni kwamba if you don't pay basi jipange within 6 months, wewe jipange unaenda kwa lazima ufungwe na ama utoe faini ya bilioni ya pesa. Sasa kuna maswali hayo. Leo unaweza access tu wewe mwenyewe as an individual. So bana pale walipozungumzia ilikuwa inamaanisha kwamba walikuwa kama kikundi haswa, mnaform kikundi, mnajiregister, mnakuwa na hizo document hizo nani zote zinazotakiwa, then ndio mnapewa hii pesa. Sasa ya jana ikawa kwamba unaweza ingia tu kama vile Fuliza, yani kama Chamata anataka kuwa hii Fuliza ya sasa kutengeneza Fuliza nyingine mpya, kwamba unaweza omba na ukalipa, umeona? So hii sheria ile ile ambayo ni ya mtu mmoja ambaye mimi nimeingia kwa kabambe yangu, nimejaribu nimeweka hiyo USSD code na nimeomba mkopo na nimepewa na nishindwe kulipa. Je, sheria zile zile ambazo ziko kule ndo hizi zitakazotumika kwa hizi zile ambazo ni za wengi, za wanachama wengi, ndo hizi zitakazotumika na huyu mwanachama mmoja kisa ameshindwa kulipa mkopo wake? Hebu nataka unifahamishe hivyo Hamisi, ili nipate kuelewa na jipange ili kula na mimi nipate kula hii hustler fund. Asante.
Asante sana Bwana Chaka Mdune. Nafurahi sana kuona na kuzungumza nawe, manake tunapozungumza tunajuliana na tunasemezana, kwa hivyo nafurahi. Lakini hivi kwamba nakumbuka muda ambao umepita, kuna wakati tulikuwa tunajiuliza maswali mengi sana tukisema hii serikali ilikuwa imeahidi ile hustler fund, na tukawa tukijiuliza mbona wamepata kukawia sana kuleta ile ahadi ambayo walikuwa wamepatiana. Kwa hivyo mimi nafurahi kwamba wamesema kwamba wataianzisha kirasmi hivi karibuni, kuelekea mwisho wa mwezi huu. La muhimu pengine, ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune, ningependa kuzingatia kwamba hakuna chochote kinachonawiri ama kinachostahimili kama hakina mikakati ama mpangilio fulani, na naona kwamba ile mpangilio imewekwa, na jinsi ambavyo hii pesa itakavyopatiwa ni mpangilio haswa ya kujaribu kuhakikisha kwamba wale wanafiki wanaotumia njia za kichini chini ili kuwahaibia wananchi wasije wakaiba ama wakaibia wananchi. Kwa hivyo mimi nafikiri ni suala nzuri hili, lakini kama wewe ningependa kuzingatia kwamba ifanywe kwa ustaarabu, ifanywe kwa mikakati ambayo imelenga kuleta manufaa kwa mwananchi wa kawaida na mwananchi wa chini. Isiwe kwamba hii imekuwa ni njia ya kutoa pesa ili kuwanufaisha wale ambao ni wa mabwenyenye. Unajua kuna watu ambao pale wamejiweka tayari ili wapate kupokea kupitia hii njia ya hustler fund. Kwa hivyo mimi ningefurahia sana hii serikali iweke mikakati hivi kwamba hakuna mwenye atakuja kunufaika kupitia kwa hii hustler fund.
Alafu mise kindly tu kukukatisha kidogo. Nikuulize swali moja ama maswali mawili. Hivi hii pesa ni ya serikali ama ni ya mtu binafsi? Na kama ni ya serikali ambayo mbona iwe na mifumo ya mabadiliko ya sheria hapa na pale? Na kama ni ya mtu binafsi, huyu ana lengo gani haswa? Ni kwamba anataka kucheza biashara na pesa ya na Kenya wanyonge, ambao analenga kabisa kwamba watu ni lazima kutokana na shida zao wataccess hii kitu na itaweza ku make profit. Are we doing business in kwa Kenya, ama hii hustler fund iko namna gani? Pesa yake inatokea wapi? Hii source yake haswa ni wapi? Ni wapi? Asante.
Wajua, asante sana kwa swali nzuri ndugu Chaka Mdune. Wajua serikali haina pesa. Pesa ya serikali ni pesa yako kama mwana kulipa ushuru, inapata pesa kupitia kulipa ushuru, na hiyo pesa sio ya serikali ila tu ni ya mwananchi wa kawaida. Na saa zingine kuna mpangilio ambayo inaitwa katika lugha ya Kimombo inaitwa public private partnership. Yaani wale watu wa binafsi ama mabwenyenye ama mtu ambaye ako na pesa mahali wanafanya wanaweka mipangilio ama mikakati, wanaelewana pamoja na serikali, wanaingia katika mfumo fulani wa kufanya mambo fulani. Kwa hivyo kupitia hayo serikali labda itakuwa imezungumzia ama imehakikisha kwamba kama wewe Chaka Mdune uko na milioni 200 mahali na hauifanyii kazi na una biashara zako zinaleta pesa, so serikali inaweza kusema kwamba tunaweza tukakuingisha tukakupa percentage fulani, kwa sababu pesa yako imelala tu na ileti hii percentage yako. Kwa hivyo tunaweza tukakupa percentage fulani, uturuhusu kutumia hii pesa yako kufanyia jambo fulani, na tutakurudishia kufikia mwaka fulani. So kuna wakati ambao serikali inaweza ikaomba wale waegezi ama wale wameegeza katika nchi ikatumia hiyo pesa kwa muda fulani na ikapata kuwarudishia na kiwango fulani, na wakati ule imetumia hiyo pesa inatarajia kutengeneza pesa fulani ama kuafikia malengo fulani. Kwa hivyo hivi sasa hii pesa ya Hustler Fund, mimi siwezi nikasema ni pesa ni ya nani ama ni ya kutoka wapi. Mimi nataka kufikiria kwamba ni pesa ya mlipa ushuru na sio pesa ya serikali, ni pesa yetu.
Ni sawa, nimekupata Mr. Lakini sasa pia hapo kwamba pengine ni pesa ya mtu aliweza kaekeza na ni pesa ambayo imekaa, so inatafutwa njia ya kuweza kutengeneza biashara ili iweze kwamba ilete faida kwa hiyo mtu. Hapo nadhani ndio nimekupata vizuri kuelewa kutokana na maelekezi yako. Na mlipaji wa hii pesa ambayo itakuwa sasa imekaa idle, sasa inatafutwa mbinu ya kuweza kuzalishwa. Ni kwamba mlipaji wa hii pesa ni huyu mwanamke mnyonga anayeshindwa kumpeleka mwanae skuli kutokana na hali harama ya maisha. Ni huyu mwanamke mnyonga anayekufa na njaa hapa chini mashinani. Na kwa sababu ni pesa hii, ni kwamba anahadaika, then inakuwa sasa ni masi lazima alipe. Failure to which huoni kwamba itakuja kumletea tena balaa mwananchi yule tena na kumkandamiza kwa aina moja ama nyingine?
Ndio maana kunakuwa na mikakati. Ni kweli serikali ikifanya makosa inaweza ikaleta madhara kwa mwananchi wa kawaida. Nafikiri moja hapo wajua ni kama hii standard railway gauge. Wewe unaelewa kwamba tulikopa pesa ndiposa tukaiweka. So ndugu Chaka Mdune, yale makosa tunafanya yanaweza yakatugharimu mwishowe, kwa sababu sisi kama wale wanalipa ushuru ikawa ni jukumu letu kulipa madeni kama hayo. Kwa hivyo wasipofanya ama wasipoweka mikakati ama mipangilio mzuri kuhakikisha kwamba pesa hiyo imelindwa, basi itakuwa ni jukumu letu kulipa. Ndio maana serikali imeweka mikakati na mikakati mwafaka na mpangilio jinsi ya kulipa ama kutumia hiyo fedha.
Asante sana Mise, nafikiri nitakusimamia hapo, lakini pia nitakuwa na swali la mwisho na pia kama mchango wangu wa siku ya leo. Unajua ustawi wa taifa unajengwa kukiwa hakuna neno ofisadi ndani yake, na ustawi wa taifa pia unakuwa ikiwa kutakuwa kuna usimamizi bora katika sekta zote za kifedha ama sekta zote zinazoleta pesa. Na ndio maana tuko na mawaziri wa hivi, waziri wa yule, waziri wa kile, ili kusudi mle ambamo mnaleta mapato ya nchi mbwa mna usimamizi ulio mzuri zaidi. So nadhani kukuamua uchumi huu wetu haswa, kitu cha kwanza, in fact kama pengine mimi kama kama ningekuwa huko juu ama ningekuwa na uwezo, kwanza ningehakikisha tunasimamia rasilimali zetu vyema. Na kabla tusimamie rasilimali zetu vyema, ni kwamba kwanza nimepiga mshindo wale ambao ndio hizo pesa tunazotaka kuzichezea kwa wananchi, kuwapa tena kwa wadanganya, kuambia ni masuala na Hustler Fund, kumbe ni pesa ambazo zimekaa na hazizunguki kutokana hazina mfumo mzuri, maana zikifuatiliwa katika hali ya kutafutwa wote zikapatikana kwamba zimeingia ama ni za upuraji. So by the time uzizungushwe tena haswa kutengenezwa tena faida ili ziran na zilete faida kwa kisingizio hicho, ni bora hizo pesa haswa ndizo zingesimamia either kujenga, hizo pesa zingesimamia kulipa hayo madeni, kwa sababu I don't believe corruption haijapata dawa, haijapata tiba Kenya nzima hii. So ni vitu vimekaa, ni mambo yamekaa kwa muda. So the only way nilikuwa ni kuhakikisha hizi pesa zimekusanywa, zile ambazo watu wameziweka mabilioni kwa mabilioni, zirudi hapa tulipe hiyo deni, na zingetusaidia pia kuhakikisha bwana nchi wa kawaida anapata chakula, na pia zingesimamia haswa swala la elimu ambalo halijazungumziwa katika hii serikali iliyoingia kiukamilifu tena ufasaha zaidi. Kuzingatia mtoto maskini aliyo huku mashinani. Swala la elimu halijawekwa kabisa katika mfumo wake kwa sababu ni donda sugu. Mimi niko huku, kazi yangu ni field, niko field as a manager, area business manager mahali fulani. So kila mahali nikifika watoto nikiwaona wamefukuzwa shule, the all ni fee. Na special fees zile kwamba zinatolewa ni kwa ajili ya walimu ambao wamechukuliwa na wazazi kwa sababu walimu hawatoshi. Sasa wangekuwa na mfumo swala mzima la chakula, swala mzima la elimu, kwa sababu elimu ndio uti wa mgongo. Sasa of which hakuna hilo jambo sijaliona likizungumziwa. Sasa hii hustler fund shipping mimi chaka kwa sababu ni sasa na fululiza ambayo sasa hivi imewachuka wengi tu, mtu akiona sivyo anafululiza kidogo. Sasa tuseme hii ni new fululiza with the law rate, with the law rate, kwamba sasa hii itatoka kutoka 365% irudi katika 8%, lakini mwananchi ni lazima you are going to be in for it ili utengeneze pesa ya wenyewe ijikuze na itengeneze faida mali nyingine. So hii ni kufanya biashara na Wakenya, huku si kusaidia. Kusaidia ni kuhakikisha watu wamepigana na ufisadi. Kusaidia ni kuhakikisha kama ni madini yanachimbwa hapa nchini, yanatengenezwa hapa, yanapimwa hapa. Wala tunawauzia sisi tumetengeneza pesa ambayo itaweza kujenga miradi, itaweza kujenga mahospitali, itaweza kuleta dawa, itaweza kuleta chakula nchini. Lakini sasa hii plani hii ni kwamba ni ya kurambishwa mafuta, lakini mwisho wa siku huoni ndugu yangu Mise kwamba tumelambishwa asali hapa, lakini ndani yake kuna shubiri. Asante.
Nashukuru chako. Unanipata?
Nakupata brother.
Nasikia sauti kijirudia.
Francis naweza mjibu ndugu Chaka.
Yes brother Mise.
Ningesema kwamba hakuna cha bure, lakini unajua kama hii pesa itumike vizuri bila ufisadi wowote, itakuwa ni mojawapo ya suluhisho kwa Wakenya. Kama haitaporwa. Unajua shida yetu wa Kenya, tunapata mambo mazuri alafu tunayaweka, tunarudi tunapora na inarudi inaangamisha kila kitu.
Ni ukweli kabisa, maana hata kuna watu washaanza tayari kuitumia hiyo hustler fund kuweza kuwaibia wananchi.
Ndio hivyo. Sasa kwa hivyo
tayari mapema tayari kuna watu wanajitokeza mitaani wakisema wao ni wametumwa na hustler na hustler. So wanatumia the word hustler kuweza kuibia. Na ukiangalia hii jambo litakuwa gumu kwa sababu kama insecurity hapa ndani, security imeshaanza kuwa very poor. Na believe me, insecurity imekuwa poor. Sawa. Of which pia inanitia wasiwasi ndugu yangu Mise kwamba ikiwa tu hawa majangili wa hapa nchini tu, serikali bado inakuchukua muda kuweza kuwakomesha. Na je, tukiingiliwa mfano tu mdogo tuingile sasa hivi tu tujaribu kuingiliwa. How little uone kwamba inaweza kuwa wasi zaidi. So roho yangu iko mkononi Mise, iko mkononi. Yaani sijaamini vizuri kwamba ni nini haswa hawa viongozi wetu they are very serious na maisha ya Wakenya. So hizo ndio kitu kinanitia wasiwasi Mise. Karl, nina appreciate uchambuzi wako kwa sababu ni una ukomavu na kwa kweli ni mwalimu mzuri. Sometimes nakupinga, lakini sometimes nakuta kuna vitu unanifundisha vina hit direct, usikona kwamba huyu mwenzangu ana kitu zaidi, kwamba nikiegemea pale naweza nikajifundisha Mise. Lakini turudi tu, kama kuna jambo ni baya tuseme hili ni baya, kama ni nzuri ni nzuri. Kwa hiyo sasa la fund kama itakuwa ni nzuri sawa, tuta access, lakini sije kawa sasa inaanza kumnyonga mwananchi lazima, kwa sababu si wote wataweza kulipa kwa wakati. Sasa swali langu ni pale na hizi sheria, kama watu sheria ni zile zitakazotumika, bado still itakuwa ina mbani. Ndio ile ninasema hii ni biashara ya mtu, ndio maana na demand kwamba hakikisha ile pesa imezunguka.
Hapana ndugu yangu Chaka Mdune. Mimi nasema hivi, unajua hata saa hizi tuseme kwa mfano fuliza ile fuliza hata mimi naitumianga saa zingine ndugu Francis, ndugu Chaka Mdune. Unapata unafanya jambo fulani na umeishiwa pesa, lakini saa zingine iko na inakuwa inasaidia bora ukilipa hauna shida, usipolipa ndio unapata unakuwa na shida. Na kweli serikali haiwezi penalize ama mfunga mtu kwa kuchelewa kulipa, lakini nasema aje, kama ukitaka kudanganya serikali kutumia hustler fund kwa njia isiyo nzuri, ndio inajaribu kuweka sheria ambayo ya kuogofya ili watu wasije wakataka kuitumia vibaya. Na wacha nikwambie ndugu yangu Francis Chaka Mduni, kuna viongozi ambao ni wazuri na nia yao, labda kila mtu anakuwa na dosari, na unaweza pata kiongozi ana nia nzuri, lakini wale ambao wamemsingira wana nia mbaya, kwa sababu wao wanataka kutumia ile fursa ile kulia pale. Kwa hivyo tunaomba kwamba yule kiongozi pale juu awe macho kabisa, awe mshupavu wa kukana yale ambayo yatawadhulumu wa Kenya. Kwa hivyo tukemee ufisadi, tukemee matumishi mabaya ya pesa ya mwananchi ama mlipa ushuru. Hayo ndio makuu tunafaa kuyazungumzia, kwa sababu awe mtu wa Azimio, awe mtu wa UDA, awe mtu wa wote, tusiwe na ufisadi. Tuupinge kwa pamoja ufisadi ambao unaturudisha nyuma, kwa sababu hilo ndio jambo limeturudisha nyuma kama nchi. Mimi hivyo ndio naona. Francis, naona imekuwa usiku ama sijui ni asubuhi. Mimi nataka kuondoka, lakini nimefurahia sana sisi kuongea hapa. Tuwe na majadiliano kama, na kabla sijaondoka, ndugu Francis na ndugu Chaka Mdune, kuna kitu inaitwa pilot project, na haswa pilot project sana watu usoma kutoka huko, wana lengo la kusema wacha tufanye hili tuone vile itatokea, na ikitokea vizuri na ikitimilika vile tumepanga, basi sasa tutaanza kuweka hela nyingi kwa ile mpango ama kwa ile project. So sometimes it's a pilot project that is set for people to learn from, na ikienda vizuri wataipanua ipate kuwa mzuri. Sijui kama hivyo ndio Hustler Fund wanataka kufanya, lakini la muhimu kama wameanza kufanya wahakikishe hamna ufisadi. Hilo ndio la muhimu sana na msingi ya kujenga nchi yetu, kuondoa ufisadi.
So mimi sasa nikueleze kitu ya kwanza. Ufisadi Kenya imefika mahali imekuwa donda sugu, hatuwezi pigana nalo. Sababu moja ya ufisadi hatuwezi pigana nalo. Leo nataka nikuulize swali. Uko na uhakika mwanasiasa ambaye ametoka upande wa kati ya Kenya, the Central Province of Kenya, apatikane kwa scandal? Mtu kama Rigathi Gachagua, mtu kama Ndindi Nyoro ama Kimani?
I think nimemgonga nje, la tumngoja. Sijui ungesema lipi tukimngoja Francis arudi.
Ukweli mimi my advice ni kwamba kwanza nitahakikishe Wakenya wote tumesimama kwa umoja. This si wakati wa kusema kwamba mimi ni wa kambi fulani ama ni wa mlango fulani ama wa kabila fulani. Tulipofikia Kenya, we need to come up with lugha, yani tuwe tuna kabila moja Mkenya. Hicho ndio jambo ambacho kitaweza kutuokolea vizazi vyetu vinavyokuja, kwa sababu tukiendelea hivi tunavyoendelea, kwa kweli itakuwa ni jambo gumu kuweza kukabiliana na donda sugu linaitwa ukabila katika nchi. Na ukabila ukikithiri, basi utafungamana na ufisadi. Bana, utakuta kama ni hoteli edha ni watalii, basi wale ambao ni wako juu wote ni watu wamoja, ni kabila moja.
Chaka.
Oh, sorry, pole. Karibu kaka, tulikuwa tu tunazungumza. Pole, take your time, it's your time. Sorry.
Nilikuwa nauliza.
Yes.
Nasikia kuna echo kwako, kunatokea sauti na
wacha ni log out alafu niingia tena.
Hapana, mute tu Chaka. Mute.
Nimetoka hapa, hii simu, najua hizi simu zetu hizi. Wacha tu ni nani, then kama nitapata nafasi nitarudi. Wacha tu ili start.
Mise.
Ngoja narekebisha jamani, narekebisha So mise nao tumebaki hapo wawili sasa. Nikuulize swali.
Yes. Nataka tukuwe na honest conversation.
Yes, honest. I want an honest and you give me your honest view.
Yeah.
Kenya, political scenario ya Kenya ni kwamba the person who gets majority of votes become the president. That is 50+1.
Yeah.
It does not specify from a particular region ama nini. Ina specify tu 50+1. Hata kama ni one constituency wape 50+1 umekuwa president. Nauliza swali. Uko sure leo hii somebody from Central who is powerful and influential akipatikana kwa corruption cases, William Ruto anaweza mpeleka kotini? Ama anaweza amurisha kesi yake iendelee ama kesi yake uko sure hata interfere na yenyewe?
Siwezi nikasema, but nafikiri haswa tuseme kwa mfano umepata labda ni Osoro, Silvano Sosoro, ama upate wale watu wa karibu. Nafikiri kila mtu ambaye akiwa kwa majukumu ama akiwa kwa serikali anaweza jaribu kutumia nguvu zake serikalini ili kuzuia watu kama hao, you know? So kwa hivyo siwezi nikasema William Ruto atampeleka kwa jela until that day that I will see him do it, and I hope I will see him doing that, because
and he cannot do mise, hawezi fanya. Unajua nikwambie kwa nini mise? Unaona kwa mfano kama sasa hivi kama mimi ni Mkamba nipatikane kwa ufisadi na pengine Wakamba tulikuwa maybe tuseme Raila aliform serikali na Kalonzo apatikane ameiba kitu. Unajua ingekuwa ngumu sana kuhukumu Kalonzo, maana wakihukumiwa atasema wanapiga Wakamba. Na hiyo kipindi kingine, maana tunajua hata kama sasa hivi Ruto ameshinda hiyo kipindi kingine unajua pia anataka kurudi second term. So haizi haribu alipata kura zake. So unless we change that scenario to a point that individuals will change mind yao kwamba somebody can be persecuted on individual level without involving a community, I think will be better, so that Ruto akuwe sure kwamba hata nikipeleka kesi ya Ichung'wa mbele sitapata backlash from the community yake. Nikipeleka kura ya Kalonzo Musyoka mbele sitapata backlash from community yake. I think that is the only time we shall see people being persecuted fairly. Chances now, wewe nikuulize kwa mfano, niulize Aisha Jumwa, mtu kama Aisha Jumwa na Moses Kuria, wewe unafikiri walipoa maana wana uwezo ama walipoa kwa ajili ya kuzawadiwa kisiasa?
Unajua kwa kisiasa Francis, kuna mambo mawili umeyasema hapo, na kuna tofauti ya hiyo. Kuna tofauti ya hayo mambo mawili umesema. Kuna tofauti ya hayo mambo mawili umeyasema. Katika siasa kuna kitu inaitwa symbiotic relationship, you know, ambaye anakushika na anakusaidia na huyo ndio ukipata uongozi unamzawadi. Kwa hivyo hili ni jambo ambalo lipo kwa kila nchi, lakini shida ni kwamba kwa nchi yetu ni kwamba wale ambao wanazawadiwa mara mingi hawana qualifications. Sasa unapata mtu anazawadiwa tu but doesn't have the merit. Unaona, that's the difference. Other countries like you know, United States and other countries, unazawadiwa na on top of that you have the merits to do the job. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio nataka kusema. Alafu kwa kujibu swali lako, kwa hivyo inaitwa symbiotic relationship. That's why you have coalition, pre and post coalition governments. So even within the coalition government, you would have set an MOU, and once you get to the office, you will realize that somehow you will need to either honor or dishonor the promises you gave. But lastly, kuna kitu moja nataka kukuambia.
Sawa, uliza alafu ndakuuliza.
Ya muhimu sana. Unajua Francis, imeescape. Ongea alafu nikwambie imeescape.
Mimi nilikuwa nauliza hivi. Eri Ruto asalite Aisha Jumwa, Wakenya wafaidike, ama eri Ruto afurahisha Aisha Jumwa, Wakenya waumie? Ni gani afadhali? Eri Aisha Jumwa afili kwamba alisalitiwa kisiasa na Wakenya wapatiwe mtu ambaye ako na akili timamu ya kuwasaidia, ama Wakenya Aisha Jumwa afili kwamba alisaidiwa kisiasa na Wakenya waumie? Ni gani ya maana? Ni gani ina effect sana kwa wananchi?
The right thing to do, any decision that the president should make at any time, is anything that has the greater benefit for the citizens of the Republic of Kenya. That is the responsibility that he has been charged to dispense. But nimekumbuka kile kitu nilikuwa nakwambia. Kwa hivyo ni heri a sacrifice Aisha Jumwa. Sorry, sikuwa nataka kumtaja majina kwa sababu kuna wengi ambao hatuwezi tukawataja majina, but it's better to sacrifice an individual and for the prosperity of the country. I don't know if you are, sijui if you are of age, Francis, when the vice president George Saitoti said, there comes a time a country or our nation is greater than an individual, right?
Ilikuwa ni 202 kipindi aliposema kwamba ako tayari kuunga mkono Kibaki ili taifa liokoke, na alipokujulikana kwamba wazi hataweza kusimama na KANU.
Exactly. So our country is greater than individuals. So the rewarding individuals, if rewarding individuals will revive our country and the prosperity of our country, so be it. But if rewarding our individuals is going to dwindle the progress and prosperity of our country, then we shouldn't do it. But this is what I wanted to tell you, Francis, from a legal perspective. There is something called tribunals. And I think I'm trying to answer your question, Francis, right? Kuna kitu inaitwa delegated powers, okay? Delegated powers, usually, even the president has delegated powers. And sometimes form tribunals so that these tribunals can dispense the obligations that people with expertise would have performed. So, for example, you remember some tribunals. Which tribunals do you remember in Kenya, for example?
Tribunals kuna hizo zinakuanga na court of law zenye ni gani zenye solving cases out of court of law, ama commissions, ama ni gani we're talking about?
Hizo, even those commissions, all those are tribunals.
Commission najua hii moja yenye nimesoma kwa history ya Ominde yenye ilileta 844, nimesoma ya Philip Waki ambayo ilikuwa inaongelea mambo ya electoral injustices and the 207 war, what caused it.
Yes. So
nimesoma mingi, nimesoma mpaka za wakoloni za Philip Stock Commission.
So the reason why those tribunals or commissions are formed, they are supposed to function in a manner that relieves the government certain duties and responsibilities. Now, because they have delegated powers, inamaanisha the courts are overall, but the courts might not also supersede or override their existence. So what I was trying to say is this, and this is why someone like Ruto is supposed to utilize those tribunals to make sure that he is not in the picture. Those tribunals, an oversight from the court or from judiciary, make sure that they guide in terms of law. If the tribunals err on law, so that they can be able to bring into account those who are corrupt, those who are misappropriating funds and so on, besides other agencies that are there to enforce the law. So ndio nakwambia, kwa hivyo Ruto, si lazima Ruto asimame katikati asaidie mtu fulani ili aonekane. Ruto needs to empower the systems, and the system should work independently in isolation of influence from the president. And that's all we want for our country to prosper. Hiyo ndio ya muhimu, na hiyo ndio tunakosa sana.
Sawa, mimi nimekupata Mise kwamba president needs to ensure that what we call semi-autonomous of some of institutions within the government, yes, so that they can function independently.
Independently without undue influence or
yes,
without being coerced to be biased in the way they operate. That's
for example, wacha nikuuliza kwa mfano, kama sasa hivi tunavyoongelelea kuhusu mambo ya Ruto, ni area gani ambayo ni semi-autonomous ya hii Kenya ambaye unajua ni semi-autonomous ina functioning without influence of executive? Ni gani?
Hakuna Francis.
So unaona, yes, whatever you are talking is right. But now when you come now to the Kenyan part of it, it seems not to be fact. In a sense that you all agree that kwamba as per now Ruto kuna venye mahakama pia inakaa ni kama kuna venye naegemea executive, polisi, parliament, hata even political parties because wanatoa funds zao kwa government.
Yes, so, yes, even hiyo sio haiko Kenya peke yake. Saa hii nataka uende usome, najua unapenda kusoma sana. Enda utafute documentary inaitwa Food Inc. Food Inc. Usome how the food companies zina influence, zina lobby mpaka White House in order to influence the government's decisions. So the government cannot impose punitive measures because already wakati wa campaign wa compromise, wamelobi, wamewapatia pesa ya campaigns and so on. So hii maneno haiko Kenya peke yake.
Yeah. Well, I think uko Canada.
Yeah, me, I'm in Canada, yes.
Yes, under the man you call Justin Trudeau.
Yes. Yes.
You know, I will tell you this in American system because to me I've more concentrated in American system. I concentrated in Canada, particularly nilikuwa naombea sijui ni mtawa mgani kutoka Ottawa. Lakini anyway, tuachane na hayo, tuende kwa Marekani. So you see in America, what happens is the people are the one who make contribution towards the campaign of a president, like wanna contribute. That's unaona wataread rallies, the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, nani watalead campaign, wajaribu contribute. Donald Trump has launched 2024 campaign, atajaribu contribute pesa, wachangiwe. So hii pesa ikichangwa ndo wanatumianga kufanya campaign. So there is very little mtu mwenye alicontribute $5 kuja kukupea condition whereas ulitumia millions of money is a collective thing. In America, huwezi kuwa na deni nje ya taifa more than $145,000. Huwezi kuwa naye because tuseme for example uchukue deni Saudi Arabia. Alafu Saudi Arabia iende uwe raia wa America. You know you cannot act because already you are compromised. In the same America, these big companies, niliona sometime during campaign, Joe Biden alikataa pesa kutoka kwa companies that uses the fossil fuel. Akasema kwamba because yeye ni champion wa green energy, that is renewable source, akichukua pesa hataweza kuwakataza kuto produce coal and other type of fossil fuel, but atachukua pesa kwa akakataa. So in Kenya, can we reach to that point that we the citizen, that instead of William Ruto akuja tupe pesa, because William Ruto chenye alifanya, hata nikwambie, as long as sometimes I blame him, but I understand him in this sense that like wewe enda kwa kampeni bila pesa, watu wanakuangalia kama nyanya mbichi, ni kama yani una maana, una value.
Yes.
Ni kama chenye unaongea ni kama kichwa wako ni kama ujielewi.
Yes.
But kuna siku itafika kama Wakenya si tubalike ukute tunaangalia mtu kisera like Misa amekuja ameongea na sisi. Chenye ameongea ina make sense ama make sense. hata asipotupea pesa tunaweza mpea kura bila pesa kweli?
On
Tukifika hapo
merit,
I think hata
on
William Ruto
merit.
hatakuwa na haja ya kutumia pesa mingi kuwin election ama Raila ama mtu yoyote, na tunaweza pata viongozi wasafi sana.
Umeongea vizuri sana Francis. Kwa hivyo hili jukumu liko kwa wananchi pia, kwamba wananchi wanachagua viongozi, na unajua unaenda unachukua pesa, ukienda kwa wananchi ukiwaelezea yale maneno mazuri uko nayo utaenda kuwafanyia, ukimaliza kuongea, hata saa zingine wengine wanakuambia wacha maneno ya speech mrefu, we tumalizie, tufanye nini, tuende. Sasa unajua wa watu wamejua kwamba watatoa pesa na hiyo pesa watakuja watawapatia wananchi. Baada ya hiyo wananchi watafanya nini? Wataumia, kwa sababu wakiingia kwa ofisi, suala la kwanza watafanya ni kujaribu kuchukua hiyo pesa. But that is why if you look, I'm sure you're gonna read about Monsanto. Monsanto ndio inazungumziwa haswa sana sana kwa hiyo Food Inc. You will realize that they wameweka watu mpaka White House huko ndani. Unaona? The same thing in Kenya. It will be very difficult in Kenya until the citizens stand up, waseme hatutaki pesa yako, tunataka maendeleo. Hatutaki shilingi yako 100, tunataka maendeleo. Wakianza kufanya hivyo, wananchi wa Kenya ama viongozi wa Kenya wataona mabadiliko. Lakini wakiendelea kuchukua pesa kutoka kwa viongozi au wanasiasa, tutazidi kuelekea kwa maskini, kuwa maskini, na wanasiasa wataendelea kuwa matajiri. Kwa hivyo na tutazidi kulagaiwa na wanasiasa, na wao watabaki wakiendelea.
Kwa mfano, acha nikupee mfano nzuri. Jana ama ni juzi nimeona sijui ni Bometa ama ni which county, Kericho imesaini kwamba wanataka kuja induction huko Nairobi na waende Winston Hotel. Unajua mimi siwezi laumu sana William Ruto sana, maana yes hiyo ni vibaya, maana county kama ni ya Eldoret ama county yote inastahili kufanya induction within their area. Lakini sasa ukiangalia ile pesa huyu msee alitumia, anajaribu kuangalia mikutano meeting kama anaweza influence angalau aone kama ika pesa ka hoteli kanaweza msaidia kurudisha hata kama ni nusu. Maana huyu msee alinunua presidency, hakushinda, like hakupewa na raia, alinunua. If it's something that I can tell you Ruto about, if you can remember the Sunday's contribution and other things that he was making, you can really agree with me that he bought the presidency. Hii ya kwenda tu kukushinda ilikuwa tu ni ile tu ya kuwafahamu, but the reality ni kwamba huyo mzee alitoa pesa, si mchezo.
Na wewe ni mwanasiasa, unajua power is not given, power is taken.
Tukiingia huko, maana tukiingia huko tutaanza kuingia mambo ya gorilla, maana hiyo pia ni a form of taking power. Tuingia kwa gorilla.
Ndio mimi tumalize nikisema hivi. Francis, kuna umuhimu mkubwa sana wa sisi kuja kuzungumza chanzo cha shida zetu, kama nchi, kama vijana, kama wazee, kama wamama. Tukae chini tuanze kuulizana sisi, mbona tunapigana kama wananchi? Tukianza kuulizana, Francis, mbona tunakuja huku tunagwarusana? Tukipata jibu kwamba viongozi ndio msingi wa kugwarusana kwetu, basi tutarudi chini tuanze kujisaidia. Kwa sababu sisi, mimi huambia watu hivi, wewe Francis na mimi hatuwezi tukapata nafasi kwa serikali kuu pale juu hadi tukue kama wao, tukue wadanganyifu kama wao, tukue wezi kama wao, tukue wauaji kama wao. Hivyo ndivyo tutafika kule juu. Lakini mtoto ambayo ni wa Ruto, mtoto ambaye ni wa Raila, mtoto ambaye ni wa Uhuru, mtoto wa Kibaki, wao tayari wazazi wao wametengeneza misingi ya kuingia kwa ofisi yoyote na nchi yoyote wanayotaka. Kwa sababu ya nini? Baba yao wametengeneza msingi kupitia ushuru, pesa ya ushuru wetu. Kwa hivyo
tunasikianga watu wanasemanga pesa huenda kwenye kuna pesa, maana before you generate income you must invest money. That means if you don't have money you cannot invest anything. So money follows where there is money, if I use that language. The same happens to leadership. Absolutely. Unapata sahi kama mtu kama Winnie Odinga, we might stand here and say Raila Odinga is opposition leader sijui nini, But do you know, in a real sense, if you can speak in real sense, Raila is most likely even to become the most second powerful man, even is more powerful than the military. Because I'm telling you, for example, right now, hata nikuuliza kwa mfano misela hii, Raila asimame aseme Kenya tunataka kujitenga, tukatanishe hiyo parts mbili, kila mtu aende kivyake nini na nini. Wewe unafikiri military hiyo conflict wanaweza isolve? Hawezi.
Yeah, lakini nikuulize wewe vile uko hivi, do you think mtoto wa Raila atalemewa?
Kulemewa aje?
Kimaisha, kipesa, kikazi.
Wacha nikuambie, leo Ruto jana alikuwa State House akaambia wabunge wake kwamba mkienda mpigie watoto Kalonzo, mtoto wake Kennedy na Winnie Odinga. Na si unajua msichana wake anatangwa Charlene Ruto anazungukanga kila county, ni kama anakuanga yeye ni msemaji wa county. Na do you think that anaweza kuwa akizunguka huko na tenders akipata aepe?
That is why for me ndio maana Francis tunafaa kuwa na mijadala ya kujengana kwamba wewe Francis vyako utaweza ukanufaika kivipi, tengeneza your own network. It's called social capital. What is your social capital, Francis? You know, how many people today, Francis, utaitisha uambie niko na shida, watokee wakuje wachange, si shilingi 2 si shilingi 3, lakini wakuje na mamilioni na mabilioni. You find most of us who are making a lot of noise here hatuna hiyo that capacity. But anyway, Francis, I have to go, but I've enjoyed having this debate, and I've enjoyed one thing I've liked today is that we've had an honest debate. I don't like defending William Ruto, but I want to say that I want to start having a debate where we can talk and open our mind and say, it's not only William Ruto. This is not a problem of William Ruto. This is a problem of wale watu wa tabaka la juu. Wanatutawala. Wale watu wa tabaka la juu. The few.
Mise, nikwambie kitu moja. China around 30 years ago, China ilikuwa inaomba msaada ikilia ikisema watu wake wanakufa na njaa. Lakini leo hii China ni second largest economy. Haikuanza kuchange kwa kuanza kutafuta industry, kutafuta machines ama nini. Kuna kitu inaitwa re-education yenye Xi Jinping alintroduce China. To educate the people, what is the right way? How can we develop a country genuinely? Now, the moment the Chinese got it from the word go, sijui venye hao watu mtutawai wasimamisha ati warudi nyuma itupate eti ni watu waomba. Hawezi. Unaona mimi sasa nikwambia, unaona saa hii
they were also selfish, Francis. If you look at the trading history of the Chinese, you realize that they were very, very selfish in their trading. For example, in the Chinese, in terms of trading opium, no one would trade opium with the Chinese. It was only the Chinese amongst themselves, and they never allowed even the British. If you read the history, you realize that at one point the British had to invade Chinese and force them to trade, to open the trading business of opium. So it is something that Kenya we can do better. For example, Francis, this sourced labor. If we outsource labor in Kenya, if we get all the call centers from these other countries, how many people in Kenya can change life? Call centers peke yake. Where ulipwe every week, ulipwe about 2,000. That is about 200,000 every 2 weeks. So you will be making about 400,000 every month. If 10 youths make 400,000, how much is that? Translated to Kenya, how much?
It's a good amount of money. Yeah. You know, mimi kuna kitu moja tukiconclude anyway, so that nisikuweke ni kwamba as much as we will blame the top leadership there and we might try to castigate them in a negative way and everything else,
yes,
we the citizen on both sides, we have a problem. We have a very big problem in a sense that we always elect thieves, we elect hyenas and expect them to take care of our God. That is our resources. It becomes a very big problem.
And let me tell you, Francis.
Niliona mbunge fulani wa ODM anaitwa Peter Salashe, ni kijana. I'm telling you, kijana ameharibia vijana CV ya siasa kabisa. Hata sijui kama kuna kijana atawachaguliwa tena. No ODM sijui mamumia assist. Anaitwa Peter Salashe. Individual is behaving like a havoc.
Listen, Francis, let me tell you something. Wazazi wetu sijui kama wako. Mimi wacha nisungumze wangu. Mimi wangu the best.
Wangu wako wote.
Yeah. Wangu the best they gave me is education. Okay? That is the best. That is what they handed over to me. What were William Ruto is going to hand them power, is going to hand them resources. When they turn 18 years or 17 years, they already have a platform where they are beginning that it will take you almost 100 years kufikia mahali wameanzia. Unaona? So our parents today, they either gave us nothing or they gave us something. So you, Francis, ask yourself a question today. When ukianza kuwa na familia ama kama uko na familia, what are you giving your family? Wanaanzia wapi? Wataanza mahali mtu atawafuata miaka 100 ndio wafikie, ama wataanza zero chini kama wewe mimi. Uko na certificate na una kazi na unaanza kutafuta kitambo upate, miaka imeenda, ukiwa 55 umechoka kabisa, ile kazi umekimbia ukifanya.
Mi sometimes nakaanga hivi nasema tu Mungu wetu tusaidie, maana ukiangalia kama hii Kenya leo hii graduates wanakuwa added every time to the market and the leaders are doing nothing to accommodate. Unajua economy of a country grows one by ensuring that the future generation is catered well, such that unajua ukizaa nchi, najua kila watu wakizaa watoto 10 au watoto, kuna rasilimali yao ya kitaifa ambayo itawasimamia. Lakini Kenya tuko na mfumo ambao watu kwenye miaka karibu 20 hatuna hata mfumo ambao wa kuwasimamia. Wacha hata wenye wajazaliwa, hata wenye wako 20 years hatuna mfumo ambao tunaweza wasimamia. Na hao watu pia tunachukua tunawaadi kwa graduate level, tunawaadi pia wana graduate, tunawaadi. Then it becomes to a point that it becomes saturated of unemployed people.
That's true. That is true. But Francis, let us continue this conversation. It is a good conversation, but I think, honestly, the government can negotiate on Kenya is most, let me tell you something. There's something I wanted to tell you. If you look our country is poised, is well poised and positioned. I sit in very many places. Like today, I was listening to one of my Ugandan tribes, and I listened to things ambao wanapitia kwa nchi yao. Ukisikia nchi yetu, afadhali ulale njaa ili usipitie yale wale watu wanapitia. Watu wanauliwa, watu wananyongwa, watu wanakuwa tortured because they are questioning the government. And I believe we as the people should start realizing that hii pesa kidogo kidogo tunachukua kwa viongozi.
Papa, I've muted your mic and you have unmuted.
By finding that the future generation so that's well. That's so
yeah. So kwa hivyo ndio nilikuwa nasema kama tungekubaliana kama wananchi tulinde nchi yetu, tuwache ufisadi. Ndio kuna umaskini, lakini tukubaliane kama wananchi kwamba nchi yetu ni kubwa kuliko sisi zote, tuwache kitu kidogo, tujenge nchi yetu, tutaendelea sana. Na shukuru sana Francis, tutazidi kuongea panapo majaliwa. Wacha nikimbie nitoe gari yangu huko nje, kuna snow.
Sawa.
Haya, asante.
Sawa. So I think we have come to an end of this show. It was a really good one. And Kenyans, we need to have an honest conversation among ourselves, in a sense that we need to ask ourselves, these leaders that today we are more complaining about, you are more feeling agitated with, these are the individuals that you fully supported in one way or another, either by voting them or by cheering them up. And therefore, if we are to take a blame, we have to take the biggest blame as a citizen, because we contributed in one way or another for these people to be where they are. Because as I said, today we might be complaining maybe of a particular leader and maybe somebody like Moses Kuria and so forth. But you know, the Gatundu people, the South Gatundu people elected him twice or thrice, maybe because of their own reason, and that is why they gave him a limelight of being in the national politics. It is a fact that we cannot deny. We have to accept that one. But we have a role to play in molding our leaders. The moment we stop glorifying impunity, we stop glorifying corruption and other kind of activity, as a nation we shall have made a good step. Because what happens is that the majority of the people who have money in our country, these are the people who are involved in some kind of schemes. Either they are either drug traffickers, they are either people to do money laundering and so forth, other activity that generate high amount of money with no work. And when you glorify money, it means you glorify them because they can be able to access that money at a cheaper rate, or maybe they can access it easily. Therefore, the moment we glorify money, we cannot avoid glorifying drug traffickers. We cannot avoid glorifying money launderers and any form of mischievous behavior in our electoral system. So it is an high time that we become an ideology-oriented country, that will make choices based on the ideology, and more so it will also look at the individual level of an individual and his capacity to produce or to agitate for something or to speak for citizen of a country. And that's why as a country we need to move in that trajectory, if indeed that is what is important, and that what will make a Kenya to become a better country, and that is what will help a country to become a more developed one. I also want you to go and as we are finishing and we are coming to the conclusion, I want you to go and look at most of the countries that are well developed. We start with China, we go to Russia, you go to America. They have a kind of what you call a form of culture, a mentality culture that is different from ours. For example, in China, since the start of Mai Dong, we had the Xi Jinping, an individual whom we have to accept that one, but we have a role to play in molding our leaders. The moment we stop glorifying impunity, we stop glorifying. So that's what I'm saying. Like when you look at the developed countries, most of it, you realize that they have a certain form system of governance or system of culture that cannot be found in our soil. If you look at the Chinese, there's a way they have taught their own people to understand, to believe on development. When you look to the Americans, they believe on what to do. When you look at the Chinese, they have also taught their people now to do, go and look at them, look at their data. They have different culture. They believe that development should be based on A, B, C, D. But in Kenya, we have no any things like drafting of what we believe a development is. We keep shifting from one ideology to another. Before we even realize the fruit of it, we change to another ideology. That's why in Kenya, we have so many projects that are very important but have stalled because of change of ideas and ideology. Everyone comes and tries to outsmart the other one. But if you have an ideology that you know this is a framework, that this is what is supposed to be followed. And I will give you a good example of Tanzania. Tanzania gained independence in 1963 under Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, and then the president of Zimbabwe, Zanzibar, was Sheikh Abeid Karume under Afro Shirazi Party. In 1977, they came together to form what we call Chama cha Mapinduzi. So since then, that time, Chama cha Mapinduzi has been having some ideology that each president should follow certain route for development. They have, kwa Kiswahili tunaita ilani ya uchaguzi. So the moment you run for presidency, sio manifesto yako unakuja kupiga kelele pale, ni manifesto ambayo inaendana na ilani ya Chama cha Mapinduzi. That's why in Tanzania it's very rare to find a project that has been stalled, because they will always complete it, because kwa ilani lazima tuende kila ukurasa tuhakikishe tumekamilisha kila kazi ambazo tumeahidi wa Kenya. Lakini Kenya leo tuko na Jubilee iko na manifesto hii, kesho tuko na ingine, na hivyo hivyo ndo inaenda tukibadilisha, tukiharibu. So ni lazima tufike tuwe na mfumo wetu kama Kenya. Ni mfumo gani ambao ni wa maendeleo, ni gani tunauamini, ndio ili tuwe watu ambao tunaweza simama imara. So yes papa. Papa. Papa, are you getting me?
Try to match the other one. But if you have an ideology that maybe that threat someone,
So papa, kujisikilize italeta shida.
Tanzania gained independence in 1963 under Mwalimu Julius Kambarage Nyerere, and then the vice president of the Zimbabwe, Zanzibar, was Afro.
So I think for that case, therefore, I think it's good to end the show. It was a nice one, and may God bless you wherever you are.